Good morning. I got choked up on my water right before I started talking. Good morning. Happy Friday. Hello, 13th jurors. It is good to see y'all. It is good to be here. Today is the day we wrap things up for Christina's story. Ooh. When's your birthday, 80s? My son's birthday is Sunday. Happy early birthday. I am so excited to be here because today we are going to hear from Rita, y'all. We're going to hear from Rita. That's kind of crazy. I'm actually really surprised that she is going to be testifying, but I'm here for it. I want to see it. I want to see what she has to say. Before we go any further, because I am tired this morning and I will forget if I don't do it right now while I'm thinking about it, I want to say hello to the first in tailgate, the first that came in, got the party started, turned on the lights, filled the coolers. Thank you to y'all coming in, getting things going. I need to tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all why Miss Lucy Girl is not in the picture right now. That is because she has stolen my breakfast. Lucy got her own breakfast, and apparently that wasn't good enough for her. So she's stole mine, and she's over there. And I just made like a quick piece of grilled chicken for breakfast. I don't know why. It was just quick and easy, and it's the least cleanup. I've had 3 hours sleep. I was tired. So I made her I made me some grilled chicken. I made her do her little, her breakfast. I do, it's like the little wet packs or whatever, but I'll put it in there, and then I put, she loves like this little gravy stuff. So I'll put the little gravy on it. So I made her hers, and then I made my piece of grilled chicken. And by the time I finished my piece of grilled chicken, she had already finished hers. So this little heifer comes over and then steals mine. So now I've had 2 bites of my piece of grilled chicken, and Lucy is over there eating the rest of it. She literally sat here and yelled at me until I forfeited my grilled chicken. So if y'all see me over here munching on something later, mind your business. That's because my child stole my food. But that's okay. She's cute. I don't know how y'all, to be so little, that little heifer can eat, y'all. Like she ain't hungry. Now she'll get to whining like she is, like she's, like she's starving or something. But oh, look who portaled in. Hey, JT. Hello.
Hi.
I haven't seen you portal in a long time.
I know. It just so happened that nobody's in the office this morning, and I had some time to fiddle around.
I'm glad you're coming in to fiddle with us. That didn't come out right, did it?
Yeah.
Scratch that. Never mind.
I logged on to YouTube, and I was like, I heard the word heifer twice. I got to show up.
It's like your calling card.
Right. It checks out.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Since Lucy's over there stealing my breakfast, you get to take up the spot that's normally Lucy Cam. So this is perfect. And are we matching today? Are we twinsies?
We are.
I think we kind of are. We're kind of twinsies today. This is not the first time we've done that.
No. I don't want to take away from your stream. I just want to let everybody know that, well, I missed Wednesday's night court. Sorry, obviously I'm I got a son that's sick, and now a wife that's not feeling well, and now the other kid I'm just expecting is going to get sick. So it was a long night. So we missed Wednesday, but Friday tonight, we're going to continue on with our night court quiz trivia game.
Fun.
So I have the answers from last week. I've tallied up the points already. I've already created the next trivia set of questions. So we started at 8:45. But this week's trivia is kind of just general knowledge trivia. Last week was true crime. This is just general knowledge from all different kinds of subjects and stuff. So if you didn't do well last week, you'll do well this week. And my goal is this, for those of you who aren't in night court, every month we're going to have a winner with the top points. That winner will get something from Brandy and me. And then at the end of the year to year, we'll have the top 12 from the months, and they will go head to head in a trivia. And then top 3 from that will get something as well. I'm working on that, but I have a little bit of time. So that being said, if you're interested, show up. Everything's digital. You can write down your answers and put them in the form later, and you have a week to do it. We just work on the honor system, so don't look up the answers. It's the best thing that we can do. But yeah, so we got that, and then we're continuing on with ye old Jody, because I thought about skipping and going to the end, but we had made it long enough, and we've gotten this far, dang it, so we're going to finish it up.
This far. Yeah. Night court is a blast. So for those of y'all who are day courters and haven't tried out night court yet, it really is so much fun. It's like the throwback trials. Jody Arias is the one that's finishing, and then there's a new one. Joel Guy Jr., right, is the one that's starting. I want to see that one. And I've never watched that trial.
I've read the decision. Interestingly enough, the decision that I could find, if you can find court documents on Joel Guy, that'd be great. You can send them to me. But the decision that I found did give a detailed description, kind of piece by piece, of kind of the events leading up, the events of, and a little bit after. And boy, oh boy, I will be pulling a Brandy, and I will be recording a reading of that document so that you all are ready for the trial. This is what happens when I actually do my homework. And so, yeah, it's different. Gru definitely did a number, because he has been dubbed Gru by the night court jurors. So he certainly looks like it. But yeah, we're a little more irreverent. We're never disrespectful, but we definitely have a good time. And we like to make fun of the criminal because he deserves it for sure, especially since these are throwbacks. We know he's guilty, so there's a little more leeway in that.
Yeah.
But I love all of our stuff because I'm biased.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the only time that I'll let anybody say you're biased, is when it's about our stuff. Because of course we know that, night court and all of our stuff is the best. So night court is a blast. So if y'all haven't checked it out, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8:45, 7:45 Central, right here on the channel. And JT hosts it, and I pop in sometimes when I'm not either still working or exhausted or passed out. Yeah, I had just texted JT this morning, and I was like, I did not finish. Like I recorded the first part of the next episode for this podcast for this trial. And so that way, all I have to do is whatever happens today with Rita testifying and then the verdict, that's all I have to record. So I'm like, it's almost ready to go. That's all I've got to get in. And then I did some work on the, adding some stuff to, the pictures and all the supplements to the podcast website and stuff. So I texted her this morning. I was like, I didn't go to bed until like 2 a.m. and then woke up at 6. And so I'm
I wish folks knew how much work that you do at all hours. You don't just roll out of bed and hop on the camera and just kind of be. I mean, you are, and that's why we love you. But also, you do a lot of behind the scenes research and work, and there is nobody who works harder, I think, that I know of, than you do in terms of background research, finding things, and all of that. So, and I'm biased, but also I think I'm spitting truth, as the kids say.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I would say for every hour that I spend on camera, I spend at least 1 hour off camera. At least 1 hour off camera doing work. It's a lot of work. But I like for 13 jurors to know that they are getting the right information, the full picture, and nothing but the truth and the facts. So I love it.
Yeah, and one last thing, because it looks like there's some activity happening on that feed. For those of you who don't do night court, we also do night court chat GPT Mad Libs, and if you're interested in participating in that and selecting words and things for the Mad Lib stories, basically I ask you a series of things and you give me one-word answers, and then I pop them into chat GPT, and boy oh boy has it created some doozies, and sometimes wigs are involved. So if you're interested, you can email me at my email that our wonderful mods will probably put a command in or already have. So
yes. And anything that you want to check out we have a lot of the night court information and stuff too on 13thjuror.live. So you can check us out there too. So JT, I'm glad you portaled in. I miss us being able to do stuff together. I know, now we've got split shifts and I'm, doing day stuff, you're doing night stuff, but
we were thoroughly spoiled by the first trial we did. And
yes.
Somehow you are able to put up with me and my silliness, which I appreciate. And hopefully one day I will be able to end this chapter of my life and full-time it with 13th Juror, because I have so much material I want to churn out for you guys. I just don't have the financials to do it. So one day we will get there.
Yeah. Yeah. We're working on it.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyways.
All right. Well, everybody wave through your portals to JT and show up for night court. Bye, JT. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun surprise. What do you want? Lucy look, everybody sees you acting bad. She keeps fussing to get up here, and then she gets up here, and then she scratches my knee to let her down. I don't know what she wants. She wants more of my grilled chicken, but she's already eaten it all. For those of y'all who, if you want to check it out, like he said, night court, we have a little bit more leeway to kind of get a little bit wilder, weirder, all those fun things. So definitely check it out. It's a lot of fun, and it's you can find it here on the channel, but the website for that is 13thjuror.live. So there's all kinds of. Why are you whining? What is the problem now? You've been walked. You ate your breakfast. You ate my breakfast. You want a treat? A treat? Here you go. Will this calm you down? These were a gift for her. She loves these things. I've got like all of her treats that I've got different kinds and flavors over here. So she gets a different one every time. So she'll just whine until she gets one. She wants to party. She wants a Friday party. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. There's movement in the courtroom. Y'all, I am ready for this. I am ready for this. Look, you can kind of see her little, tush right here. She's over here eating her stuff. All right. So while we're waiting on court, I've had an interesting couple days. There will always be people who are just mean. It's going to happen. It's part of life. So I want to hear good stuff. I want to hear, tell me something good. Remember that when we did the, I don't remember what it was, like a, tell me something good Tuesday or whatever it was. Let's do it for a Friday too. Tell me something good. Tell me something that's happy, something that you're looking forward to this weekend so we can celebrate the positive. I want to flood so much dang positivity in here that people want to puke when they come on our channel, but like puke in a good way. Like, they're so positive and happy. Who are these people? Feel Good Friday. I like that. I like that, Kelly Gale. We'll do Feel Good Friday. Oh my gosh, Hope, this is hilarious. I have a groundhog that sits on my porch like he owns the place, has me thinking I should bring him a cup of coffee and a newspaper. That's how chilled he looks. Love your view. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. If you ever can get a picture of him, you have to get a picture and send it in. Oh, and by the way, Hope, you reminded me because you're one of the winners. The 2 winners that we had from yesterday for the drawing, which by the way was so much fun. How fun was that spin wheel thing? That was so cool, right? Polly Prissy Pants gets credit for that. She found that and did that. How cool was that for all the people who sent in their proof that they had subscribed to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo? Which, by the way, is Kathy in here? She was feeling sick this morning. Oh, yeah. Hey, Kathy. I hope you're feeling better. But anyway, I digress. Those of y'all who won, you have gifts on the way. I bought you each one piece of merch from Kathy's merch site, and then one piece each from our merch site. So let me know when y'all get them. You have to take pictures and tweet them to me or something, and I'll show them on here. It's the weekend, baby. Yes. Yes. Hello, Kelly. Oh, my daughter and I survived the first week of her dorm living. Oh my gosh, that brings back memories. Oh, dorm living was something else, but I have some of the best memories, and I still, one of my lifelong friends, I'm still friends with her now. I'm actually going to stay with her when I go to CrimeCon in a couple weeks. I met her living in the dorms my freshman year. So congratulations to y'all. That's exciting. Oh, I'm going to my 8-year-old grandson's B-Day today. That's so exciting. Happy birthday to him. Gaily May, good morning, all. I'm lurking both you and RA. Sorry, can't decide. You don't have to decide. Bounce back and forth. Pick one, pick the other. It's fine. The internet's big enough for all of us, and we love RA. Your podcast, awesome. Listened to it last night. Thank you so much. Y'all, I'm so excited about the feedback that we've been getting on it. And I was not sure how it would go or if people would even be into it since we watched the trials during the day. I know that, trial watching all day is kind of like a niche thing. It's not something that everybody's into. So I wanted to do the podcast for anybody who misses it or anybody who might be interested. And I'm glad to get good feedback. So I appreciate that.
Good morning.
Here we go.
The matters before the jury. Ms. Phillips.
Oh, no. I'm glad you're safe.
I didn't want to ask that as far as any of the arguments regarding jury instructions, wait until we finish with the witnesses or any different right. Go ahead and start this one.
Any enlargement? Is that the word you said?
No, Your Honor.
What did you say?
Happy anniversary.
It's like you said, any enlargement.
The argument.
Argument. Okay, I've got you. Okay,
But if we're all on the same page, we'll go ahead and keep it rolling.
sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if it's possible, prior to the jury coming in, if Your Honor has proposed some jury instructions I could review during the testimony, I'd love to have them.
I don't. Mr. Phillips has submitted some, and State has submitted some. You can, if you like to review some from a previous case.
Your Honor, standard call, yes, sir, that's what I'd like to do.
And some may or may not apply to this case because we haven't gone through them, but I don't intend to give them written charges. So.
I love hearing all y'all's good, happy things. This makes my day.
Just give them back to him.
Marie Moss puts in the work. We love you, Marie Moss. We're glad you're here.
She can make a copy of those for you if you want to. She can copy those for you if you just want to have a copy.
Go dogs. Yes, Steves. Go dogs.
Strike through the word.
College football, y'all. College football season is something I take very seriously.
Bring the jury.
Oh, I love that. What a good kickoff to Friday morning. Bring the jury.
Thank you.
Morning for all those coming in. Thank you so much, Holly Mac. I'm glad y'all like them. I'm going to keep doing them, and I'm excited. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Newman, but the good kind, right, Macy Combs? Debbie Blair, that's so cool. I've never been to Alaska. You have to take pictures. I want to see them. Jimmy Lawson, I'm going to let that go. I'm going to forgive you for that one. Go dogs. You too? I was feeling all good till y'all started all that mess.
And there you go. You can have these back.
Kayla Jones, cruises are so much fun. Y'all have a blast. Try the comedy shows. They are so much fun. And don't eat at the main dining hall every time. Try all the other restaurants. Or you'll really be missing out.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back. Day number 4, defense's case. Mr. Phillips.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Defense would call Jason Chapman.
Jason Chapman.
Good morning. Again, my name is Captain Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
Officer Chapman, you testified previously to the jury, well, on the first day of trial, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were sworn under oath,
I was.
and you specifically under oath told the jury that you cannot get that vehicle to flash the park lights when the vehicle is running. End of story. That's your quote.
Could not get the vehicle to flash the park lights when selecting lock or unlock. Those are my words.
Oh, okay. I went and watched the video, so I know you don't say unlock or unlock. Quote, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the lights when the vehicle is running. End of story. You said we ran the test many times. Quote, if the lights are flashing, it can't be from that key fob. Those are your words.
If you say they are, I know that during that testimony, at some point in time, I was very specific about the fact that that's in regards to lock or unlock.
All right, well, let's go through that because
Okay.
y'all spent painful detail to show this, and I know that's part
Sure.
of the argument. Dylan, we can do this one of two ways. I can either hook up my laptop or you can help if you don't mind. All right, if you go to 16:45:33. To give kind of an overview of what we'll see on the video, essentially, y'all went through the testimony after you watched the full surveillance cam video, that night owl DVR. And you said,
Mr. Are you posing a question?
yes, Your Honor. So we
must
understand.
restrict it to a question.
Yes, Your Honor. It's context for him, so he understands what
No,
I'm
you
asking.
must pose a question.
Yes, Your Honor. And so with that,
I love him.
this is
Judge Newman.
16:45. All right, well.
Love you, Lisa
go ahead and
Wilmot.
play it. And so whenever Solicitor Stone played this video for you, we're seeing both Rita and Larry try to open the vehicle, and they have the key fob. As Rita comes around the vehicle, she has the key fob, and she's hitting it towards the car, and you see that around 16:45:33, and then basically nothing happens. In other words, like you said, that it won't flash when you're hitting unlock or lock.
I didn't understand the question.
Right here, you see her hitting the key fob?
I see her holding the key fob in her hand, but I can't testify that she's pushing the buttons.
All right, well, I mean, you can walk up there and look close if you want.
Trust
Sit
me,
there doing
Mr. Phillips, I have looked at this video extensively.
Understood. Can we roll it back? So you're saying that she wasn't hitting the button, she's just staring?
No, sir, I'm not saying that. I'm saying she has in her hand what appears to be the secondary key fob that they retrieved from her residence off of Academy Road. I agree. And she does have it in her hand, and she does have it pointed at the vehicle, and she's making a motion with her hand, which would indicate that she may or may not be pushing the buttons. I just can't tell you she is.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, so she comes back. Again, this here, she's pointing it. Jury can make up their own mind. They can see her doing what she's doing. And they need a chance at the appropriate time. They'll have the option to stand.
Mr. Phillips, you must ask questions, not give commentary.
Yes, sir. And so at 16:46:08, Solicitor Stone asked you to go to 16:46, and that's when Rita hands Larry the key fob, and he's hitting the key fob repeatedly. And your testimony was, quote, cannot get the vehicle to flash the lights when the vehicle is running, end of story. Then you say, we've tested it many times, I can't recreate it. Quote, if the lights are flashing, it can't be from that key fob. That's your testimony. That's your words.
If you're saying that's exactly what I said without any of the context or post comments, then so be it. But I stand by the fact that you cannot, if the vehicle is running in direct correlation with lock or unlock, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the lights.
All right, so you'll concede that it will flash while the vehicle is running.
There are ways to make the lights flash with that key fob, but not in regards to pushing the lock or unlock button.
And we're about to see it in a second, and then we'll get there.
Are you asking me if we're going to see it?
Yes, sir, I promise. And so if you could go to 16:46:08, and this is where you said, look, the lights are flashing.
Sure.
The lights won't flash if the vehicle's running. So his hands, the key fob gets handed to Larry. Larry's fumbling around with the key fob, hitting all the buttons there, or maybe not. I know
Sure.
You'll fight with me on that. And then there's the lights flashing. You're saying there's no way those lights will flash like that if the car's running.
Now, right there is not the same point in time that Solicitor Stone and I discussed.
Oh, we'll get to it, and I got that.
Are you, hold on, no, you can't ask me something and run off from me. Do you want me to answer that
Thank
question?
Go
you.
for it.
All right,
Thank you.
right there, those lights are not flashing in response to pushing the lock or unlock button. They're flashing in response to pushing the panic button on the side of the key fob. The difference is the style of flash and the pattern. The key fob, when the panic button is pressed, it will flash regardless of whether the vehicle is running or not running, as long as the vehicle has power. The difference is it is a very patterned, systematic flash. No matter how many times you press that panic button, it will flash in this pattern. You can't hit it 3 times and get it to stop and start again real quick. It will stop at the end of that pattern and pick up again at the next pattern. What you saw there was 1, 2, 3. I can't remember if it's 3 and 3 or 4 and 4. Those are responses from the vehicle and the fob to the panic button being pushed, not the lock or unlock.
And that's what you told this jury? Because I'm gonna pull the video up of you testifying.
No one asked me that question.
Okay.
We were talking in regards to lock and unlock, and I encourage you to pull the video up because I'm very confident of what I said.
Bam.
Okay. And so
Love this.
the other time it flashes is when they pop off the handle when they're on with Stokes lock and key and manually turn it. It flashes.
There's another set of flashes between this set and when they actually get the door unlocked.
And your position is it's not the panic button.
That series after this, prior to the final set of flashes when the vehicle is unlocked, because you can physically put the key in the lock,
And it'll flash.
and when you lock or unlock the vehicle, it will flash, but that is not in response to pushing the lock or unlock button. That is physically turning the key. And we know by what they've stated and what we see on the video, the only time the key was actually placed into the key on the door, and that's the only key location on that 2012 Volkswagen. If you turn it left or right, yes, it will flash in correlation to lock or unlock. But the series after this and prior to that, my testimony was that cannot be done with the key fob because it is not the same systematic patterned flash that the panic button shows.
He is on it, doggone it. He's like, don't you ask me a question, then run away. I'm going to tell you what it was. I love him. Super credible. And John Thomas Jr. here, Mr. Phillips comes out like he's got his gotcha moment, and that probably just took the wind out of his sails a little bit.
Your Honor, what I've marked is a flash drive that looks at if the defense exhibit 15, 13.
Sorry.
And you were there when the tests were conducted. That's what you testified to,
That's correct.
right? And y'all made a video of those tests.
We did.
This just gave me some hitch in my giddy up. This is like, I was so tired, and now seeing this, I'm like, oh, get it. Tell him. Tell him. Too late to turn around that bus. Good morning, Phoenix Rising. Hopefully without the kind of ruckus 80s music band makes. Good morning.
All right. Pause that for a second. Go back. Thank you. So you see how.
Happy anniversary, Nikki. We're glad you're here.
Looking at the right white part light out, right? It's not on.
Agreed. The daytime running lights.
That's what, there you go. It's out on this side, right?
It is.
Okay. And so this is the looks like the video of the. Test y'all did.
Private.
What happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, there it goes. So aliens. At least they didn't kick us off this time.
Appears to be our hard reset, see 12 a.m. on the clock.
Dead battery.
So this is, so that's what you just testified to. If you try to unlock or lock it, it won't flash while it's running.
That's correct.
All right.
With the fob and not using the hard key.
That's right.
They tried to call the key fob expert in, remember? And that's one of those pretrial motions that we watched,
Just to make sure.
and it was
that everybody
denied.
kind of understands it. Yeah, there you go. So while the car's running and you hit the key fob, unlock or unlock, or lock or unlock, it's not going to blink.
That's
It's
correct.
not going to flash.
That's correct.
But when you hit the panic button, it will flash.
Regardless of whether it is running or not running.
So this is, we get the entire process. So this is test car running, lock button, vehicle not flash. Unlock, will not flash. Panic button, will flash.
And when you turn it manually, it flashes.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
They're watching the video of him testing the key stuff.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit defense exhibit number 13.
Any objection?
Without objection.
It's admitted.
I think his big point here is that if he's trying to show that the car, he's still trying to show that the car was running. So he's saying if, you know, he's
On this video,
disputing what he's saying about the
11:08.
light stuff, hoping that he can try to make the jury believe that the car was running. So the video that they're seeing where she's supposed to be hitting the key fob when she's walking around looking at the key fob and the lights don't blink or whatever, that the car was running. But there is part of the video where the lights do blink. So that's what they're saying. Yeah. So the car wasn't running when police got there. Remember in Larry's testimony, I went over this in the podcast too. In Larry's testimony, he says that he reached in and turned the car off after he got Cristina out. But Duffy Stone pulled up that video and was like, all right, let's watch together, buddy. Let's watch. Show me where. And it didn't happen, obviously. If they had put her in that car with it running for 10 minutes and then decided, okay, they're not going to leave after all, they're going to stay, fine. That's not what happened. You can't blame that youngin' dying in that car after being in there for 6 hours on faulty air
This is you,
conditioner.
This is the testimony.
Yes, sir.
He is pushing the key fob and the torque lights are flashing, indicating. You can see the lights flashing there. So obviously, the key fob is working and the vehicle is receiving a signal from the key fob.
And I am not an expert, but I can tell you that I can replicate a standard. And when we put that vehicle inside the processing bay, and we attempted to replicate that, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the park lights if the vehicle is running in the story. There's no, we also then contacted.
She hasn't yet.
We did over and over and over again. If those lights are flashing from that key fob, the vehicle is not running. And I mean, it can't even be just the ACC. In other words, if you get in and start the ACC, right?
So a minute
Could
ago.
you let it go just a little further? Because
Sure.
I know what you're going to ask me, and what I'm trying to explain to you is that you're not showing the same video clip. And in that clip that the solicitor showed at that time is not the same one where we're seeing the pattern flash. And yes, I see what you're asking me, but you're leaving out the pretext of this conversation and whatever else was said, where I'm specifically mentioned in regards to the lock or unlock button.
No, they were here. They know what he said. They just watched it.
The witness is not requesting, just making a speech.
It's fine. They know what he said.
I have an objection.
Wow.
Well, the objection is sustained as to all commentary by everyone. The role of the lawyer is to ask a question and to give the witness an opportunity to respond to the question. It's not the time to give speeches in the middle of a question or commentary in the middle of a question by the witness or by the lawyers. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. But your quote, and I understand you disagree with me, but your quote is, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the park lights when the vehicle is running. End of story. Your words.
I can't argue that in that particular video, right there, at that moment, yes.
Your words. If the lights are flashing, it can't be from that key fob.
I'm going to answer it again. Yes. You're welcome.
Mr. Toy, Jordan.
It's
Mr.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
By the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sassy Pants Friday.
Captain Chapman, one of the things you said was that you said on that clip. Well, first of all, was that the only time that you testified that day? In other words, that clip, was that to encompass all of your testimony?
It is not. As I recall, I think I was on the stand 6 hours.
During that 6 hours of video watching and testimony, just to clear this up for the jury, at some point, did you specifically say, you did specifically say that that was with regards to lock and unlock?
I did.
And to clear up any confusion, that's what your testimony is today, correct?
That is correct.
And when you said I couldn't replicate it, I believe you're talking about the pattern, aren't you?
When I answered that question at that moment, it was in reference to the video that was being shown at that moment, in which, and you heard me discuss it that day, where you had a quick flash of 2 flashes followed by a separate single flash. That's what I was referring to. I cannot replicate that, which is significant or implies lock or unlock if the vehicle is running.
In other words, you can't replicate that pattern on the panic button.
No, I cannot.
So let me ask you something else. The video that Mr. Phillips just introduced, were you present when that video was created?
I was
And was that video then turned over to my office?
immediately.
And then did I, to your knowledge, turn that video over to Mr. Phillips?
Immediately.
Your Honor, court's indulgence, please. Just a second. Captain Chapman, I'm going to ask you to review this section of the video.
That might be it. He's like, I won't make myself a trial daddy. Watch me with my morning sass. Lucy's over this. She just wants more grilled chicken. Or maybe she's got it. Oh, she heard me say chicken and she's like, look at her looking at me now because I said chicken. She's a pig, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. True Crime Rage. I'm glad you're here. You got power now? Bad storm last night. Now power. Forever night. Here now. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Nan R, don't you fall asleep.
Well, they started hugging now. You can go ahead and pause that. So the different flashes, are those the flashes, the later ones that you're referring to?
That was the whole series, the series that Mr. Phillips showed, and then the series that was previously shown to me on Wednesday, I think it was.
So just to be clear, it's your testimony that, that when you press the lock and unlock button, well, Judge, I'm on cross-examination. I'm allowed to leave.
Bam. It's in her bed, Marie Moss.
Your testimony is that when you press the lock or unlock button, it will not light those, for lack of a better word, park lights, if your car is running.
If the vehicle is running or if the accessory switch is turned on.
And your testimony is based on all the things that you just saw, during that series of flashes, that you could not replicate that pattern, that initial pattern of the same flashes when you press the panic button.
That is correct. That the last ones we saw there, no matter how many times we try it, we can't replicate that pattern. We can replicate the pattern shown by Mr. Phillips or the beginning of that series where you see 3 and then it stops and you see 3. That's the standard flash pattern for pushing the panic button. But the second and third volleys there, or excuse me, third and fourth volleys, you see where you have the quick flash and a pause and a flash. That is signifies unlock and lock. And
is that what you're talking about when you testified? And I think Mr. Phillips played this clip when you said you couldn't replicate it. You're talking about replicating that pattern with lock or unlock, or replicate that pattern with the panic button.
that's correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
The other night, I asked you about, there's no report in this case and notes, and you said you had notes. They never gave me any notes. They said the video was the notes. You're testifying to all this now about all this other stuff, but there's no documentation that's been provided to us to substantiate anything you've said.
Are you asking me a question
Did you
again?
give them the notes?
I gave them the video. When you asked me specifically on the stand, but you ran through, did you do a report? Did you write notes? Did you do it? And I said, yes. And as a matter of fact, we did that 3 times because I had to say, am I going to have to keep answering the same question? Yes. And then we got very specific and we said we videotaped it. And you told me that you didn't have it. And that's not on me. The video, as we just explained, was filmed. I was present. It was turned over to the solicitor. And as far as I know, they immediately turned it over to you. That is my documentation.
Well, that's not the way it worked, but I said notes, not a video. Y'all did that last Friday on August 18th.
We did it on, that was the final time that it was done. That was the time that we did the notes.
Okay.
You didn't ask me
Say
written
notes.
notes. You didn't, I mean, do I
Handwritten
need?
notes.
Okay.
Did you
Well,
do
then,
handwritten notes?
I didn't do a handwritten note on the 18th. I did not.
You do a report?
The video is the report.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Briefly.
Or just first? Like,
No, I apologize.
all right, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. When y'all got to the scene, was the air conditioner on the car running? Was the car on?
The car was on. The air conditioner was running and the air conditioner was cold.
Because there was testimony earlier that I believe that one of the defendants in this case, specifically Mr. King, had reached in and turned the car off. When y'all got there, was the car running or off?
The vehicle was running. The air conditioner was cut on. The ambient temperature inside the car was not cold, but the air conditioner was blowing cold air.
All right, let me back up for a second. So the car's running, the
Yes.
air's blowing cold, but the car's hot.
That's correct.
Like maybe it was just turned on.
Speculation. That's just
Withdrawn,
That's
Joe.
ridiculous.
The jury is to
Oh.
disregard the question and disregard the comment. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I had not heard them say that before, because when he was talking, he said that he reached in and turned that car off after he got Cristina out.
Next witness.
This is the first time I've heard them say that the car was on and running cold. I heard them say that when they tested the car that it was running cold and all of that. Oh, that's so bad. That makes things so much worse. That makes things so much worse. Wow. Wow. That's a big deal. How was that not asked when they were talking about the stuff? I heard them say, unless I completely missed it, but I've listened to this now twice. And I heard them say after everything happened, when they checked the car was running and it was blowing cold. But when they said check the car, I thought they meant after, not like when they got there, it was running. That's huge. Because that shows that if the car was on and running and cold air was blowing and it had been sitting there on a hot August day and it was that hot inside of it, that means that they had to have turned it on after this happened. It was not running the entire time. So they're trying to cover their butts. They gone.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Clyde, Clyde.
Good morning, Ms. Clyde.
Good morning.
If you could, tell the jury a little bit about yourself.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth. I am a high school teacher in the Berkeley County School District, so just about 50 minutes away from Walterboro. I grew up here. I am happily married to my husband, and together we are pastors at Faith Church. We don't have kids yet, but we have a really sweet doggie. And yeah, I'm the daughter of Rita Pangalangan.
I was going to say, what's the relationship with Rita?
It's my mom.
And you're how old?
I'm 31.
Now, tell us a little bit about your mother.
Yeah, so born and raised Walterboro. She raised me and my younger sister. So I was in the house for a very long time when we brought Cristina home from the hospital. She was the miracle that we've been praying for. It was very hard for my mom to get pregnant again after me. It was a little complicated. And so I stayed home, went to a local college. And even after I got married, I kept really strong relationships with my mom, coming home on the weekends, all the holidays. We would drive back and forth and see each other so I can hang out with her and Cristina.
And so you were around for Christina's whole life.
Yes, I was the one that she looked like. She was my special person, 5 days birthday difference. So we shared every birthday together.
And what's the age difference?
Only 13, 14 years.
And so would you consider yourself part of a caregiver for her as an older sister?
Yes, Mom and I, we had the plan in place when she got too old to care for Cristina. We already had a plan in motion for when I would take over.
And again, could you describe your mother's relationship with Cristina?
Loving. Cristina never heard the word no. Every single month, every single time we went out to eat, we lied and said it was her birthday because she loved being the center of attention and she loved music. So we always lied to get that happy birthday song sung to her. And then people at Shoney's, they kind of knew us. So they knew our facade, but they were always happy to play along with us.
And how would you describe your mother's parenting style?
She was the fun parent. She was the one that I always went to with all of my problems. She cared for us so much. Dad worked all the time, and with her being a school teacher, her schedule aligned with us. So not only did we get to do all of the sporting events and any activities, she was at every single one of them, and she made sure we got to do anything we wanted, anything we wanted to try. She always encouraged us for any sports, even if I didn't stick to it. She always let me restart and try out new things.
What kind of special accommodations had your mother made for Cristina?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, so many. We always joked that Cristina took my title as the bougie one in the family, because when we did her bathroom remodel, not only was it all pink and door related, but because she loved the pool and hot tubs and bubbled, we had to splurge. Even though I told Mom it was way too much, she splurged for the jetted tub. And we had to get the bathroom widened so her wheelchair can fit into it, because since she was getting so big and so heavy to pick up, we had to have that special tub so she could just slide in from the wheelchair into the tub. And we got hardwood floors all throughout the house so she can use her walker. There was a wheelchair accessible ramp we had installed, and right before school started, she was just fitted for a brand new wheelchair for the beginning of the school year. So
how
all the
soon was
accommodation.
when this tragedy happened, how soon was she fitted for that wheelchair?
We were supposed to pick it up in a week or two right before school started. So it was done just a month or so prior, the custom fitting. And Mom was currently saving up for a brand new wheelchair accessible van, because her last one, the transmission just went out.
How would you describe your mom's character? Who she is as a person?
Was she a good person?
No, how would you describe her character?
She was my role model. One of the reasons why I'm a teacher was because I saw her impacting lives of so many students. She loved us so much, even when she dropped off me or my little sister at camp. Even if it was just for 5 days, she cried every single time. And she would write letters before we even left for camp, so that way the next day we had something meal time to look forward to. Even after I have got married, she would send care packages and coming back and forth to the house. She always made sure I had everything I needed. She always wanted to, I raided her closet and her pantry many times. And she just always made sure we had the best possible. She loved me, but she still loves me so much. And she's just so kind and caring and loving. Yeah.
I know it's difficult.
I feel
After
for this
you moved
daughter.
out, how often did you visit?
She's in a tough place.
Very often, since it was only like a 45-minute drive. So I would come home on the weekends, and then I would come home for church with her and attend Nova for Mother's Day, or if we had a special event at church, she would come with me. So we attended church together, even living separately quite often. And of course, I always got a free meal when I came home, so I came home often.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I feel for Elizabeth. She's in a really tough position. This is her mom that she loves and her sister that she loves.
Exhibit number 5.
And this has to be tough on her.
That's my mom, my sister, and me. The Boo Bear is what her nickname was.
Boo Bear is what my daddy called me.
What was going on in that picture?
Well, it was so hard to get her to smile for a picture because she was not photogenic at all. And so I'm sure it's my husband probably behind the camera doing a stupid dance or trying to get her to smile just for that picture to be taken. But I mean, Mom's holding her so tight. She was Mom's whole world.
Now at this time, we would move defense exhibit 5 into
I disagree about her not being photogenic. I've seen pictures of that sweet child.
Sean has it. Sean said he had it. Can I get a picture, please? I don't have any objection, Your Honor.
Do you have additional photos that you are going to post? You let them review all of them now?
I've provided a flash.
I understand. Would you let them see all of them now?
Yes, Your Honor, and I did that.
Would you let them see all of them now?
Judge Newman is over him. He's like, not today, not in my court. Look at his face.
I don't have any objections.
Each of the photographs are admitted without objection, if you have them marked.
Yes, Your Honor, we do, and that's defendants. Bound court clerk, got it, thank you.
Tell me the exhibit numbers.
Yes, Your Honor, we have 3 through 12.
Very well. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
If you could, we'll just kind of go through.
So this picture was at Christina's Special Olympics. Mom and her actually won the wheelchair race because Mom literally fell down while pushing Cristina over the finish line, so they would win. And it was just, I mean, they match, full of happiness. Cristina and I, we also had like matching clothes as well, even though we were 14 years apart. It was just fun to be sisters together. And then this was after church one Mother's Day. They came to my church that Mother's Day since I married someone on staff, so it was a pastor on staff, so it was hard for me to leave, but that's when she just started coming to our church very consistently. So this was actually taken in my in-laws' backyard, and we just got done with family lunch. We just went over this once. Okay. Oh, this is when we all went to the aquarium together, and her hair was always a hot mess because she didn't get the good Asian genes like I did, but her hair was always so bad. But this is us at the aquarium. We always try to do anything and everything with Cristina, whether it was maintaining to the pool or going to the aquarium or going out to eat. This is their first place ribbon for that wheelchair race I just described. And this Whirling Water had door at Wanamaker, and so if door we could put a door store at the Shame with as much Dora. Her room was decorated in, book bag was Dora. Often went to Disney and Nickelodeon, and we loved going to Disney with her because her being special needs, she was treated like a princess, and I took full advantage of all the line cuttings with her.
Maybe this is not the best way to have it there.
This is just a collage probably I made or of her because Mom loved having pictures everywhere, like wall-to-wall pictures of me and Cristina, just everywhere. Just it was her treasure because she always says that her kids are the greatest gift from God. And this was at my wedding. Because Cristina couldn't walk, she was pulled in a wagon with Bubbles because she loved Bubbles. So instead of throwing flowers at my wedding, she came and throwing Bubbles. And it was just really sweet. And I think we're back at the beginning.
Thank you.
Normally I'm crying by now, but right now I'm just kind of uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
How would you describe your mom's house? Was it dirty?
No. She was a clean freak.
Did it have food for your sister?
Yes, I stole it often. I stole all her gummies and snacks. And one of the reasons why we got hardwood floors was so Cristina could be independent and eat on her own. Like she was able to take bites, very slow bites, and eat and feed herself. So often her favorite was chocolate donuts. So we would just let her have a chocolate donut while watching Dora, and she would make as big of a mess as she could because we would clean it up always.
And they had primarily
Interesting.
That was her primary somewhat diet that she had?
Because she could swallow so little. that was a big portion of her like nutrients. But she ate chicken, she ate meat. It had to be like small bites. But for because she had a thing where she would drool all the time, so she always got dehydrated. So Pediasure was her main hydration, not really her main source of like nutrients and food.
So there's generally a stack of them in the house.
Yeah, she would get them in bulk because she's like the crazy coupon lady.
Now, Brittany Honeycutt, she's a former roommate of your mother. Do you know her?
Mm-hmm.
Could you
Sorry, yes.
Could you just describe how you know her?
Yeah, so I know she rented a room with mom just for a small season, and when I would come, I know mom showed me her bedroom like once or twice before, just because mom was complaining it wasn't clean. But I didn't really have that much interaction with her. She didn't stay very long.
And why didn't you stay very long?
There was just a lot of fighting. Mom quickly realized that it's very hard to find a good roommate, to pay on time and to be clean.
And so I guess the main issues was that she wasn't paying her rent and she had moved in. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you know about that?
Yes, sir.
Could
And
you
then they
explain?
trashed the room when they were gone too. Like she had to like fix damaged walls. I can't remember if there was hardwood or carpet in the floors, but I remember we had to like clean the floors heavy after she left.
And she didn't just move in, even though some people came with her, right?
I think she was supposed to move in, but I think she brought a boyfriend along that wasn't a part of the agreement down the road. And then that caused a lot of drama.
And so just to make clear, as far as your mother's house, was it fit for Christina?
Yes. We got the walker for her, even though insurance wouldn't pay for it. They said it was cosmetic. So mom would work extra tutoring jobs. She would clean houses. She made sure Christina had whatever she needed because the insurance often dubbed something unnecessary or cosmetic. So she made sure Christina had above and beyond what she needed.
Did your mother have a lot of support?
No. After the divorce and my dad left, and the money left too, a lot of people went team dad.
And with that, as far as you can describe your relationship with your mother. Has that changed at all?
No, we've been together since I was born and we'll stay together.
And leading up to this tragedy, was there any red flags that you saw, anything that was out of the ordinary?
No, none at all. Like I said, we were so excited for Cristina to start school again. We were her book bag was prepped. She just got her physical done at the doctor's, giving her the clearance to go to school. She had her matching door, her like 15th door doll that she has gone through to attach to her wheelchair. But like I said, we were supposed to pick up the new wheelchair right before school started.
Had you ever known your mother to leave Cristina in the car?
No.
You've never seen that?
No.
Never heard of it?
No, sir.
What about your sister?
This is final opportunity. You can tell them whatever you want them to know about your mother.
My mom, she loved Cristina so much, and she's a good mom. She would often say that God created her to be Cristina's mom because she was tough and she could handle it. And she loved Cristina so much. She loved her so much.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no questions for this witness.
By the state.
Just a few. Is it Reverend? Do I call you Reverend?
Oh, no, sir. Just
Okay.
Elizabeth, it's fine.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you for being here, and I saw the photographs. You have, I guess, been out of the house since you were, in high school, I guess?
College, about 20,
Okay, and you've been married for how long now?
about 10 years.
10 years, and you live where exactly?
I lived at Somerville at the time.
In
Yes, sir.
Somerville?
So
Okay.
just 45 minutes away.
I went through the photographs, and I did not see any pictures in the photographs of Larry King. Did you spend any time with your mom when she was with Larry King?
Yes, sir. We went to church together as well. Some.
Did you ever spend any time with your mom when she was doing meth?
No, she didn't even drink alcohol.
So you didn't know she used meth?
By use, what do you mean?
Like-
With what I know, her character, that was one of the main reasons why she and my dad got divorced, was because of drugs.
Okay.
And she never used meth or any kind of drugs. I mean, she likes her cigarettes, but she wouldn't even touch alcohol at all.
The house that you talk about, your house, was appropriate.
A lie detector
for
determined that was
Christina.
a lie.
What about Larry's house?
I never went to Larry's house.
So you don't know if Christina has a bed there, what she sleeps on, anything like that?
Objection's overruled.
So thank you, Your Honor. So you don't know where she slept or anything like that when she was at Larry's house?
I would never ask those questions. It didn't come up in conversation.
Okay. All right. And again, so as far as you know, you don't know what goes on in Larry's house when your mom is over there, and you don't know anything about her using meth.
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Phillips.
Do you think your mother would do anything to kill Cristina?
No.
She loved her.
Yes. She loved her. Christina was her whole world. And she has not been the same. Every single day we've lived with missing Cristina.
You wouldn't be up here if you thought she intentionally did something.
No. I stand by my mom.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I feel for her, but that didn't help her mama
Ladies and
any.
gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. Happy.
All right. Mr. Phillips, who's your next witness?
Fence restaurant.
All right. Okay, we'll take a few minutes break and we'll discuss the jury.
Wait a minute. What just happened? Hold on, let me rewind. Wait, so is she not?
All right. Mr. Phillips, who's your next witness?
Fence restaurant.
She decided not to. Dang it.
Okay,
Dang
we'll
it.
take a few minutes break and we'll discuss the jury charges. We'll have you rest in the presence of the jury. Does the state intend to offer any reply testimony?
No, sir.
All right.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think procedurally, I hate the shell game, but I have to renew all prior motions, the mistrial motion, all the prior pretrial objections, rulings. I have to renew all that at this time.
Yes, sir. Any thing from Defendant King?
Your Honor, likewise, we renew our earlier motions, including our motion for directed verdicts. That does nothing new.
And reply by the state.
No, sir. I think we've covered those cases.
Okay. These are jury issues. The motions are denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I had to rewind it to see if I heard that right. Dang it. I was so looking forward to her testifying, and now I have to go back and edit that part out of the podcast too. That sucks. I was so looking forward to that, but I thought about that too when Larry's did not go how you would want it to go. I thought about that, and I was like, she would get picked apart up there, and she don't want that smoke. I even thought, I was like, I wonder if this will scare her out of doing it, but I hoped it didn't. I really, really wanted to hear her try to explain this away. So state rests. So now we have jury instructions, closing arguments, and then we will be in verdict watch. interesting. Happy anniversary. Happy 17th anniversary. We love you. We're glad you're celebrating with us, because that's what people do on their anniversary. Oh, I'm so mad. I was really looking forward to her testifying, but you know, whatever. All right, so let's talk about what we just heard, because there's a lot to kind of unpack there. Now, first of all, round of applause for Captain Jason, because he just was not gonna let Mr. Phillips or John Thomas Jr. get away with anything. And I am here for it. He knew exactly what he was talking about. He was on it, doggone it. And he was like, nope, you're going to keep playing that video because you're taking this out of context. And he was correcting him, and he was very to the point about it and very firm, but he never lost his cool. And that is the best thing that you can ask of a witness. That jury saw that he was so confident in his answers. And as much as Mr. Phillips was trying to trip him up and, you know, like, oh, well, these are your words. And he's like, yes, those are my words. It's about, you know, a different thing than what you're talking about. And then he was able to explain it. I was like, oh, dang, get him. He did a great job. For those of y'all just coming in, no, she changed her mind. She's not going to testify. Defense rests. Sucks. All right. So that was intense, and it was sassy, and it woke me up. The thing about the car being turned on when they got there and blowing cold air was huge, because I heard them say when they got to the house, or after whatever, not when they got to the house, but I heard them say, you know, during the time that they're looking into things, investigation, whatever, that they had checked the car, and the car was, you know, the air conditioner was functioning. It was fine. It was blowing cold air. I didn't know that that was when they got there. I thought that that was just as they were checking things to see if the air conditioner worked. So that was crazy, because that shows that obviously we know the air conditioner wasn't running, because if it was, it would have been 135 degrees in that car. And if it was running, it wouldn't have been blowing cold air. So the fact that it was blowing cold air shows that that was turned on after the fact, which shows that they knew that, you know, they need to do something to cover their fannies. The other, not fanny, I got to stop saying that word. Gosh, 40 years of saying that word, and now I can't say it because we have people over the pond. Their tushes, their booties, their cheeks. Okay, another thing. So Rita's daughter, let's talk about this. Now, I am not going to talk crap about her because she is a victim in this. She lost a sister, and she is, you know, potentially going to have, you know, now her mother in jail. But I don't think that that was the testimony that defense was hoping for. Don't think so. Don't think that's what they wanted. First of all, it's a little bit strange that you know, the things that she talks about are how her sister had really bad hair and she wasn't photogenic. Y'all know I'm nosy, and I've been all up on, you know, their Facebook and her old Facebook and her new Facebook, looking at all of her stuff. Old Facebook is very messy, to say the least. New Facebook is very, like, you know, emotional and quotes about, you know, people having hard times and God and all that stuff. You know, it's two very different. Pre pre-Cristina death Facebook and post-Cristina death Facebook, two very different Facebooks. Throw that out there. But regardless, I've been all up on both of them, and I disagree that Cristina was not photogenic. I think she was photogenic. She's a beautiful child. And when she said, she won't smile, that's also not what I saw, because I saw that sweet baby smiling in pictures, and it was a beautiful thing to see. So I don't agree with that. And then the thing about how she doesn't have good hair because she didn't get the good Asian genes. And then she liked going to Disneyland with her, not because of how it made, her sister so excited, but she said they treated her like a princess. So she got to take advantage of, skipping the lines. It's just a very strange, it's not the testimony you would expect, but, I'm going to give her some grace because I'm sure, she's nervous up there, and you tend to, some people tend to say stupid things when they're nervous. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on that as much as I can. Although it bothers me, saying bad stuff about that sweet baby. But here's the big thing. Her talking about how she would steal her snacks and her gummies, and how she loved chocolate donuts. If y'all listen to the podcast, I pointed out that I had been on the Facebooks, and I say the Facebooks, it makes me sound like an old lady. I've been on the Facebooks, but no, what I mean is the Facebooks, as in plural. She had two of them. I've been on those, and I saw pictures of her eating a chocolate donut. And I even brought that up in the podcast. I was like, that goes against everything that they said about how, it's a choking hazard. And, she can't, because they were trying to use that as a way to explain why there weren't groceries in the house. And she was saying, they just didn't have groceries because she can't eat solid food. She only can have Ensure, and that's all she can tolerate, because it's a choking hazard and it could kill her if she ate food. Sister said the opposite. Sister said, oh yeah, I'm always over there stealing her snacks. I'm raiding their pantry. She's got more snacks than I do. She loves chocolate donuts. She loves this. And you could tell then she was like, oh, I mean, she has to take small bites. But sister just said, this is the opposite of what they were trying to tell us, about her potential choking hazards and all of that. So I think that was not what they were wanting. The thing about Brittany Honeycutt, I'm surprised that, about how she wasn't clean and all that. She lived there May, June, and July. So Brittany Honeycutt lived there 3 months. 3 months. And they had a whole lot of bad stuff to say about her. It's strange, like they're kind of throwing her under the bus so much. I guess because she had the, testimony about how Rita told her, oh yeah, leave her in the car with the windows down. I do it all the time. So they're wanting to throw her under the bus and make her sound like she's not credible, so that the jury doesn't put more weight onto that testimony. Because that's the thing. Think about testimony being offered on a platter, right? You have, 6, 7, 12, 25, however many witnesses you have all of them handing the jury, their testimony on a platter. You are going to pick and choose, you're like, oh, well, you know what? She was discredited. So okay, maybe, she looks like she has, she could maybe have rats in her kitchen. I ain't taking her platter, but I'll take, more of this one because this one seemed more legit, whatever. So them throwing throwing witnesses under the bus and stuff is all part of trying to make them look bad in front of the jury, so that everything that they said to the jury's going to be like, I don't know if I believe that. So I understand the point of them doing it, but I don't think that they got out of all of that what they needed or wanted or were hoping for. I think that actually hurt them more than helped them. Because look, y'all know how I am about victims and victims' families. And that even had me like, we really saying that? Is this really where we're going with that? Interesting. Not a good look. Not a good look. And she said her mom doesn't do drugs.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Well, you know what? The talk screen also determined that was a lie. She was like, she doesn't do drugs. She doesn't even really drink alcohol. But there were, what was it? 400 nanograms per milliliter that said otherwise. For those of y'all, where did it go? I just saw it. Oh, where can I find the podcast as I listen to the others and thaw me, but I can't find the podcast in this case. It's on the same thing. So if you go to, it's on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get them. If you can't find the link there, then if you go to the podcast website, there's the links are on there too, I think. But if you search 13th Juror Podcast, anywhere you get your podcast, they're on like everything. But also if you go to the website, 13thjurorpodcast.com. And let's not forget, Larry confirmed that she and he both did. It's like the things that we know for a fact. She's like, oh no, my mom doesn't do drugs. Okay, well, we got the talk screen and the testimony. And the thing about, oh, I've never known her to leave Cristina in the car. So that's not what Brittany Honeycutt said. So anytime you have two, well, and also her sister got locked up a week later for leaving her youngins in the car too on a hot summer day. Obviously it was still hot. Obviously it was still summer because it was only a week after this. But anytime you have two testimonies that are opposite of each other, you have to pick which one you believe or lean the most toward. And if you look at Brittany Honeycutt's testimony, there was nothing that she was like called out on as far as, they weren't able to discredit anything she said or any of that. But with the daughter, her saying, that her mom didn't do drugs and never left Cristina in the car and things that we know to be true, it's going to be harder for a jury to put more weight on what she said, knowing that she's flat out wrong about things, than it would be for somebody who hasn't been proven wrong about something. So very, very interesting. That was not the one who just testified, is not the daughter who left her kids in the car. That was the other daughter, Ashley. The other daughter, Ashley, is the one who left her kids in the car in the Walmart parking lot. With air blowing, but it wasn't cold air. And the back window apparently busted out with plastic over it. Do you know how easy it would be to rip that plastic and reach in and grab your babies? You know how easy that would be? I don't understand people. I really don't. I really don't. I remember, like, I can remember times when I was like, oh my gosh, it would be so nice to just go to the freaking store without having to unload, car seats and strollers and, whatever. And, a youngin' on each hip and whatever. Like I know those moments, but wishing that you could do it and then just being like, I'm just going to do it and leave them in the car. Two different things. It's just not, you just don't do it. It's not something you do. And one of those babies, I mean, one of them was 7 years old and the other one was under a year old. Under a year. I think it was like 7 months or something. I don't know. I put it on the podcast. I can't remember, but I mean, come on now. Not happy about it. Real quick, while we're waiting on this is if you go to 13jurorpodcast.com, the podcast stuff is here. So they have the stuff here where you can listen, but you can get the podcast anywhere. And then also if you scroll down just a little bit, you can go to episode guides and photos. And if you go to this one, to the photos, you can scroll through and I have a bunch of photos of, look at her lying with that legal stranger. Oh, 6 months and 7-year-old. I think I said 7-year-old and 7-month-old, didn't I? I knew I was somewhere around there. This is the house. You can see like, where the car was. So this is kind of like the other view of that video we saw. I added these last night because those are going to be in the next episode. Man, I really thought that the next episode, because I recorded most of it last night, so all I have to add on is what happens today and then the verdict. I really thought I was going to have some stuff for Rita's testimony, and I was looking forward to it. Oh, well. Thank you, Lindsay Hendricks. We have a few websites. I don't know if y'all have seen them. Okay, let's look. 13 Juror. That was 13 Juror podcast, 13juror.live. This is our podcast for the live stream in general. We have live trial coverage you can watch now. That takes you to the YouTube channel. 13 Juror podcast. This takes you to the podcast website. Night Court takes you to the Night Court stuff. Some of the exclusive interviews we did. Sidebar with JT. WTF moments. And if you scroll down here, there's some of the WTF stuff. And then the Hot Cops and Trial Daddies, Trial Mamas, and History 101. Lots of fun stuff on that one too.
Okay, requested charges. Yes, sir, from the state.
Your Honor, we had previously handed up, and I can hand you up another copy if you need it, 4 states request charge, 1 as to malice, a second one as to voluntary intoxication, and if I can take a brief pause on that one, Your Honor, you had asked us to find case law one way or the other. With Your Honor's permission, I'll hand up State versus Todd, which is a Supreme Court case from 1986. It's in State versus Todd. It's a shooting case where there was evidence introduced that the defendant had consumed alcohol. And it's pretty much the exact same argument that was made in this case, I believe, by Mr. Phillips, and I think it was joined in by Mr. Loy on behalf of Larry King. In that, well, we didn't raise that as an offense, so it's not a proper charge. What State versus Todd says is that
If you,
the evidence should.
if you don't mind, give me a moment to look at it.
Yes, sir.
So that,
So because there's disagreements on the proposed charges or the charges here, they're having to get all of this kind of, they're showing different case law to show why they're charged. Remember that one situation where Larry King's attorney was like, for some unknown godly reason, you're charged with conspiracy.
all right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your
The
Honor.
Judge Newman was like,
I'm sure Your Honor saw it.
This is why.
It's actually on page 404 on the last page. Appellant also alleges the trial judge erred in charging the jury on the law of voluntary intoxication because intoxication was not a defense. The law to be charged is determined from the evidence presented at trial. And that since there was some evidence showing the appellant had been drinking prior to the shooting, therefore there was no error in charging the jury as to voluntary intoxication. And Your Honor, I would respectfully ask the court to consider this. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for that jury charge because no lawyer is going to get up and argue that as a defense because it isn't a defense in South Carolina. But what we have to do is make sure the jury understands that as a matter of law so that they don't make an incorrect ruling. And the solicitor said something when we were talking about this, I believe yesterday, that kind of struck a chord, which is just like mere presence. None of us have gotten up and said that just because they're merely present, they're guilty of the offense or could be guilty of the offense. But obviously, we're not objecting and have included mere presence in one of our, I think in the hand of one is the hand of all charges, that mere presence cannot be considered by the jury as enough to convict it. So I would respectfully ask the court, based on State versus Todd and the other reasons cited, to respectfully deny the motion by defense counsel that not be charged to the jury.
All right, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. The charge in this case wasn't actually listed, the specific language. However, the court does say they find no prejudicial error in the trial court's charge to the jury on the law of voluntary intoxication, but they don't say whether there actually was error, just no prejudicial error, which depends on the facts of the specific case. In this case, I made pretrial arguments under 404B, 403, specifically challenging the admissibility of the intoxication testimony and evidence. And so we have no idea whether the lawyers properly preserved those issues in this case, and we don't even have the language that's charged provided in this case. And so it just says no prejudicial error, which could be harmless error. It's a 4-page opinion or something like that from 1986 that doesn't provide any other specifics. So based on that, because we don't know that the lawyer made the same arguments, the prejudice can be different as far as their analysis. And so that's the distinguishing factor in my opinion.
Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I haven't even heard further, but I'll go with Mr. Phillips.
I find that it's a proper charge given the evidence presented in the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we had two others that were States 3, which was the law of conspiracy, and States 4, which is a combination, actually, is I think something the defense had asked for, which is a mere presence charge. Proof of mere presence at the scene of a crime is not sufficient to find someone guilty, and then goes into the law of the hand of one is the hand of all. So that we would renew our request for Your Honor to charge those 4. And again, if I need to hand up another copy, Judge, I can. And then I do, at the appropriate time, Your Honor, I have objections to the one that Mr. Phillips sent out last night.
You know, you all really think this brain can, I'm trying to focus on your charge, and now
Yes,
you
sir.
told me about your objections. Just focus on your charge, your requested charge.
Yes, sir. Those are the four that we would respectfully request the court to charge.
Number 3, conspiracy.
Yep.
Says the defense.
As to the conspiracy,
Yes.
I think it's a correct statement of law, Your Honor. I don't have an objection. Your Honor has a conspiracy charge in conjunction with it. I'm fine, but I think that this is correct, and I don't object to you including this language.
Mr. Phillips.
With the malice charge, specifically looking at it, again, what I presented as far as what I believe to be the proper malice charge, where it says.
We're talking about request
Oh, I
to
apologize.
charge conspiracy.
That's fine, Your Honor. No objection.
So we'll charge number 3 as conspiracy, as requested. Of course, I will not reference any statute number. Request number 4, mere presence.
Your Honor, that was my verbal request. The state has requested it also. And I think that what they have submitted is a correct statement. I'm asking for charge.
Says the defense. Mr. Phillips.
It doesn't apply to us. That's the unfortunate part about a joint trial is you get chained to another individual in the sense that mere presence is not our issue. So if they want to charge that, that's fine.
No, they do want to charge it. So
We do, Your Honor, and just so everybody's clear, and I know Your Honor has it in front of you, it's a combination charge. It has mere presence and then rolls right into the hand of one as the hand of all. But it is clearly set out in the
there's no objection to this requested charge by the defense. Is that right? Okay. Back to the first requested charge. You both have submitted requested charges concerning malice. You wanted to comment on the state's request first?
Your Honor, as was stated to you earlier when we were talking about this, and not so much in the context of the request for charge, but we had a very lengthy discussion with an objection by Mr. Phillips as to the law under Muzon and implied inferred malice with respect to the indictments themselves. So we would basically rely on that same argument. What we did was take this straight out of both Muzon and State versus Wilds.
Okay, let me pose a different question. Is there an objection to Mr.
Yes.
Phillips's requested charge?
Yes,
of
sir,
malice?
there is.
Tell me where, I printed I have it, yes, sir. Tell me what language in his requested charge you object to.
Judge, the first few paragraphs, it starts out with malice as hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person, and then goes on to talk about the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. The problem that I have is that is the correct, or a part of the correct law of malice, but it's not what we have in this case. That would be I've been doing this long enough, I guess it's unfortunate to say a typical shooting case, but if you had some sort of shooting case or some other murder like that might be appropriate. But when you have a murder that is based on the malignant recklessness, and I think Mr. Phillips under, I want to say it was State versus Wharton, talked about extreme recklessness, that there is a different type or different proof of malice that can exist, which is the reckless disregard for the safety of others. So the fear is, Judge, in this case, I think what everybody understands the case to be about is the state of mind of Rita Pangalangan and Larry King as they did this, and whether their actions and their behavior constitutes, whether it be malignant recklessness or extreme recklessness under the statute. I believe either would support a murder charge. So, and even if you go to the second sentence of the charge, the request to charge criminal, Judge, and this is straight out of Muzon, is the second sentence of that, which talks about
Second sentence of what?
I apologize, Judge. Let me find the exact quote in moves on for you.
This
Now, the
part's so
second,
interesting to
Are
me.
you referring to the requested charge now, or you're off to something else?
Yes, sir. It's the second sentence of state's request to charge one. In the context
It's
of
the defense's request, defense Pangalangan's request.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I'm just trying to reference it in relation to why we're asking what we are charging. And the correct law analysis we think it should be applied in this case would be that ill will or hatred is not required to be directed towards the individual injured. And I think that's clear law under Muzon and its progeny. So to say that malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person is, based on the evidence in this case, we believe would not be a correct recitation. That would be my first issue with it. And then that is repeated on page 2 of 13, where it says malice defined. It basically says the same thing. Maliciously means with hatred, ill will, or hostility toward another person. And that is not required, especially if you are going under a theory of malignant or extreme recklessness. That would be the state's issue with that definition of malice and why we are requesting it, the language under Muzon in our request.
Now tell me again about Muzon. That you
Yes, sir. So the
first tell me
language-
the site for Muzon, unless you have the case together.
Ooh, CC needs to
Yes,
chill.
sir. State versus Muzon is 231 South Carolina 655.
Yes, MOU,
1957. Your Honor.
MOUZON.
I'm sorry.
The spelling of it,
Yes, sir.
MOU.
MOUZON.
1950.
1957, Your Honor.
Oh, goodness.
And I believe that was handed up when we were having the argument on Mr. Phillips' motion as it related to the indictment, Your Honor.
So John Thomas Jr. is, I guess, proposed a jury instruction of what malice is. And he says that it's hatred, ill will, or hostility toward a person. And the state saying that's not necessarily just what malice is. It can be extreme recklessness too. And their actions still constitute this because it can be reckless disregard for the safety of others. That's another part of it. So they're saying that his proposed instruction on the language of it saying malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility toward a person. If that's what malice is, then I mean, if that's all malice is, I should say, if that's all that's included in the malice charge, then that would be, hard for the jury to, convict on because that's not proven in this. But extreme recklessness is reckless disregard for the safety of others that's all proven in this. So that's what, and they're showing case law to go over this. So the way that the jury instructions are worded, especially in a case like this, is going to be the most important part of the trial because we know that they're guilty, but this is the part where we know that it's their fault that she died. Let me say it like that. We know
As
it's
it
their
relates
fault
to
she
that
died.
particular point was defense Pangalangan's.
Now we have to figure out the right
Response.
charges.
That is
And
the
language.
proper charge, that malice is not looked at in a vacuum. As it goes through, it explains what malice is, and that it can either be proved, expressed, or implied.
Yeah, that's the second or third paragraph of the requested charge, referring to the very first sentence.
And that's describing what malice is. And then the other part describes how it can be inferred. So they are separate, but you can't have it in a vacuum. They want to have just the inference language, but actually take away the actual definition of malice. The other definition allows the inference of it. And so it's not in a vacuum. And this language is from the old standard book. I mean, and again, with the cases they're citing, it uses the word malignant to try to describe that. And malignant is a hatred, ill will, or hostility. It is an inference that can be done through that second part. And I have no issue with that as long as it's all together in conjunction and not
We're
separated.
going line by line, paragraph by paragraph on the charge. The State v. Muzan, which is quite interesting considering the location that the case stems from and who it involves, from 1957. Citing State v. Hayward, it takes us further back, I imagine, in history. Held in State v. Hayward that malice as an essential ingredient of murder does not necessarily import ill will toward the individual injured. Your first requested charge says malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility toward another person. The state is objecting to that language, those words. What is the defense Pangalangan's position regarding those words?
Regarding the initial definition?
Regarding the
Yes.
sentence that I just referred to.
That it's a proper charge, Your Honor.
So what is your response then to the statement in Muzan citing Hayward that says malice does not necessarily import ill will toward the individual injured?
That the 2002 case, State versus Watson, that I provided is the appropriate definition for it. So what you have with the ill will is more of the explaining what express malice is, whereas Watson gives us the language for the inference of malice, that a jury may infer it, that malice and recklessness are not equivalent, that extreme recklessness can lead to an inference of malice. Malice may be referred from an act so reckless as to manifest the depravity of mind and disregard of human life. That, to me, is the appropriate language. It's from this century and explains what the potential inference of malice could be done as far as what the jury can infer, but the other explains what express malice is, and it's not in a vacuum. The jury needs both to understand malice at the heart of it.
I see a few of y'all coming in asking, she decided not to testify after all. She changed her mind. So now all sides have rested and we are going over proposed jury instructions and charges. They've got the charges. They're going over the jury instruction wording
Any further comments?
of the charges and what those charges mean. I guess I should be more clear about that.
First of all, I would disagree respectfully with Solicitor's point in argument where he says we've all agreed what this case is about, that it's about mental state or whatever phrase he used to phrase it. In Mr. Solicitor's opening statement, he made it real clear that his theory of the case was that there was hatred, ill will, or malice toward this child. He told the jury when they watched the videotape that they would see Mr. King bring this child out of the house and throw her in the back of the car like she was so much baggage. And he told the jury, ladies and gentlemen, that's what she was to them. She was just baggage. And he went on with this argument or with this presentation to say that she needed to be put out of the way. I believe he used the language to be got rid of. Certainly this would lead to an implication of jury could infer that there was ill will or malice toward this particular child. So I think the argument that somehow we all agree that there's no indication of malice toward this child falls by the wayside because I don't. And my concern is that the jury would believe there was some sort of malice or ill will toward this child. And if that's the case, then in fact, this is the correct statement of law. And even if that is not the case, this is the correct statement of law. I do not have a objection to the language that they've requested in conjunction with the language that is in the typical charge that you provided to me kindly prior to the commencement of the proceeding today. But no. If he wants us to come in and say, oh, we agree, nobody's going to say there was any ill will or malice toward this child, I disagree. I've already heard the solicitor state the exact opposite. This is a correct statement of the law, and we're entitled to have it read to the jury. Thank you. And it's not just because it's a correct statement, but also because it applies to the facts here. With the allegations, the statements, the accusations that this child was just baggage and was thrown around like so much baggage and then left to die in the back of the car. Certainly a juror could interpret that or infer malice toward the child from that. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Defendant Pangalangan, feel free to join in for that argument as well.
I'm going to charge the standard definition of malice. That includes the statement, malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It's intentional doing of wrongful act without just cause or excuse and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. So I'm including the defense's request at the first portion of the request, then proceeds malice and forethought may be expressed or inferred. Do not mean different kinds of malice, but the manner in which may be shown to exist, direct or inference from the facts and circumstances. That entire paragraph accurately states the law. I do not use examples, so that portion about lying in wait, I'm striking. And that covers that part of the requested charge. Proceeding to this next part of extreme recklessness as inference of malice, what's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, I believe we would renew our motion to charge our language when we're talking about the inference of malice, that malice can be inferred from conduct under Mouzon. I would also point out next to that is that we have under that is also a quote from State versus Wiles, which is a 2003 South Carolina case, also earlier handed up to Your Honor, but I can give you the site.
All right. Well, the request by the state, malice can be inferred from conduct that is so reckless and wanton as to indicate a depravity of mind and general disregard for human life. In the context of murder, malice does not require ill will toward the individual injured, but rather it signifies a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others, where condition of mind shows a heart regardless of social duty and fatally bent on mischief. What does the defense say about that further definition of how malice can be inferred?
This is
We
important.
would object to that
Of course we
language
would.
and cite State versus Watson as we have listed because it cites Mouzon. So our appellate court in 2002 directly cited Mouzon and said malice and recklessness are not equivalent. I think the language listed in Mouzon is dangerous, can be confusing to the jury, certainly prejudicial, impairing Ms. Pangalangan's right to a fair trial. It is cleared up through language of this century. Malice and recklessness are not equivalent. Extreme recklessness can lead to an inference of malice. Malice may be inferred from an act so reckless as to manifest depravity of mind and disregard of human life. I think the language is plain and easy to understand for the jury.
What says defense defendant King?
I think the state's requested charge is an accurate representation of the law.
I'm going to include the word extremely reckless. It was just so extremely reckless, and that covers everything I believe Mr. Phillips has been saying about State v. Watson.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to jump ahead, Judge, but the next section of that is the section for State versus Wiles, which is the bottom part of our request.
Well, let's see. Well, I think this, that bottom portion is included in the, let's see. Malice may be inferred. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. That's the standard charge. So that's all of this is pretty much a standard charge, except for this request to include this extremely reckless as a criteria for inference of malice. All right. What else about? So we've covered the state, we've covered murder. And now the next request involves criminal intent. Any objection to that requested charge by Mr. Phillips?
Yes, sir. I do not object to the first paragraph, and that's the way I can describe it as a paragraph. The first paragraph that runs through what does criminal intent mean in the law. Criminal intent is a state of mind. That paragraph, Your Honor, I think that's the standard charge, and I have no objection to it. I do object to the next section, which says intent means intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Intent may be shown by acts and conducts of the defendant. I think the first part of that under criminal intent is the standard charge, and I think that covers it.
All right, Mr. Phillips.
The second part of the language, I pull that out of, again, the old standard charge book that used to be provided by court administration. I understand that maybe the second sentence being duplicative, but the first, it came from the original charge book, been charged to many juries in the past. I believe it's appropriate law to say that that's the appropriate explanation.
Mr. Lloyd, any comment on any of that?
I believe the proposal is a direct statement of the law, and I'm asking for.
Let's see. No, state must prove criminal intent as part of proving any crime intent. So let's see. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. Criminal intent is always a matter to be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. No way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty, no way to medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from circumstances shown to have existed. This is how you make a determination of whether it exists, may be established by direct and positive evidence. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact taken into consideration. The acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant or defendants intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from actions or failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. That's the standard criminal intent charge.
State has no objection to that charge, Your Honor.
I can throw in the word extreme wherever I use the word reckless.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that's,
You were reading my mind, and the next part would be that criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Would be, again, and then the language that we have of intent means intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary. Also had the third paragraph, Your Honor.
the first portion I read says criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. So we're on the same page there. And so as far as the language, intent means intending the result which actually occurs, not accidentally or involuntary.
Yeah, that's included.
Yes, sir. And then the third paragraph, I cited State versus Rowell. In a criminal case, the state cannot rely on civil concepts of negligence and recklessness, that is, statutory violations, to meet its burden of proving the defendant's state of mind. The imported terms of negligence and recklessness, as used in the civil law and in the criminal law, are neither equivalent nor interchangeable.
I don't think I need to get into talking about civil concepts with the jury.
That would be our objection.
I think the standard, I think the charges I read is adequately covers intent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The duties of trial, of jury and trial judge, that's, I don't believe you altered that one any.
That's the state standard stuff.
No objection, Judge, from the state. I think your standard charge covers that. I read through this and it appears to be the standard charge, but I mean, that's obviously you're going to charge that in every case, so we don't object to that being charged.
Circumstantial evidence, this is the updated,
State versus Logan.
the two words that changes it.
Thank you.
Which are
Oh,
those
no,
two
I
words?
hit something. Thank you.
All of the circumstances, is that it?
That's part of it, yes, Your Honor. And I know I have to make sure I pursue this State versus Logan charge, or I got an issue down the road.
Yeah, well, you mean beyond you mean, is that on regarding circumstantial or? All right.
As far as explaining circumstantial
All right.
evidence, that's right.
Yeah, they changed two words, and I keep forgetting which two words they changed.
Your Honor.
All of the circumstances. All right. Mere suspicion, the Phillips's request, is that the same as what the state requested? Or no, mere presence is what
We have
you.
mere presence, yes, sir. Judge, we don't object to mere suspicion. I think that's actually included in the general charge somewhere. I don't remember, to be honest with you, where it is, but it usually mere suspicion, however strong, is not enough to sustain that.
What's happening?
Convictions. So I don't have any objection to that language. I think it's in the general charge as well.
All right. Well, I'll include it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not on, for better or worse, I'm not on Mr. Phillips' mailing list. I'm gonna have one moment.
Hey, Jackie D. Welcome, those of y'all joining us.
While they're perusing that regarding the verdict forms, any objection by state or the defense?
No, sir. No objection from the state.
Done, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I sent the email to you in reviewing the State versus Green case, the 423 SC 263, the one homicide, one punishment rule case, dealing with multiple offenses, including multiple homicide offenses. Although they may be prosecuted in a single trial, you have principles inherent in double jeopardy and due process preclude multiple punishments for the same offense. And as reading that case, it appears, at least my position is, that the jury, if the state's theory is that it's recklessness as far as the murder, and then we have this competing theory.
Extreme recklessness.
Oh, of course. Extreme recklessness, Your Honor. And so with that being said, under murder, as far as an inference of malice, when we're looking at the next charge, the infliction of great bodily injury, that's a willful, intentional act. The reason we run into again, as I said, specifically the theory of criminal liability does not satisfy the elements of both statutes because the state is pursuing a single theory of liability. The jury can infer malice from the defendant's extreme reckless disregard for human life, whereas the infliction of great bodily injury, whereas the infliction of great bodily injury statute requires a willful, intentional act. And so with this competing set of theories, essentially, and elements that the jury has to prove, or determine when reaching a verdict, that puts in a position where the verdict form should state the jury can either find the defendant guilty of murder, or the jury can find the defendant guilty of infliction of great bodily injury to a child. They have.
So in effect, you're filing a motion to require the state to elect?
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, it walks through that. And it is, I'll be honest, as Your Honor knows, I know the law very well, but this is a complicated case in terms of how it's broke down. And so I tried to kind of highlight in what I provided, Your Honor, and the state with the relevant portions of that case to hope clarify this issue, because I do believe we potentially have this issue before the court.
All right. Let's see. So I guess you're referring to something you sent me, and when did you do that?
Well, I didn't want to send it at 2:30 since you commented on that the other day. So this was
that was only in relation to telling me you'd be ready for closing at 9:30 rather than being ready to do more argument.
Well,
but we're beyond that now.
11:35.
Not closing. It's all right. A proposed jury instruction. You're now telling me that something about the verdict form that you object to, and you've now explained all the law that's the basis for your objection, but what is your specific objection to the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor. So specifically that the verdict form would instruct the jury that they can either find the guilty defendant or find the defendant guilty of murder or infliction of great bodily injury, but not both. And that's why we don't have murder and abhand charged at the same time. We're running into that same, because the infliction of great bodily injury somewhat mirrors abhand, and that's why we don't have murder and abhand charged at the same time. But in this case, we have murder and infliction of great bodily injury, and then the single theory of liability that's provided by the state is recklessness. The infliction of great bodily injury is a willful, intentional act. So now we have this competing issue. I know, Your Honor.
Well, it does bring in an interesting point, because I don't know that anyone has submitted a proposed charge on great bodily injury on a child. Have you all submitted a requested charge on that?
This is just the statute itself. We have referenced the statute to you on that, which is 16.395 subsection A.
No, did we talk about that?
Yes, sir. And that was in the document. This was the entire conversation I think we had the first day before we started.
Let's see. State submitted a requested charge regarding malice, voluntary intoxication, conspiracy, and mere presence.
Yes, sir. We didn't, not a special. I assume Your Honor has been in charge of your general, what the law is, of particular statutes, but the statute is referenced in the indictment.
and there's an objection to the court charging this statute, which would mean that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, the statute is unlawful parent, guardian, etc., person responsible to a child's welfare to knowingly to allow another person to inflict bodily injury on a child. Gross bodily injury means bodily injury which creates a risk of death or which causes serious and permanent disfigurement or loss of impairment of bodily function. May not be construed to prohibit corporal punishment or physical discipline, which is not relevant here. It does not apply to traffic accidents, which does not apply here. So the essence of it, the state would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendants knowingly says knowingly to allow another person to inflict great bodily injury on a child or to inflict great bodily injury on a child. So,
and that is subsection B, and we didn't
Yes.
charge that. We charged subsection A. It's unlawful to inflict great bodily injury upon a child. And then that goes, now, of course, the great bodily injury is defined in subsection C, in which you put there's a substantial risk of death, which causes serious or permanent disfigurement. So that's the section that we charge. And in fact, in the indictment, we actually have direct references to subsection A.
and the defense's objection is that there's a conflict with murder versus great bodily injury as being, you've stated that objection.
That's correct. And I think Your Honor was correct when they said basically what you're doing is asking the state to elect. And I don't believe we're in a position of having to do that. The Green case, which is what they cited, is two homicide statutes. This is not a homicide statute. It is it's unlawful to inflict great bodily injury upon the child, and the substantial injury is then defined as potentially something that would cause a permanent loss of impairment or even death. And in this case, of course, that was the conclusion of this. So what you've got is you've got two separate statutes, just the same as you have the conspiracy. So now you have three separate statutes. You do not have two homicide statutes as you did in Green. So then the question is, do we have to elect? And the law in South Carolina, State versus Reynolds. I got this motion.
Thank you.
I had this motion, unfortunately, this morning, so I'm sorry I didn't get this to you earlier.
Yes, sir.
But in that case, which is a federal district court case, but it talks about South Carolina law and specifically references the issue of election. Page 7 of 12 of that opinion.
Your Honor, do I have a copy?
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, y'all are so sweet.
And the
Thank you.
issue, just to make sure we're clear, we go to the second set of paragraphs over to the right of this. And the court says, and it's about halfway down toward the end, when several offenses charged grow out of the same transaction, then the process.
Let me catch up with you.
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
On the right hand side, have most,
It's about,
is in the middle of a paragraph.
yes, sir, and it's right before the blue section starts under State versus Lee, because actually those are all the cases that the
Several
district court is
offenses.
citing. Yes,
That's
sir.
all you go ahead.
So when several offenses charged grow out of the same transaction, then the prosecuting officer is not required to elect, and the court instructs the jury to pass upon the several counts separately and write their verdict accordingly, which I believe is proper for you to do. Obviously, you have to explain to the jury that each one of those indictments are separate. The only difference is I think they included them in the same indictment. We have three separate indictments. So I think the law in South Carolina is clear. You have distinct offenses in this. If you even analyze it under double jeopardy, which is, I think, basically part of this as well, it doesn't apply either. So I think your honor charges to the jury, you have to pass upon these indictments separately and make decisions separately upon them.
Anything further on that issue?
No, Your Honor, I've marked the email as well as the green case as a defense exhibit. It's there with the requested charges, and it's also marked as an exhibit. We stand firm on the arguments presented.
I don't know if you need to mark a case as an exhibit. The law is
Just
it's
marked.
automatically an exhibit.
Absolutely. It's just marked with my email.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, with that, I join in that motion on similar arguments.
I agree with the state on this issue. In effect, the defense is saying, well, you cannot prove malice or intentional killing. And so if you recklessly
Thank you.
cause injury, you cannot be guilty of that. Based on the fact that the state's theory is to prove that the injury was as a result of extreme reckless. I agree with the state. The jury may find the defendant not guilty of murder and guilty of great bodily injury. The jury may find, given the facts presented, that great bodily injury was caused and then also death was caused. And the criminal conspiracy was engaged in causing all of this. So
Trying to get to the membership.
I
Thank you.
deny the motion, and the argument is respectfully noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And with that, I would respectfully request that the willful intentional language be attached to the statute of infliction of great bodily injury, because I believe that is a correct statement of law. So the jury is not confused by the arguments and the law as it relates to the inference of malice with recklessness, whereas the infliction of great bodily injury is the willful intentional act. That language be included to make sure the jury understands, because unfortunately the statute is silent on it. And I provided the law as far as State versus Freeland, and then some persuasive authority from our sister state of Georgia, showing that when you have no mens rea listed in the statute, the default is regular intentional criminal intent, willful intentional act. And that language to make sure that the jury's not confused on the law, that what the state's arguing to prove murder is actually not the same state of mind that is required to prove the infliction of great bodily injury to a child.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Anything
Well,
further?
Yes, sir. Judge, the state would object to the
We have two defendants,
insertion
too.
of something being required willful, the insertion of that into the statute. That's not what the statute says. With your honor's permission, you may have already read it, Judge, but I will hand that up to your honor. This is 16-3-95, if I may, Judge.
No, I had them printed just a moment ago. All right, I'm not going to alter the statute. I think criminal intent in general covers whatever mens rea is needed in order for a crime to be committed, and it's adequately included in the jury charge. I'm not going to modify the statute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And to be clear, does that in any way impair my ability in closing to make that argument?
You can argue whatever you want to,
Thank you, Your Honor.
as I suspect you will.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
during the discourse, Your Honor referenced or read from subsection B of the great bodily injury
Yes, sir.
statute. I don't know if the court's going to treat that as a lesser. Is the court intending to charge subsection B? That's my question.
Well, I wasn't looking at the indictment at that time. I'm going to charge what he's been indicted. They have been indicted. They've been indicted in subsection A. That's the one I will charge.
Thank you.
It's not. I'm not going to charge subsection B. That's not the charge.
I understand.
All right. Okay, y'all ready? Ready for closing arguments?
I need a
little bit of a break.
How many minutes?
10,
All right.
10, 15. Just a short recess, John. Take a moment.
If we take a break, I'm leaving.
We're going to take a break.
Thank you.
We're going to take 10 minutes and we'll be ready. Is that enough time for the state? Take 10 minutes and we'll be ready to close in the presence of the jury and then move on.
I'm getting excited. Closings are always so exciting. Oh, 10 minutes, bring the jury. And I get to fast forward a little bit because for some reason it paused a minute, which we only got behind a couple seconds, but still every second counts. We have, where did it just go? Dog Mama's new here. Hi, Dog Mama. Nice to meet you. Come on in, grab a seat, get settled in, grab you a chair or a bean bag or a cushion, whatever you want to bring to your little corner of the jury box. Come on in. Welcome. Glad you're here. Closings. This is going to be intense. Y'all, if you don't know the history of Duffy Stone, I talked about kind of like a Cliff's Notes version of it when we were, when I was recording the podcast about the questions about, his relationship to Alex Murdaugh and stuff like that, and Alec working for, anyway, it's all in the podcast. But so there have been questions about Duffy Stone, and his conflict of interest there, stuff like that. But I will say this, I think he's done a fantastic job here. I think my favorite moment was when, and this is probably part of what made Rita not want to take the stand, but when Larry King was saying, that he had not watched the video at all in preparation for any of this and all that, he said but he said, I know that that the car was turned on when I put her in it and that I turned the car off, after we got her out, at the end of the day or whatever. And he said that, he knows those things and whatever. So when Duffy Stone was like, oh, okay, cool, let's watch it. And he went and perched himself right up, looking at it and he was doing I even put a picture of this on the podcast website, as part of the episode guide for the podcast. Cause I was like, it was one of those moments where he was like, oh, this is your story. Cool. You want to go? And he even said, he's like, you gonna stick to that? All right, cool. Let's bring out the, he brought receipts. He brought that video out and he's like, he just perched up when he's like, so what'd you say again? Oh, okay. Okay. That's what you said. It was one of those moments where I was like, his snarkiness was effective in that moment because it's like he knew what the evidence showed. And this is, his moment to, and I said this on the podcast too, his moment. Well, actually, all of this is recorded on the one y'all haven't heard yet. So you're getting a sneak peek at what's on the new podcast. But because the first episode I ended when state rested. The second and final episode is when defense's case and then the verdict. So actually y'all are getting a sneak peek, insider info right here. But I pointed out how interesting that part was. And also, it's one of those things where anytime a defendant takes a stand in their own defense, prosecutors, y'all, they have been going over every single detail of the case file. And, they've got investigators, they've got all these things, that they're looking into. They know this backwards and forwards. So when a defendant takes the stand, I live for that cross-examination because that it is going to be spicy because they know so much about it. And they have been, their main goal is to, prosecute this person for their crimes, alleged crimes, whatever. So they wait for this. Like, oh, you want to say that's your story? Let me show you how I know you're lying, that type of thing. So I live for it. It's awesome. But I'll say this, he did a fantastic job with that. And the sass was amazing. Julie, happy anniversary. We're glad to have you for 2 whole months. We hope to have you for 2 whole months more, plus all the rest of them after that. Did y'all catch the moment? Oh my gosh, it was amazing. And I know we saw it live, but it was one of those things that, like, I don't think I even appreciated the intensity of it until I went back and watched it when I was recording the podcast. But the moment when he's, because Duffy Stone, he came out swinging. He's like, so you're saying this? Yes, sir. You're saying this? Yes, sir. Larry King could not even get his yes, sir out before, like, it's the second he finished, his yes, sir, Duffy Stone was already firing another question, and he was ready. And it was funny because it was like rapid fire, and Larry King's attorney was not liking that. And he was like, objection, let him answer the question. And Duffy Stone did not miss a beat. He was like, he answered, next question, and then just kept going. I was like, oh, dang, look at Duffy Stone. Oh, dang. And then it kept making Larry's attorney madder and madder and madder, like a wet hen. And then when Duffy Stone came over there, so Larry King's attorney is sitting there propped up against the table, like leaned, arms crossed like this, mad and shooting daggers out of his eyeballs, looking at Duffy Stone. And Duffy Stone comes around and he's like, can you back up? I was like, this is amazing. And then his attorney said something about, the projector behind him or whatever. And Duffy Stone was like, oh, I'm getting to that. Oh my gosh. It was one of those moments that I was just like, I wish I could have been there live to see that. So I love it when the lawyers get snarky with each other. Love it. Here for it. It's amazing. Leah, SN member for 4 whole months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes, we are best friends. I've been in a lot of chats, and I have to say that this is the most friendly one there is. I agree. I think we're a friendly group. I love it. And we're glad to have you here. Best friends. So glad we're best friends. Warrior Biatch, thank you for the super chat. If you ever need a jail law enforcement expert, let me know. 15-year deputy sergeant for 2 county jails. Oh, wow, that's cool. If you have general questions, let me know. Oh, that's cool. Welcome. We're glad you're here. We're going to make you a whole list of questions. Like, what is this? What is this? Lady in Gray just gifted 5 memberships. Now we have 5 new and exciting members. Oh, that storm is starting to pull in. And I think maybe that's what's messing with. Maybe that's what's messing with this. We only need 12 more to get Beach Cam. I see your question. Sorry. We need 12 more to get Beach Cam. Kathy Davidson, Melanie Harper, Olivia Rose, I'm Janet, and Penny were all gifted memberships by Lady in Gray. So glad to have you. So glad to have you. Y'all are the best. And thank you so much, Lady in Gray, for gifting those memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Julie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We need 2 more likes to get Beach Cam and Lucy back. Let me see. I might have to pull up. Oh, man. You know what I just thought of? They are going to be walking away from that dang microphone. As soon as they go into verdict watch, we are going to let's see. wonder if I need to, let me see if I can swap this to not Google Chrome. For whatever reason, when I have it streaming on Google Chrome will do that little thinky thing. They're probably going to be walking away from the dang microphone too. So I might have to mess with the audio some so that we can hear them. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Oh, we got our likes now, 469. Okay, let me bring back Lucy. Oh, where's Lucy? There's Lucy. Her darling little self. And then yard cam. You can see that there's some storms moving in. And I'm getting reports of water spouts. Hold on, I missed something and I just now realized it. Let me scroll. Here it is. Shireen gifted a membership. Shireen gifted a membership and it went to Cindy Lou. Shireen, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I missed that when I was scrolling. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Cindy Lou, welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
You are now our best friend. You live here now. This is your life. We do everything together. This is how things are now. You are one of us. Welcome. Thank you so much, Shireen. I appreciate it. Let me see what else I missed. I've been watching this screen and I missed this screen and I missed stuff and didn't realize it until now. And I'm so sorry. Julie F. was gifted a membership by Kim Maynor. Julie F.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
You heard the rules, part of the family now. You live here. Kim Maynor, you're the best. Thank you. Let me scroll, make sure I didn't miss anything else on this screen. Make sure. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. I try so hard to get everything, and I am so sorry if I miss things. I have so many things going on here that sometimes I miss things, and I'm so sorry. So I'm trying to scroll back and make sure I didn't miss anything else. Y'all are the best. I love you. All right, let's see. This is your life now. Brother Brewmeister in the house. Hello, Brooklyn. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Come on in. Hi, Beth Henderson. The daughter did testify. Not the daughter who also left her kids in the car a week after her mama did and her sister died. Not that sister, but the other sister with the good Asian genes, apparently, is what she says. And that's why she has good hair and her sister doesn't, apparently. That was the strangest comment. All right, let's see. Oh, you know it. Look, these eyebrows are ready for some tatted up eyebrow. I'm ready. Ready. Verdict eyebrows.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy 3-month anniversary, Debbie Long. We're glad you're here. Glad to have you.
You may bring
Here we
the
go.
jury.
Bring the jury. When we go into verdict watch, we're going to go over to our other trial.
Hey, you may bring the jury.
I am not getting microbladed. I am just putting on tattoo eyebrows, which is basically the same thing. I can't do the microblading because I'm in the sun too much. Living here, I have some friends that did it, and it's hard in the... I wonder if the audio is going to be terrible on this one. Why am I having so many problems? Hold on. I think the audio is worse on this one. Let me try to do, because I can boost it on this one. Oh, shoot. Trying to get it the best I can for y'all. I have like all these little tricks. Make sure. Okay, that should do it. Hopefully. Look, I am struggle bus over here. Let me just slow my roll. I have so much going on right now. My phone is blowing up. There's my radar thing is going off that there's tornadoes outside of my window. The jury's starting. The chat's going. This is
Call your
I'm
next
like,
witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the defense's case. Any reply by the state?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard all of the testimony. You've now received all of the evidence. It's now time for closing arguments. If you will give counsel your attention, first by the state. Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, not tornado. Tornadoes, it's water spouts, which are tornadoes on the water, but they can come up to the.
I'm going to talk to you very briefly today about what we know, what evidence we've heard, what testimony you've heard, what you've seen, from everything on the video to the chemical analysis to the experts to everything. What I want to talk about right now is just what we know. There's the question. We start with Cristina. Cristina was a child born with cerebral palsy. She could not walk. She couldn't grasp. She couldn't talk. She could show emotion, because you've seen, versus this photograph, you can see the child can show emotions, and that's going to be relevant in a few minutes for what I'm talking about. But Cristina was not like other girls. She was totally dependent, 100%, on other people. She was dependent on everybody, for somebody to take care of her, somebody to give her food, somebody to give her water, somebody to keep her safe. Cristina was totally dependent on Rita to do all of those things. Every day. Every day. Not just on Rita's good days. Not just on days when Rita is posing for photographs. Not just when Rita is sober.
Ooh.
But even on the days when Rita chooses to go hang out with Larry and get high on meth. Cristina was dependent upon her then too. Totally dependent on her. Even when Rita was high. And you heard testimony from defense witnesses, and they came in and they told you what they did. One had not really had much contact with her for 18 years, except through Facebook. Her daughter came in and said what a daughter should say. She's a good mother. But neither one of them knew about the meth. Neither one of them. And we know on that day, where none of those witnesses were, they didn't know what was going on. On that day, on that weekend, on that Friday, that Saturday, the Sunday, and the Monday, we know that they were on a meth bender. We know it because we took their blood. You know it because you had chemists, 1, 2, 3 chemists come in and tell you that. Methamphetamine in both Rita's blood as well as Larry, and all well over the limit, it would make them high. And if you didn't, for whatever reason, think that was enough, Larry told you the same thing. He didn't want to, but he did. He hadn't slept in 3 days. He and Rita had been doing meth. She liked to put it in her coffee. And he didn't want to tell us, but he did. And we know that. That little girl was dependent upon Rita to take care of her, to keep her safe. Rita was high. And neither her daughter knew about that, nor the other lady that testified. But we know that. Without any shadow of a doubt. What else do we know? We know that Larry had first of all, we know that in the middle of that bender, Rita and Larry get in Larry's truck and go get the child and bring her into that environment where they're getting high. And they go in and they stay the night. And we now know that Larry had a security system, a very good one, a very sensitive one, the one that would pick up any type of motion going in and around the car. And we know, because there's direct testimony, that there was no motion around that car at all until 11:15. And 11:15, the motion we saw
with these two going to the car. So what do we know? The car's not on. There's no air conditioning. Nobody's been near that car. Unless the angle was that they parked the night before and left the car running with the air conditioner. But nobody said that. Larry said, oh, the car was running when we put the child in. Because Larry needed to say the car was running when we put the child in. Not because it was true. And you know, because you could see it. The car went on. There wasn't air conditioning. And they left the child in that car for 1 hour and 15 minutes before there was any more motion, before there was any more interaction with that car. We know because of, lift these back around. We know that as about 11 o'clock is when, about 12 o'clock is when the heat starts spiking inside the car. We know that because we actually brought an expert, Dr. Grunstein, to come testify to you about what happens inside the car when it's that hot outside in August in South Carolina. And this spike starts right after 12 o'clock. Until then, it's about the same as the car. So you're talking about 90 degrees to begin with. And by the time they go back to that car at 12:15, Larry doesn't go back to the car, but Rita does. We're already over here. The heat inside that car is now approaching 100 degrees. And now I want to go back to this. And first of all, let me just stop this here. If all they had done was put that child in a hot car in the middle of August and left that child there for 1 hour and 15 minutes, in some way, miraculously, somebody had come along and gotten that child out, I submit to you they still would have inflicted serious bodily injury on that child, because the definition of serious bodily injury is it likelihood that it could cause serious impairment or death. And I don't think there's any question at all what the end result was. If we stop there, you have that. And did they do it together? Absolutely. Even Larry testified to that. We did everything together. Put them in the car together, and you see that? We left them in the car together. And there's your good. That's not all we have. Unfortunately, it didn't stop there. Unfortunately, the child was not rescued from the people that she depended on or anybody else. So now we're at 12:15. Child has been in the child's been now in the car for 1 hour and 15 minutes. No air, no wind, not even a crack window. Now, Rita goes back to the car. She opens both doors. She opened both doors to the air conditioning on. She opened both doors and let a little wind out of there, which is the only considerate thing she did this entire thing. Do you know what else she did? She looked inside the car. And now I want you to think about something. Go back to Christina's picture. This child can show emotion. She can't scream and she can't talk, but she can show emotion. You can see it in her face. So what did she look like when her mother was looking at her after being left in a hot car by herself with no wind in 100-degree heat for 1 hour and 15 minutes? Rita see when she looks at the car. Child's got to be going, oh, that's not a happy face in that car. After 1 hour and 15 minutes of this heat in that car by herself, a child who's totally dependent on others, she's begging for help. So what does Rita do? She closes the door. She goes back inside with Larry. First time, she and Larry put the child in the car. And they go inside, as Larry says, to make up, to have sex.
So while they're inside having sex, the child is out in the car. She comes back out, looks at the child at this point had to be begging. She closes the door and goes back inside to spend some more time with Larry. Which, by the way, would be the last time anyone approaches that car to look after that girl until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They go back on the porch. Not this one. They go back on the porch about an hour and a half later. They don't actually walk out into the car. They go see the car. It's been another hour and 15 minutes. They go back out on the porch. They hang out on the porch. And now it's 2 o'clock, 2:02 to be exact. Neither one of them approached the car. The girl is still in there. And what's going on inside the car now? Now it's 2 o'clock, 11, 12, 1, 2. Take a look at the temperature inside that car now. It's now reached that maximum temperature. It's getting closer to that maximum temperature. It's well over 110, 115 degrees inside that car. And they come back out. And do they go check on it? No. That's all they do. They hug. They kiss. And then they go back inside for another hour and 15 minutes. The child is literally cooking to death in the car, and they're going back inside again. And they stay in there for an hour and 15 minutes. And then they come back out. This time, Rita actually walks to the car. This is when she finds that the keys are locked in the car. But pay very close attention to this. Where does Rita walk when she walks out of the house? It's now 3 o'clock. The child has been in the car since 11:15. The heat is now at well over 118 degrees. Inside the car, it feels like 135 degrees. You've heard testimony from experts giving you that testimony. And where does Rita go? Does she go to the side that the child's on to check on her? Is she trying to get in the car to drive? No. What's she doing? She's going to get her cigarettes. In the back seat of the car, where they put this child at 11:15, there was a bag in the back seat. Right beside the child. And inside that bag was this. A gun.
Renewed objection.
And not only,
401, 403.
May proceed.
and not only was it a gun, it was a loaded gun.
It's overruled.
Again, in a bag, right beside this child. And right there, also, are the cigarettes. She walks back out to the car at 3 o'clock. She's still not going to check on the child. She's not even going to drive away. She's going to get some cigarettes. And she finds that the car is locked. So what do they do? The car is locked. The child has been in the car since 11:15. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It is well over 118 degrees inside that car. It feels like 135. They have found that the keys are locked in the car. So what do? Naturally, they break the window. No, they don't. Because it was too expensive, so I'll break the window.
Objection here, Slater. It's not vaccinated.
Let's go. Ruling, Your Honor, it was sustained.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Break the window? Now. What do? They hang out. They get on the swing and start swinging back and forth. It's now 3:19. 19 minutes after they found that the child was locked in the car with the keys. 19 minutes after we know for a fact it's already 118 degrees inside the car. And what are they doing? They're swinging. Is there any sense of urgency here? Is it at any point in time they're going to say, hey, we need to take care of this child? No, we're swinging.
They eventually go to Larry's truck, which is parked out back. And now what do they do? It is now 39 minutes later. It is 3:39. They're still at the house. And they're kissing. Not taking care of the child. They're not thinking about the child. They're thinking about themselves. So then let's go get a spare key. This is where the child is. And this is where Larry and Rita go to go get a spare key, which is why they don't get back for 52 minutes. The child's locked in the car at 3 o'clock. They don't get back until 4. Any sense of urgency there? Any concern for the health and welfare of that child? Did the child even cross their minds? Because they were hot. And they were interested in each other. And they were interested in kissing, hugging, and spending time with each other, and having sex. Even the doctor talked about the increased libido as a result of being high on that. And you see it in all these pictures, because that's what they're concerned about. Now, the council concerned for that child. 52 minutes. And then when they get back, they arrive 4:40. They get back to the house at 4:40. They're in Larry's truck. Thank goodness they've got a key. They can come rescue this child now. When did they get out of the truck? They don't open the door till 4:44. They sit in the truck for 4 minutes and talking and hanging out. Again, no concern for the child whatsoever. They're just hanging out in the truck. And eventually they get out. And they approach the car. And when they do, neither one of them are sober enough to even figure out how to unlock the car. Larry testified, I'm pushing the unlock button, but it's not unlocking. It's because he's locking it. He's locking, he's unlocking, he's pushing it. And the testimony that you heard from Captain Chapman, but also from even Larry, pushing the button and the lights coming on when I'm pushing the button, but it's not unlocking. And what you know is that when it's hit the emergency flasher, it's going flash, flash, flash. But at the end, when it goes blink, 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 that's hitting the lock and the unlock. I think it's once for lock, maybe 2 for unlock, I don't know. But the point is that you can't do that if the car's on. But we already do that. You know how you know that? Because otherwise, if you spend 5 hours in the car in South Carolina driving around with your air conditioning on, we would all be dead. Clearly, the air conditioning wasn't on. They may have thought it was, but clearly the car wasn't on, the air conditioning wasn't on. And why do we know that? Because the child cooked to death. That's why. And I'll say something else. Not one piece of testimony, not one person, not one, came in here and said, I turned the car on. Larry said, the car was already on when I put the child in there. Although we know that's not true. Did Larry say he turned the car on? Nope. What did Larry say? I turned the car off. And we'll get to that in just a second. So they get the child and they pull the child out of the car. What happens then? Oh, and by the way, one other thing too. They haven't gotten the child out of the car yet. They can't figure out how to unlock it. It's now 4:47. And they're back to hugging again. That's not a distraught picture because they haven't pulled the child out of the car yet. They're still hugging and kissing. They still haven't focused on the child. And eventually we get the child out of the car. What happens after that? They pull the child up.
He's nailing this closing.
They pull the child out. Larry calls 911. What does Rita do? She leaves. there. We just know where to be found. She's inside the house. And that's particularly relevant for what we're going to talk about in just a second. He calls 911, but before the police get there, what does he say? I reached in and turned the car off. How did you do that? Think about it a minute. They just pulled a dead child out of the car. He's calling 911. Police are on the way. Why does he reach in the car and turn it off? Don't want to waste gas? What? Why would you in any way, shape, or form stop what you're doing when there is a dead child on the ground to go reach in and turn the car off? You wouldn't. There's no reason for that. But there's a real good reason to reach inside that car and turn it on. And what you heard Captain Chapman say today is, when we got there, the car was running. The air conditioner was working just like it was working 3 days ago. There was no compression issue with that car, compressor issue with that car. It works. And the air was on, the car was running, but it wasn't cold inside. The air conditioner was going cold, but it wasn't cold inside that car. Why? Because Larry had just turned it on. Right before the police got there. Why? Because he knew he just murdered that child. That's why.
Wow.
By the way, what did Rita say when they finally went and got Rita out of the house and brought her out? What did she say? Hallie Godley testified to this Monday that it was the very first witness. She said, I brought Rita out, and Rita said, we put the child in the car. I went inside to get cigarettes. I came back out, and the car was locked. That was her description of what happened. Even Rita didn't say the car was on with the air conditioning running. Because that would have been the very first thing out of her mouth, if that was true. Instead, it was, it was just a matter of seconds. I went inside to get cigarettes. I came back out, and the car was locked. That was it. Because Rita didn't know they had the camera system. Thank goodness they did. Because we wouldn't know any better. But we do know better. The child wasn't just in the car for a split second. The child was in the car for 5 hours and 42 minutes. It's an awfully long time. Everything I've told you so far, you know. Issue items, we know. I think we'll about that. So you know what happened. The question is before you now is, will you call it? What is it? You know what it is. You've seen it. You've heard the testimony. The question is, what do you call it? Putting that child in the car to begin with, and leaving that child in the car, exposing that child to potential death, was the infliction of injury to that child, rose to the level of substantial death. The first charge, they did that early. The conspiracy, they did everything together. But the rest of the 4 hours, the child was in the car. What about pain and suffering that that child had to endure before they died? As Dr. Talis testified to you. We expect that 105 degrees, that people start dying. We've all had fevers. You know how bad you feel with 100-degree fever or 101. Child's inside temperature was 110. And Dr. Talis said, I'll be honest with you, I think at 104, 105, the brain stops working, the organs start shutting down. She vomited into her throat. She defecated in her diaper. You see that in the crime scene pictures. Her whole body just stopped working. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't expect her to last more than an hour in those conditions. And they put her in those conditions for 5 hours and 42 minutes. So we know about the infliction of serious bodily injury. We know about the conspiracy. What do you call the child's death? Well, murder is the unlawful killing of another with malice. What does that mean? Unlawful killing of another, that's pretty easy, but what's malice?
But there are two ways to show malice. One is expressed. If you walk up to somebody and say, I hate you, I'm going to kill you, I don't care if you live or die, you shoot them in the head, that's express malice. This case is about implied malice. What is implied malice? Implied malice is that you can take from the facts and circumstances of the case, what you have seen, what you have heard, what you know about this case, that someone was so extremely reckless that they had a wanton disregard for human life. They may not even have direct ill feelings toward that one individual, but their attitude, their actions, all of the things that they chose to do, all the way they chose to act, all led back to a conscious disregard for the lives of others, and in this case, the other person was Cristina, a child totally dependent on them for safety. A wickedness, a depravity, malicious. And we know what malicious is. And so I ask you, as you go back and look at all this, at what point in time in any of this did either one of these two people show an ounce of compassion or care or concern for Christina's life? If they had walked up to her and shot her, she wouldn't have suffered the pain that she suffered in this case.
Consider rather than inflammatory. Matter of law.
Objections overruled.
Thank you.
He's right.
I'm almost 42 minutes suffering. You see the blisters on her legs, the burn marks from her coming in contact with other parts of that car that was also rose to the level of 118 degrees or 135. But she was burned externally and internally. What do you call it? Well, I'll tell you that if you're sitting around talking to your family members or your friends and you're describing this situation to them, you may not talk in terms of legal anything. But I think a good way to describe this is torture. That was torture. Before Larry and Rita, after Larry and Rita. Not the Larry and Rita that these other people didn't know. The Larry and Rita that were high on meth. And these bruises and these blisters that Dr. Vitalis described, torture. You don't accidentally torture somebody. You treat them with such a lack of disregard for their human life that they die because of the torture. And that's what happened in this case. In the real world, you're talking to fans and family, and you're describing all of this. You might use the word torture. But in this courtroom today, they ask you to use the word murder. Thank you.
That was powerful.
Boy, yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh, Lord.
Good afternoon. Solicitor, in his comments to you.
Thank you,
said a
Kimbers,
bunch of
Ohio.
stuff. Some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. I'd like to remind you at the outset that a moment ago, in the midst of his remarks, what he said was, and I wrote it down, they may have thought that the air conditioner was on. That's what he said. I will tell you right now, when you have heard the judge explain the law in this case, and you apply it to the facts that you've heard here, that sentence alone means the murder goes out the window. We'll talk about murder in a minute, but please, if you think nothing else about that opening remark, remember that the solicitor has to see it to you that Mr. King may well have thought that the air conditioner was on in that car. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here on behalf of Mr. King. My remarks to you were addressed solely as relates to Mr. King. Ms. Pangalangan has a really good attorney, smart guy. He's going to address you soon as relates to her. So again, understand, I'm not talking about the two of them. I'm talking about Mr. King. Another thing that the solicitor pointed out in his opening remarks that I agree with was he said, well, this child was totally dependent upon Rita. And he said it over and over, and it's because it's true. This was a child who was always going to be dependent on her mother. Her mother was responsible for her. Her mother had to care for her. Her mother may well have tried to do the best she could or not. I'm not talking about her, but I'm talking about the child who was completely in her care. There's no evidence before you that Mr. King was this child's father. Mr. King had adopted this child. That Mr. King and Miss Rita were married, and he was some sort of step parent. He was dating her mom. It doesn't create some sort of legal bond between them or create duties that he has to. This child is taking care of her mother, and he's visiting with her mother on that particular day. Ladies and gentlemen, when y'all return to the jury, when the judge is charged on the law, suggests or instructed that you commence or begin your deliberations. It may be that if y'all read Mr. King's indictments first, that you simply say, looking at the laws the judge gives it to you, Larry is not guilty of the crime. At least he's not guilty of any one of these crimes alleged in this indictment. Larry didn't kill anybody. He didn't commit a murder. He didn't cause grief bodily injury to anybody. And I'll talk about the conspiracy before. There's going to be no evidence to support that. It may be that at the outset you say, I understand why the state was outraged. This never should have happened the way that it did. But Mr. King didn't kill him. If that's the case, I don't know what that full person is. But if that's the case, whoever the full person is on the jury, you're fully entitled to this right for not guilty. Set those indictments aside, move on with whatever other business y'all have. But in the event that one or more of you feel like his circumstantial situation merits further discussion in the jury room or deliberation, I need to talk to you about a few more things, okay? First of all, the judge is going to tell you soon that every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent of any wrongdoing. And I know they made a my wrote a book and they made a movie called Presumed Innocent and stuff like that. But it's absolutely critical term of law when used in court here today. And what it means is the defendant, although he chose to testify, has absolutely nothing to prove during the course of the prosecution or during the course of his defense. And you hear you have a right to remain silent, and that right cannot be used against you if you choose to exercise it. It's because of the presumption of innocence. It doesn't mean you go wait and see. Maybe, maybe not. Show me what you got. It means at the outset of the trial, even at this point, look at that tape and you say he's innocent. It's critical. And then you look at this tape and you say, okay, Mr. Solicitor, your office brought the indictment, your office called the case, your office summons law reports on this here to try the case that you scheduled. Prove to me that the defendant is guilty of the crimes in this indictment or these indictments. And for the state to prevail, to meet that burden, what it means is they have to prove every element, ingredient, value. They have to prove every element of the crimes that are alleged within the indictment. They have to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. So this isn't in civil court. I don't know if you've done that. Sometimes you see the statute, Lady Justice, when you hold the scale, it tips a little. In civil courts, preponderance of the evidence, tips one way or the other, that side of things. It's not that way here. Today it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state calls it murder indictment against Mr. King, alleging that he had murdered a child. It means they make you promises, your honor, that they will dispel every reasonable doubt, every element, and prove it beyond hesitation that Mr. King is a murderer And they murdered that child. I talked about beyond a reasonable doubt. This term of art also is Judge Honor is going to define it. But a reasonable doubt, and he will tell you. I know y'all pay attention to the charges. He can tell you that a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would cause a person to hesitate to act in the course of their own most important affairs. And in any criminal trial, if your juror has that kind of doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, you are required by the oath that you took earlier to return the verdict not. So, if we put aside some of what I would call the clutter or distraction in this case, and just look at what is actually relevant and what should help you in your search for the truth or in your weighing of the evidence that's been presented before you, I would suggest to you that most of what you've seen is more or less clutter, okay? I mean, the state called Dr. Drummond here. The state called an expert from Georgia. He was an expert in heat. And he came from Georgia to tell y'all something that every one of you already knows. If you park a car in the direct sunlight in eastern South Carolina in August with no air conditioner and the engine not running, it's going to get too hot to live in that car. So the charts and his testimony and all this, it's filler. Because it doesn't give you a chance to look in Mr. King's heart, which is what you're going to have to do shortly. We conceded in our opening statement that this child was in a car, that it got too hot, and she died. I submit to you that this professor from Georgia doesn't really bring anything to do to the table. You can pretty much set it aside because we know what happened. He got too hot in the car, and the child died. The pathologist is the same. You already knew before the pathologist ever took the witness stand what had happened with this child. You had heard us concede that this is what happened. You had seen the videotape that this is what happened. And you knew this child died from me. Really nothing is used to do whatsoever. They called this police officer, Captain So-and-so, and I don't know why he's back up here today. But they called him to testify to this key fob. There's been a lot of talk back and forth. But really, what was necessary to hear from him was plain and simple. It came out yesterday. He said, if you unlock the car, or you lock the car, while the engine's running, the lights don't flash. Nobody ever locked or unlocked the car with a key fob that they retrieved from Rita's house. Because as you heard, the battery was dying. Once or twice they hit the key fob, the doors didn't unlock, the lights flickered, and then they didn't flicker immediately. So, fine. You lock it or you unlock it while the engine's running with the key fob, the lights don't flash. It never happened. It's irrelevant in this case. And as much as the solicitor wants to talk about methamphetamine in this case, because it's presentation when it's bad and people drink terrible stuff, because it is a terrible stuff. As much as he wants to talk about that, they're not charged with methamphetamine. And when the solicitor says the only reason that you know methamphetamine was involved in this case is because their expert came to testify to that, I submit to you that's not true. As a matter of fact, what their witness did to the toxicologist, while I submit she gave you nothing that would help you in deciding this case. She said methamphetamine goes to the cycle, you take it in, it peaks in your bloodstream, body processes, it goes out of your bloodstream. She says, yes, people get a tolerance to it, and I would submit to you that if anybody would have a tolerance to it based on all the evidence that you know is probably. She also said that, yeah, Mr. King having 400, that was certainly a level to raise eyebrows and cause concern, but that she's seen it up to 2,000. This doesn't have anything to do with the charge of murder. We don't talk about that. But what she did do was give the defense wrapped up in a nice box with a thing stand under some very strict cross-examination by Mr. Phillips. Yes, this stuff can take up to 3 days to get out of your body. She further confirmed to him, I can't say if this is from ingesting methamphetamine that day or the night before, or if it's from 3 days before. I simply can't say that. You know, as journalists, that there's a whole lot of people who would have sat at the defense table, and that would have been the story. I took it 3 days ago, and I get on the stand, only the second time I ever used it. 3 days before that, 2 days before that. I was just tired. That was the only effect I was under. I was out from under this. Mr. King got to the stand, and he rejected that. He took an oath to tell you the truth. And we're hurting, potentially, or at least make the solicitor realize he has been smoking right in the family. He told him. No one else was going to tell you he was addicted to methamphetamine. No one else is going to tell you he was what's called a functional addict. That is, that he used methamphetamine throughout the day to allow him to function. He's never been without work, no excuses. Had 5 jobs in his life, no excuses. He's always been functioning, going to work, supporting himself, meeting his needs. But just as I'm a functional alcoholic, he was a functional addict. No one else was going to tell you. The solicitor wrote that, right? And he's probably going to talk about it some more, because he loves talking about that. Why did he tell you that? Because he tells the truth. Good, bad, let the chips fall where they may, this is what happened. It's not that he didn't want you to know it's a solicitor. The only time he hesitated to answer was when they asked about me. And according to his own code, he said, I'll speak for myself. Then he answered the question. But the judge was soon telling you that it's up to you as jurors to judge the credibility of the witnesses as they come in here to testify. And credibility means a believability. And there's no magic formula for it, but the judge will tell you it's your own opinion based on your own experience, your own worldview. But when a person testifies, you can see that they testify consistently or inconsistently, testify contradict themselves, or they supported by other facts and evidence or other evidence that's being presented. And I will submit to you that if Mr. King will come in and give the state this gift, knowing full well it sounds bad, but he's honest enough to give you that, you can certainly find he's honest enough to give you the rest. If he'll tell you the things that are bad for him and you believe him, you can probably believe him when he tells you the rest of it also. Now, the state has charged Mr. King with murder. I assume it's the worst crime there is. Murder is not hard to define. Murder is the killing of a human being with malice aforethought. First of all, as relates to Leonard's case, the murder indictment fails immediately. Okay? The mayor didn't kill anybody. If you recall and you think back to the solicitor's opening argument, or opening statement, his opening statement, he says that he's going to show you the video where Mr. King rudely comes out with this child, the doors open, he throws the child in like so much baggage, but he just wants to be rid of her, and he uses the term 2 or 3 more times. She was just baggage. I know y'all want to say that. Lawyers can't help it. We watch y'all break it up. I watch y'all understand. I know everybody paid attention. Everybody listens to all the evidence on behalf of Mr. King. Thank you. But you didn't see that. What you saw, it's an evidence. You see it again if you need to. Was Mr. King coming out, as he described, appropriately, properly, generally, maybe lovely, but it's certainly appropriate, generally appropriate. Place the child in the back seat, move the child to put her in a proper position and be comfortable. Step back, Rita stepped up, put the seatbelt on her, and she was did what you needed to have the child settled. That's all there did in this case. That is the sum total of what he did. He relinquished this child into the arms of her mother. He stepped away. I got a feelings hurt, heartbroken the way he described it. I'm out, and he tells her to go. You just go. Leave. I'll talk to you later. She doesn't leave, obviously. She goes back and forth. But at that point, the solicitor would need to prove to you, hold on, that when Larry King put her in that car, he did it with malice. First of all, he's got to prove that putting her in the car killed her, which of course is nonsense. It didn't. He made efforts to make sure she was safe and well and properly positioned in there. And then he's got to show that when Larry did that, when he put that child in that car, he did it with malice. That he killed her, and he did it with malice. What does malice mean? Maria did it. Sorry, Maria. Malice is hate, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstance in which the law will confer an evil intent. That's what malice is. So before you can even consider whether or not Mr. King should be convicted of murder, you have to consider whether or not there's any evidence whatsoever that you believe he put that child in that car with hatred, ill will, hostility, or the intention of doing a wrongful act. And that's nonsense. And y'all met Mr. King. Y'all met him. Y'all had a chance to judge his credibility, his believability, and to determine whether or not you think he's innocent based on everything you heard, everything you saw, whether or not the state has proof beyond any reasonable doubt in your mind that when he put the child in the car, he did it with hate, ill will, and malice. And it's nonsense. Further, malice can mean a general malignant recklessness for the lives and safety of the others, or a condition of mind that shows a heart regardless of social duty and fatally bent on mischief. And all of that's real strong language, and there's a reason for that. It's because it needs to be. It's the worst crime that there is. And if Larry actually walked out and put the child in the car with the intention of the mom driving her safely away, and then he stepped away and said, y'all go, and he doesn't do anything worse than this one. There's no indication whatsoever of malice, hatred, or guilt. And without the murder indictment falls. It falls for element one, killing someone, and it falls for malice. Because he didn't kill anybody, and there's no indication he had any malicious, ill will, ill intent toward this child. That's what the state promised to do. Ladies and gentlemen, in your jury room, excuse me, in your jury room, you will have the indictments, and there are 3 indictments Mr. King is called to answer to. Murder, and I'll address that. Inflicting great bodily injury on a child, and the arguments do this. And a conspiracy charge. When you have those indictments in your jury room, you were fully entitled to look at them, examine them, and see what you think about those documents. You may notice, if you look closely, that shortly after this child died, Mr. King was indicted for murder. Period. Stop. And then as time went on, and a trial went, and the rubber's going to meet the road, we're going to put it to the test. Somebody looked at that murder indictment and said, this is a lie. It was 2.5, maybe 3 years later, coming in for the trial, they came up with new charges. And that's just different. Look at the dates. Look at the dates. They got all this fire in their heart, absolute confidence in this murder case, we've proven that, etc. Why are you coming around at the back end and trying to get a fallback position? You know why. It's because there's no evidence of malice whatsoever. There's no evidence of anything. That indictment goes by the wayside. Arguments as to inflicting great bodily injury upon this child are the same. Mr. King placed the child in the car. At that point, she's not in his house, she's in the car. Mom can get in the car and drive away. Mom can get in the car and drive 100 miles an hour. Mom can walk. She can do whatever she wants to do. She's not his child. He is not responsible for this child. He is not the one who needs to take care of this child. He steps away and says, y'all just go. She's off this plane, says. He didn't hurt her. He didn't cause her to be hurt. As a matter of fact, as the solicitor concedes, he thought the engine was running, the air conditioning was on, and she was off the plane. He'd seen nothing in the previous background to cause him concern that she wasn't able to care for her child, or that some way she was going to allow the child to be hurt, or that the child was in danger because her mother was sick. And her mother had. And as the solicitor states, she'd always ride on reading. And I'm not sure you agree. That's a different, not on my plate. But you're not on reading. Only one person was responsible for the child that day. And it wasn't just a kid. Now, that would bring us to the conspiracy charge. Mr. King is also charged with conspiracy. I told you at the outset, got admonished. Well, I don't know what the conspiracy to do was. And the indictment doesn't say. It doesn't say conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to cause great bodily injury to this child, but a conspiracy. Okay, I'll assume, or I'll go with, that means he must have conspired because the solicitor made a point of saying how they acted together, everything they did together. Well, he must have conspired to murder this child. Or he must have conspired to cause great bodily injury to this child. I'll tell you what conspiracy means. As Honor's going to tell you shortly, but just so I don't get it wrong. Conspiracy is defined as a combination between two or more persons for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal or unlawful object, or an object either criminal or unlawful by law. So basically it means conspiracy is defined as the combination between two or more persons for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal act. So he's alleging that Mr. King has conspired with someone to murder this child. Now, if you look up the word purpose, Google it, it'll tell you it means intention. The judge's purpose here today is to rule on matters of law and ensure that the defendants get a fair trial. The judge's intention here today is to rule on matters of law and ensure that the defendants get a fair trial. Okay. So, we can substitute that word and say a combination between two or more persons with the intention of accomplishing a criminal act. So, I told you at the outset this was a garbage indictment. It is.
A garbage indictment.
Certainly. Even the state is not going to get up here and tell you that they've established evidence that shows Mr. King and Ms. Pangalangan somehow got together and decided, how are we going to murder this child? How are we going to hurt this child? How will we kill this child to death? The law says they come together for the purpose or with the intention of accomplishing a crime. And it's absolutely devoid of any evidence that shows Mr. King ever intended to commit a crime. I'm almost done. So let me do this, and then I'll sit down. Let me do this. Take you back to this tape and consider it this way. Blank slate. You watch this tape, and Mr. King walks out with this child in his arms. He places the child in the car. He steps back. Stay with me. He has a conversation with Rita. You need to go, etc. And then he turns around, he goes to the back of his house, he drives away. Said, he goes to his brother's house, he goes wherever he wants, he turns and he drives away. And then the events unfold exactly as they did without him being at his house. Is there any way he's committed a crime? Is there any way he exhibited malevolence, ill will, or hatred the only answer is no. Well, the only difference between the scenario I just described and what took place is that in this case, he was present in the case. He didn't do anything different. He was just present. His honor was in heaven. That you cannot be guilty of a crime committed by this offense. So Mr. King's undying regret already continued. He was present in the time, so he could all determine. But he did no more in reality than he did in that scenario I just described. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for 45 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case. We will go to the jury room.
All right, 45 minutes. So what time is it there? 12:30? So 1:15?
Take 45 minutes.
Your Honor, right before we break, one of the things, since this is televised on Court TV, on Prime, and all these news stories, before we send the jury back, I would like Your Honor to poll them to see if they happened to watch any of that or come across it, just to ensure if we need to have somebody stricken. It just is a fail-safe, Your Honor. I want to make sure that's absent.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. 45 minutes.
To have what? Make sure what? What was that? What was it that they want to make sure that wasn't told or shown?
Your clerk emailed me some copies.
Oh, the jury. Oh. Okay. I thought he said, see that difference when I turn off my booster? I thought he said something about he wanted to make sure something wasn't shown on there. Gotcha. Lots going on here. Is there anybody who thinks that we'll do a poll before I take Lucy out? Hot mic moment. Do you think that closing helped Larry King's defense? It's one of those that I feel like I already know the answer to, but we're going to ask anyway. The thing about he was there and didn't do anything. The thing where he was saying, gosh, look at those clouds. Hold on, let me make. Oops, nope, didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. There we go. Actually, let me move. Move me and this lazy dog down a little bit. Clouds are looking a little ominous out there. Little ominous. Try not to block the beach view for a minute. The thing about, that he tried to end that whole closing with about, well, what if he had put her in the car and then, they talked and then, he went and got in his car and went to the bar. Okay, well, what if he wouldn't have put her in the car for that long in the first place? This trial is not about what ifs. This trial is about what happened. So he was there, changing the fact for hypotheticals doesn't change what really happened. So I think that was kind of a moot point, but I don't know how. I don't know. This whole thing just frustrates me. It was so preventable, and the thing about the air conditioner running frustrates me because, I see raindrops coming on the window now. Storms are moving in. The whole thing about the air conditioner frustrates me because, him saying the air conditioner was definitely on when he came there. Well, okay, we saw the video and it's motioned like the first time that they came out of that house was at 11:15 and nobody cranked the car. So it's just preventable. And that's frustrating because, Cristina deserved better. All right, I'm going to try to take Lucy out real quick before it storms, and then I'll come right back. This will not be a long lunch break because I don't want to be stuck out in the storm. The poll right now, 7% say that they think that closing helped him. That's interesting. I'm curious to know how you think it helped him, like what points you think were made. I am going to, rain starting, I'm going to take her out real quick before it starts like absolutely pouring on me. So I'm going to put up my little, oops. What just happened? I just messed something up. There we go. If I move anything, it's going to take this away. Looks like Judge Newman is sitting back down, but they're not talking about anything else, are they? They're going to lunch. Why is he sitting back down? Here, I'll leave this one up so you can see more of it. All right, I'm going to take her out and I will be right back, and then we will out. Yes, I will leave up beach view. I'll be right back and we will. Do they already have a verdict? Wouldn't that be funny if they were like, you know what? We don't even need to hear Rita's closings. We're good. All right, I'm gonna take her out. I'll be right back, y'all. Hello. Hello. We're back and only a little bit wet. Did y'all see us waving? Let's add Lucy in here. Could you see us waving down there? I didn't know because I couldn't see. Hello. Hello. A stream of the Letitia jail calls. Oh, Lord. Having to listen to Letitia again. I mean, I could. I don't love her screechy voice, but possibly. I made everybody fall asleep. I see 80s sneaking around. Oh, y'all didn't see me? Oh, I wonder if I had the little banner thing over where we were, because we didn't go all the way out there. I was trying not to get too soaking wet. Oh well, I tried. I tried to wave. Next time. I know everybody is loving. It's so funny because I started the oh, let me move the banner. Banner hide. I started the Lucy Cam after our zoo trip that day, and then everybody loved that because of course who wouldn't love to look at sweet little baby Lucy. And then oh, she heard her name. Hi girl. Hey girl, hey. She does not like rain or getting wet. Which is why it took it just a little bit longer. I have to blow dry her paws when we come in when it's too wet outside because she gets mad. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, the Lucy Cam. Everybody loved the Lucy Cam. And then and then when the hurricane started, I figured out how to do I just put my laptop in the window, basically. And doing the beach cam. So everybody loved that. So we kept that. But I'm running out of real estate on here, so we can't have any more cams facing any more things. But everybody loves the beach cam. I've had so many people ask me if we can just have it running like 24/7. So people can just like tune in and listen to the beach. Maybe if I can figure out a way to do it, maybe we will. It'd be funny. All right. So, welcome to those of y'all who are joining us and coming in. I know that we're all a little bit disappointed because there was no testimony from, what's her name? Rita. No, Rita. But that's okay. We still, whatever. Let me skip forward to, I just keep hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. But it's okay. We get to hear her attorney speak for her instead. And I know how much everybody's a big fan of John Thomas Jr. Right? No? Maybe not. Oh no. No. If I end up leaving up beach cam, chat will be disabled. That's just no. not enough mods for a 24/7 stream. That'd be a lot. ATTW, it says, don't everyone speak at once and praise John Thomas Jr. That's so funny. Oh, let's see. But even if it was 24/7, the thing about it is, even if I did a 24/7 beach camp, you can't see much out there at night because, like last night you could, the last couple nights you could because it was, the moon was so bright. But there's not a whole lot you can see. So I don't know how useful it would be, but I don't know. Mods will be on strike. Yeah, I thought mods were going to be on strike during the Melly trial. So Lord knows if I had a 24/7. Oh, it's the noise. The noise is what. So even if you can't really see it, you liked the mic being on. Gotcha. All right. So let me add. Oops, add to stream. There we go. And what happened to my... I keep hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. Get everything situated. I think I actually had, oops. I'm just messing up all my settings right now. Let's try this again. All right, let me try to put Lucy back here. I'll go back here. See, these are normally things I would just do on my lunch break when nobody's sitting here waiting on me to talk or entertain you, but update. Okay, that should be better. Brand, oops, brand. All right, I'll try to keep the storm cam a little bit bigger down there right now because it's not covering anything except for the logo that we cover anyway. So I'll try to keep it a little bit bigger down there while we're doing this so we can keep an eye on the storm. The thing about Florida storms, though, it could be like a tornado, like the rain is already stopping. So it could be a tornado, or water spouts or hurricane when they start, one of the closing arguments, and then it'll be sunny and everybody will be out there sunbathing by the time they finish closing arguments. So Florida weather, y'all. All right, so here's our plan for today. We are, oh, that's a good idea, Life Lessons. That's a really good idea. Look at you with your brilliant ideas. I can make a video of it, and then y'all can, since I wouldn't have chat on there anyway, I'll set it up on the weekend at some point and do like a 12-hour video or something. And we'll try to do it that way. Good idea, Life Lessons. Look at you. So much smarter than me. Hello, TB. Welcome in. Hello, new here. RA just told me about your channel. Tell RA mind his own business. I'm just joking. We love RA. Tell him we said hi when you go back over there. We are glad to have you here. Welcome in. Let's spy on him. Let's spy on RA. Is he back live yet? I wonder if he's going to do verdict eyebrows. Maybe that's a, that's a new thing now. Maybe he's like, I could never do another verdict without verdict eyebrows. Probably not. Probably not.
And they said they're renewing all their previous motions, and they brought up at one point, they said, Your Honor, this is what we said. It really hurts us when we're shackled to another defendant. That's.
I love RA, and he does not have his verdict eyebrows on. I'm going to pop in his chat and ask him if he's going to put them on. Um, almost. Verdict eyebrow time. That's funny. All right. I like to spy on him sometimes because he's my favorite. He's my favorite YouTuber. All right. So here's our plan for today. See what I mean? How when I do this, when I play it on Chrome, it does this a lot. But then when I don't play it on Chrome, I can't use my stuff that I use to boost it. So then we can't hear them. Let's try this again. See how that goes. Tanya, 2 whole members.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome. Why is this doing this? Happy 2-month anniversary. So glad to have you here. Best 2 months of our life together. Oh, I wonder if it's the storm. So happy to have found your channel. Great chat and mods too. Thanks, Brandy. Thank you. We are glad to have you. You're the best. I love it when y'all come hang out with us. Love it when y'all come hang out with us. What is the relevance of Rita's daughter throwing? Why is this doing this? Let me try my. Hopefully the audio will be good on the other one. It's only Chrome that does this, and I don't know why Chrome does it, but I have this issue only with Chrome. Also, there we go. Also, I'm looking right now to see how it would be to set up how hard it'd be to set up beach videos, and there are some out there. All right, so throwing shade at the tenant. Remember, she's the one who said that Rita told her, oh, just put her in the car and leave the windows down. I do it all the time. So throwing shade at her and trying to make her look bad is kind of a way to discredit her. Because if think about as a juror, when you hear that, or even as us as 13 jurors, when we hear that, we're like, oh, she told her that. Oh my gosh. But then if you hear, people talking bad about her, then you might be like, well, they said all these bad things about her, so I don't know how credible she really is. So it's kind of a way to make you, in their eyes, hopefully put less weight on her testimony and take the things that she said less seriously, or for them to have less impact on your decision. Does that make sense? But I don't know that worked, because I don't think that I don't think that her having a couple of months of not getting along with Rita, who we know was strung out on meth, is necessarily going to be. I mean, like, how hard is it to get along with somebody who's like, I don't know. I think, like, if I think about somebody who's, on what they call a meth bender or whatever, or like they're doing it, all the time and stuff like that. I think like that's probably not going to be the most stable situation. It's probably going to be pretty, volatile, right? So, all right. So, Brittany Honeycutt and Rita had tension between them for those 3 months. But I mean, is that really surprising if you're living with somebody who's, doing meth regularly and stuff. I don't know. So it's just, to me, it doesn't, them fussing about, you know, whether or not she kept her room clean or had her boyfriend over there isn't, to me personally, which every juror will be different, but to me, it's not going to make me think, you know, oh, I bet she's not credible. Because keep in mind, the things that her daughter knows about the roommate too are going to be coming from Rita. And even if she had gone over there at one point and, you know, her room was messy or whatever. I mean, if y'all could see the backside of this camera right now, this condo, like tomorrow was cleaning day. You know, I got to get the house cleaned up before football starts. But it happens, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's not one of those things that I think made such a difference that the jury is going to look at that testimony with less credibility. But they could. Some people could. So I just think, I sincerely feel, because y'all know how I am about victims and victims' families and stuff like that. I sincerely feel terrible for the daughter and the things that she has had to go through. But I also don't think that her testimony helped her mom at all. She didn't know that her mom was on meth. And she even was like, no, she wouldn't do that. She didn't even like alcohol. Well, that's not what the toxicology report says. So, it's just, and then, you know, her other friend from 1924, when they worked together, you know, I get that 18 years before this happened, that she was, you know, reliable. I mean, she got teacher of the year for a reason, you know, like she's not just, I don't think that she's necessarily like just like this terrible, horrible person who's, you know, never done any good in her life. She got teacher of the year for a reason. There are people who see, you know, amazing things in her for a reason. Not everybody, you know, who does terrible things is a terrible person. This was a terrible, I mean, there were multiple terrible moments in this. This was not one mistake. This was a series of constant mistakes and constant choices. And because of that series of constant choices, Cristina has lost her life, and that is tragic. Do I think that that makes Rita like the worst person in the world, and she'll never, you know, like she'll always be, you know, like everything that I look at that she's done for her whole life is going to be discredited and she's always just going to be, you know, a monster? No, but what she did was horrendous. And it was not one mistake. There were so many opportunities during this where she could have saved her daughter's life. And all of those opportunities, she failed. And when you fail at being a mom, it's hard to fail at being a mama, y'all, because like, let me rephrase. To fail in such a way that you are not able to prevent your child's death when it was 100% preventable. There were so many opportunities that she had, that she could have changed the series of events that were happening and stopped what was happening. And I'm sure she had great redeeming qualities, you know, 18 years ago, but that character witness was another one that didn't know she was on meth. I think that everything changed, you know, in her decision-making abilities and her priorities, and all of those things changed from 18 years ago. And, you know, if her daughter didn't even know that she was on meth, and her friend from 1924 didn't know she was on meth, then, you know, I just don't think that either of those really helped the defense. It's awful. I personally don't think that there were any witnesses that helped the defense. I think that video and the impact of that video, not only the impact of having to sit there and watch what they're doing. But for the amount of time that we sat there and watched that video and knowing what's happening while we're because we're just sitting there looking at the scene of the yard and the car. We can't see Cristina. We can't see them other than when they're out there scratching themselves and making out. We can't see a lot of that stuff. But I think that almost made it more impactful because we're sitting here watching this and like that pit in your stomach, like, you know what's happening right now. And I think that that is the most I got chills. That is the most powerful thing that the jury saw, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, during this whole trial, because how can you dispute that? You know, like, we don't have to hear them argue about the key fob. We saw everything that happened. So all of this stuff about the key fob and the, you know, were the lights on and did they do this and, you know, did they crank the car? We have eyeballs, y'all. We have eyeballs, and we saw they did not crank that car. We saw it. We have eyeballs, and we saw that he did not turn that car off after he got her out. You know, like, these are things that the jury is seeing. So that video is the star witness of this whole thing, you know. It's crazy. It's sad. I have thought about this. It makes my stomach hurt. But yeah, I have thought about this. And I also, it's making my stomach hurt now thinking about it. Y'all know how I am with the victims. I get really upset. I get really upset. Okay, so I have wondered, when they said that she had thrown up and stuff, I even wondered when she went to check on her if that had happened and she just didn't want to deal with it. I mean, seeing that stuff, it's just so bad, and it just makes me really sad. It makes me really sad. Y'all got me crying on a Friday. All right. I just think about, like, if either one of them had stepped up and been an adult and a human and put Cristina and her needs, not wants. It's not her wants. These are not things she wants. These are her needs. This is actual physical need in order to survive. And if either of them had stopped and thought about that, and one decision that her basic needs need to be met in order to keep her alive. This is not like, you know, her daughter talking about, oh yeah, she spoiled her and she was bougie and she had this kind of tub and that kind of tub. A tub don't do shit if you're not alive. Like, this is not like, oh, you know, we're going to make the decision not to spoil her today. We're going to make a decision to keep her alive today. And if either of them had taken that moment, just one moment, and said, you know what, this isn't right. Let's, deal with this. It could have saved her life. And that's the part that makes me so sad. It really does. It breaks my heart. It's a hard thing. I struggle with that stuff a lot. The senselessness of it, and it's just preventable. All right. I am going to try to leave it on this one so that it doesn't freeze, but well, I don't think it's freezing now. Let me see. Let me try. Oops. Let me not do that. Let me try to do this one with the audio boost. Because if I can do the one, if it stops freezing on Chrome, it will make life a little bit easier. All right, let's see. We'll see how it goes. All right, so when we go into verdict watch, obviously the first thing is going to be to put on verdict eyebrows, duh. And then we are going to start watching while we're waiting on verdict stuff. They're going to have, because they have one more closing argument from the defense, and then we have the rebuttal closing from the state. And then they'll do jury instructions, and then we'll be in verdict watch. So while we're in verdict watch, we're going to start on the other trial because they released it this morning, the new video, the one from yesterday. So we'll start watching it. Let's see. Micah says, I couldn't find where you posted all the pictures. Where can I find them? They are on I put them on the podcast website. So it's 13thjurorpodcast.com. And there's a place where I'll show you. So this is like the homepage, and when you scroll down, there's episode guides and photos. If you do take a look, then it's right here. You can do the ones for him. I've got some for Thami. But it's on the 13thjurorpodcast.com. Let's see. I read an article that Christina's father was arrested for child support, I think is what it was. Like I'm trying to figure out which one of these I like. I'm going to stick with that one for now. Was arrested for child support right after this happened. And it was like a lot of child. It was like 144,000 or something like that. But other than that, that's the only thing that I've seen about him. I haven't seen any more information about him. Yes, Lady Gray, this trial ends today. Yes, this ends today. And then, and Judge Newman said that they have to be done with this today. So I'm wondering if they're going to keep them late. I didn't even notice that Lucy is hanging off of her bed. Oh, she heard me say her name. What are you doing? Little weirdo. Weird dog. I don't know if they're going to keep them late today or anything. I haven't heard. So, but since he said that they have to be done today, I think so, but I may have missed it. Oh, he said the other day that he's going to keep them late today. They are, Christy Bacon says, supposed to be back now. Yes, they are supposed to be back now. But they aren't. Don't know why. So since they're saying late and we'll be on verdict watch anyway, we're going to start the day yesterday's Hollywood sex therapist trial that was released this morning. We're going to start it today. The good thing about that is, since we're watching those, we're like, not watching those in real time. They release them the next day, so we get to it's shorter days, so we'll get to skip through sidebars and stuff like that. That's a crazy trial. Those attorneys fussing like youngins. It's crazy. Circus trial. Circus trial. We might run into night court. It is definitely possible. Because if they're keeping them late, we're going to watch the other one until we get a verdict. And I have a different stream for that one just to make it easy on the playlist for people, like for the rewatch crew. So we'll portal over to that when we go on verdict watch here. $144,000. Jenny O'Brien says $144,000. You still have Lori and Chad on the brain. Blah. Yeah. Gathering the $144,000. Diana T says Judge Newman lost his own 40-year-old son last year to sudden death. I can't even imagine how he can believe people do this. First murder, now these two. That's one of the things, and that's one of the things that was so crazy with my hair is wet where I took her out, and it's driving me nuts under here because it's not drying. Sorry. One of the things when the Murdaugh trial was happening, I was like, man, could you imagine having just gone through that and then sitting here listening to that kind of evidence? Like how hard that would be. So sad. So sad. Hello, Mighty Heidi. I listened this morning, but then was offline the last 2 hours. Can I get an update, please? What happened in the last 2 hours? It's been closings, I think. I don't know how much you heard this morning. The last 2 hours, we've been at, the last 1 hour has been lunch. And then the hour before that was closing arguments. So we've had the state's first closing argument, and then we've had Larry King's attorney's closing argument, and now we're about to get Rita's attorney's closing argument. And then we'll go back to the state for their final closing, their rebuttal closing. And you didn't miss much. Basically, his whole closing was, not my kid, not my problem. And he called the conspiracy a garbage indictment, which was interesting. Here's Judge Newman.
You bring the jury. They're ready to come.
I love that. Legal stranger. Which is funny because there's pictures on, and I put it on the podcast website. There's pictures of him laying on the couch, with Cristina laying on the couch with him. And when he called 911, he said, he called her my daughter, but he's a legal stranger. And then he got up on the stand and he said, oh, that's just my girlfriend's. What's your relationship? That's just my girlfriend's daughter. Oh, Mighty Heidi, you didn't. We also listened to the ocean. Mighty Heidi, you missed that too when I took Lucy out. Yeah, and they dated for a couple of years. So, and then broke up for 6 months and then had started talking again 5 weeks for this. But you don't date somebody for a couple of years and have their kid who's in their constant care be just a legal stranger. I think that they're going down the wrong road with that whole mess, because I think that trying to distance him from her almost seems like it's creating like a coldness, like it wasn't my problem. Like her life wasn't my problem. And I think that's going to it's rubbing a lot of us the wrong way. And I think it's going to rub a lot of the jurors the wrong way. Hey, Ricky Watson.
Mr. Phillips.
Oh, Lord.
As a parent, this case is hard for me. I have 3 little children, and I know it's hard for you. I said it in opening. The raw emotion that you feel, I'll be candid. I'll put my cards on the table. It's anger. I can't watch the video and not yell, please break the window. It's anger. I have to be candid with it. And I know you feel the same. I told you that in opening. We're not running from it. This case is what it is. There's the video. But after reviewing what we have of the evidence and the video itself, this case is a lot of it. But it's not murder. When you separate that, my job is much easier than yours. I'm an advocate. Your job is harder. You've taken a sworn oath before God. Separate that. That's hard. That's not something normal people have to do. You have to separate emotion. You'll hear from the judge, the instructor on the law, that passion, prejudice, hatred, any of that stuff that comes up in this trial, those raw emotions, you have to set that aside. And you have to base your verdict solely on the evidence that's presented on that witness stand and admitted through everything that we see. But when we do that, it's not murder. It's a lot of things, but it's not murder. You swore to give her a fair trial and not base your decision on emotion. Now, I give you every right, because it's natural, it's human nature. In this courtroom right here, you can be as angry as you want up here. You can be angry. You can have those natural feelings. We all know it's natural. However, and I can't stress this enough, when you cross the threshold of that door and walk in that jury room, you have a sworn oath that you are separating yourself from that. Your job is hard. But you took that oath, and you have an incredible responsibility. That when you cross that threshold, you have to separate that and apply just the law. And again, I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy for me. But we've all seen it. And in this case, the government's done a lot of different things, and we'll touch on that. But I just can't stress it enough. I have to say it again. Be angry now. Have that emotion. But you can't let it cross that threshold and go into that jury room. You swore not to do that. And if somebody in that jury room starts talking about that kind of stuff, or starts talking about TVs and all this other stuff that's improper, I empower each of you to come tell the judge, because that is not what's supposed to happen. That is not the law. We're going to follow the law in this courthouse. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But that is the law and that is your sworn duty. Now, depraved heart murder, this malice, this extreme reckless disregard for human life. The government has went painstakingly to say, well, that's easy. Well, let's walk through that. Today, I showed you on this Defense Exhibit 15 that's been admitted, they put an officer on that stand the first day. He was unequivocal that the lights won't flash if that car's running. Turns out he was there and he can flash. And he can come up with any explanation he wants. But the facts are the facts, and the video's the video, just like the video you gotta watch. It's done. And they gotta own this video just like we gotta own that video. They can't run from it. And I want you, if you have any questions about it, watch it for yourself. It's short, and it shows what he said and what was unequivocal and what they would have argued if I didn't do that. They would have said there's no way that car was running. And then you hear for the first time today from him that the car was running when he got there. You didn't hear that from Ms. Godley, that first witness. You didn't hear that from him until now when he's backtracking. Why? They want that murder conviction so bad. They got the cameras. This is their spotlight. They're going to make the news. They're going to send a message, right? That's not your job. Your job's not to get caught in that. You leave that anger in this courtroom, and you decide this case on the law. In that. Now, we see Rita go to the car at, they said 12:15, I think it's 12:29. But again, you have all the time in the world, and it's your show once you get the case. You can watch the video as many times as you want. You can go through any parts. I empower you. Not sure what somebody said, Madam Court Reporter can pull it up for you. We're not running from the facts of this case. They are what they are. But Rita goes to that car, and there's only 3 scenarios. And they intentionally, I think, left this out, and I'll just say it. They said, well, she opens both doors. Right before that, again, what does she do? She comes out, she opens the front door. She sits in that car. And we know she sits in the front door for a period of time because the camera skips. That means there wasn't motion. So we know she sat in the front seat of the car. There's only 3 scenarios. She sat in the front seat for a period of time, and the car wasn't running, and she left it that way. I submit to you, that's a depraved heart murder. If they both believed that car wasn't running and the air conditioner wasn't on, they're right. That's depraved heart. But the solicitor conceded that they might have believed that the air conditioner was running. But we also got testimony today that the car was running. She didn't hear the day before. That's strange. They then tried to flip it that Larry turned it off or turned the car on right beforehand. We heard this extra testimony from Chapman. Again, you watch the video, anybody that does a push button start car, you got to push in the brake to cut the car engine on. Guess what he doesn't do? He doesn't sit in that car and push it. He doesn't leans in and hits the button. Why would they do that? Also says, Rita doesn't know they have a surveillance camera. Their own evidence shows that in his bedroom, where they say Rattlers is what they intend, there's a surveillance camera video. This is their evidence. This is what they brought. And he's switching it up in closing, saying she doesn't know anything about it. Also their evidence. The surveillance camera itself, sitting right behind the swing. Rita doesn't know there's a surveillance camera. That's the solicitor's words. He's going to have to own this. They want this conviction back. They want you to use emotion. They want you to be angry. That's not what you're going to do. I know you're not. We chose you all for a reason. Because you swore to do that and follow the law. Facts are the facts. They can't run from them. They try to show this gun. Where's that picture of the gun? The gun had nothing to do with this case. They truly believed it was a murder based on the facts they presented. Why are they trying to show something on it? It shows the weakness of their case. They're just trying to inflame you and get you more angry. What's the purpose of the gun? Now, my position is this. They knew they had a problem, and 3 years later, they did the infliction of great bodily injury, because they knew they had a problem with proving murder. Why else add that charge? This case is a lot of things, but it's not murder. They knew that, and that's why they added that in there. Now, you'll hear that reasonable doubt is kind of defined in two ways. That you're firmly convinced of something, or it's something that causes you a hesitation to act. And that's important because I like to describe, defense lawyers have a hard time trying to always come up with a way to describe legal definitions. But this is how I like to do reasonable doubt. I say if you consider it a voting booth, very similar to going back to a jury room, you got to make a decision. You got two options, non-guilty and guilty. Under the law, Rita is presumed innocent. That not guilty button is already pushed. Now the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements, malice, this depraved heart, based on the evidence, that you don't have any hesitation to hit that guilty button. If you have any hesitation, you'll hear the judge himself tell you, if you have any hesitation, that's a reasonable doubt in the law. She's not guilty of murder. If you're firmly convinced, no hesitation, you're 100% sold, there's no doubt that they thought that car was running an AC, that's a great car. We own that. Anybody that do that, it's on its face. Now, you're entitled to your own opinion. Don't be swayed necessarily by other jurors. You're entitled to your own opinion. The law gives each one of you your own voice. Don't let other jurors bully you into a position that you don't feel comfortable with. Stand firm. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but you stand firm in your convicted beliefs. That is what the law requires, and that's what you should do. Again, you're a chosen jury. It's not random. You came here, that was random. But each one of you was chosen. I used 10 strikes. I think they used 8 strikes. We chose you for a reason. We chose you because you knew that you could be fair and impartial, that you would follow the law. It's an incredible responsibility that you have. It's not random. Each one of you were chosen for a reason.
Oh, Lord.
We've been sitting over there in the corner. I had to bring her right here in front of me to look you in the eye. You heard from her daughter that she's a loving mother, that she was there for her family, that all this other stuff about dirty house and food, all this stuff that they try to say is the murder from that video, they threw in all this other stuff. Bed bugs, dirty house. Her daughter, the one that's there, the one that's a teacher, the one that's part of the pastoral part, married to a pastor, all the people here in attendance, saying exactly what you needed to hear, right? That the lady, that you saw how she acted. That
He's trying to make her the victim.
That she brought her boyfriend and kids in there and was dirty and messed up the house and she got kicked out. She had an axe to grind. But why present all that if this case isn't what it was supposed to be? The murders on video is what they're trying to say. They're trying to say it's so open and shut. And why are they adding all this other stuff in there? This is real. This is no high school debate. This is no roundtable discussion. This is this woman's life, this woman's freedom. And I'm not saying that she did everything right, because God knows, I already said she did. You can be angry and hear it, but you can't do it in there.
To be clear, this is who they should be looking at. This
Now,
is the victim.
given, as I said, an incredible responsibility, one that almost nobody has. You heard the judge tell you out of all the United States and the state of South Carolina, you were chosen. There's only 3 people I know that can judge another person. That awesome power of judging a person. That's you as jurors, the judge with the black robe, and the man upstairs. You have been given just an opportunity in your life, one that's the most difficult decision in life. I understand. We put you in a tough place. but it is an incredible responsibility. You're just sitting in judgment of another person. There are no do-overs. You wake up tomorrow, you have your breakfast or your coffee. You think, did I make the right decision? It's too late. There are no do-overs. You can't wake up 10 years from now, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, wondering, did I make the right decision? There are no do-overs. If you have doubts, you have them now. You have them in that room. You be confident in your verdict. If you have any hesitation about hitting that guilty button, that's reasonable doubt, and that is not what you're supposed to do. Any hesitation, firmly convinced, the prayed heart, they had no belief that they put those kids in that car with, that Cristina in that car with that air gun. No belief, they firmly convinced it was the prayed heart. You got to be sold on that. I'll just end on this. There are no words, there are no excuses, just the law, and you're sworn oath to find her not guilty of murder. They gave you the answer 3 years afterwards. Tell them what the answer is. Thank you.
Mr. Stone.
That made me mad. That was done with no other intention than to make her the victim. Just a poor grieving mother.
The defense wants you to believe that because they didn't get together and say, let's kill Cristina. There's no malice. Unfortunately, that's not the law. That's not what the law is. That's not what the judge is going to tell you. The judge is going to tell you this. That malice can be inferred from conduct so reckless and wanton as to indicate a depravity of mind and a general disregard for human life.
And renewed objection.
It's not going to be.
Objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's not going to be the malice that they're trying to say has to exist. They got together and said, let's kill Cristina. The bottom of this, malice is not required ill will toward the individual. What does it require? Actions and conduct so reckless as to show a disregard for human life. So the question you have here is, what did they do to show a disregard for human life? And the answer is everything. Everything. You want to know what's relevant about the loaded gun in the back seat? That's a disregard for human life. As the first defense attorney got up here and said, everybody in South Carolina knows you put a child in a car that's in direct sunlight in August and you leave them there, they're going to die. Right. That is a disregard for human life. In fact, it would be actually better and easier if you went through and tried to find a sign at which time they actually showed you some regard for that child's human life. But you won't find any because it's not there. It's not there. Larry's defense attorney came up here and basically said this. Well, just like the solicitor said, he may have thought the air conditioner was on. Right. Because he was hot. Because he was hot. I don't know what he was thinking. I think if any of us watch this video, the one question that has to pop in your mind over and over and over again, what are you thinking? What are you doing? You put this child in the car, and you know nobody's been in the car. You know it's not on. There's no air conditioning. You're in the middle of summer. You're in South Carolina. Everybody knows you're not supposed to. What are you doing? What are you thinking when you find the child locked in the car at 3 o'clock that afternoon? 4 hours later.
Let's don't break the window. Let's go find another key. What are you doing on the swings? What are you doing when you're going inside and having sex and the child is still out in the car cooking? What are you doing? And there's no answer to that. You know why? They're high. What the judge is also going to tell you is that voluntary intoxication, voluntary use of drugs is not a defense in South Carolina to anything. To anything. If they're high and they think the air conditioning's on, so what? They're high. And by the way, the disregard for the safety of others, the disregard for human life, I'm getting high to begin with. You go in to get your child. You continue to get high. Put the quick in while you're high. You can't find a single thing in this anywhere that shows that they care 1 ounce about that child. Did I say at the very beginning that child was baggage? Child was baggage on that day. Did some witnesses take the witness stand and say, she's been a good mother in the past? None of them knew about her nephews. None of them knew how she acted when she was high on death with Larry. None of them did. They didn't lie to me. They should know. And they said they didn't know. Larry says, okay, I got another defense. Not my child. Never mind, he put the child in the car himself.
Thank
He
you.
wants to pass because it's not his child.
Thank you.
He's not responsible for the child. Because he doesn't have any regard for human life.
Thank
For
you.
a child or anybody else's. Supposedly, if I saw something going on with a child, I'd do something about it, would you? What about 3 o'clock in the afternoon? The child's locked in the car. Break the window. That's Larry. What about me? They gave me a big deal about Brittany Honeycutt. What did Brittany Honeycutt tell you? She said, take this child with you. Please take this child with you. I got to go to work. I can't take the child with me. Take her to work, put her in the car, leave her there. That's what I do. I do it all the time. They said, well, Brittany Honeycutt didn't like her very much, and she didn't like Brittany. I did not. Let's go to Lindsay Lewis, the babysitter. The same babysitter that Rita abandons her child with 3 days before this takes place. The babysitter who'd never taken care of the child before. The babysitter who didn't even know that if the child ate solid food, that there was a choking hazard because Rita never told her. The same babysitter came in and testified there wasn't any food in the house, and she just left. And all Saturday, I tried to call her, and she didn't respond. You know why she didn't respond? Because she was getting high with Larry. Her focus was on Larry. Her focus was on getting high with Larry, not anything to do with this child. She didn't respond then. She didn't respond before. She didn't respond through this entire event, not to that child. All her concern is Larry. She abandons the child with the babysitter. Then she turns around and puts the child in the car. They don't forget it. Just like I said in my opening statement. They didn't forget her. They stood around the car until they went inside and had sex. Where was the child in the car? Just abandoned the child again. Yeah, I don't know the fact that I said baggage. It's exactly how they're treating that child. Baggage. In the way. Because she needed to be with Larry. She abandoned the child then. And the child's locked in the car. Does she stay with the child? No. She and Larry go and hug and kiss in the car in the truck and they take off. It's abandoned the child again. And one more thing and I'll sit down. Mr. Phillips brought up an excellent point. He said his parent. Lots of his parents. Which implies that her child is dead. Okay, imagine finding my child dead.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection is-
Speculation is improper. It's not in evidence.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Can't imagine. Most parents, they find their child dead. They're not going to be inside the house when the police get there. In fact, the police are going to have to pry that parent off of that child.
And if the police don't have to do it, the coroner's going to have to do it. The coroner doesn't have to do it. The funeral director's going to have to do it. Because the parent's going to stay with that child. That child is dead. The child is part of them. They're never going to leave that child, even if the child is dead. And what did she do? She went aside. She abandoned the child again. Maybe at some point in her life, maybe on other days, she would have done that. But on August 5th, 2019, two people finally murdered that child. On this day, they tortured that child to death.
Wow.
Madam Forelady and members of the jury, you've heard the testimony, received the evidence, and heard the arguments of the state and the defendants. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case. Under the Constitution and laws of the state of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts. I do not have the right to pass on the facts or to express any opinion that I might have as to them, because this is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, the weight, and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. As a trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial of the case, to rule upon the admissibility of the evidence offered during the trial. You are to consider only the testimony from this witness stand, together with any exhibits which have been made a part of the record. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable, and as a presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you, then deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. I charge you in that regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I tell you that the law is. Now, you are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who testified and of the evidence offered during the trial. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony of a witness was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. These things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give each defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or the value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, To the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray a defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving each defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. Now, the rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses who are called expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who by education, experience, has become an expert in some
Where's the echo?
field. And that witness may state an opinion to relevant and material matter within their expertise. And that witness may state an opinion to relevant and material matter within their expertise.
Hear that? What is that?
And they may also state the reasons for their opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight that you think it deserves. If you decide that an opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. Now, I instruct you and emphasize that the fact that a defendant did not testify is not a factor to be considered by you in any way in your deliberations and in your consideration on the question of the guilt or innocence of a defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever. A defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent, and the assertion of this right must not be considered by you in your deliberations. So I repeat, under your oath, you are to draw no conclusions whatsoever from the fact that a defendant did not testify. The fact that a defendant did not testify should not even be discussed in the jury room. The burden of proof, as I have stated, is on the state. The defendant is not required to prove him or her innocent. The burden remains on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hold on. I'm going to swap from Chrome since he uses the microphone and we don't need it. It's hard to... I have issues with Chrome.
Does an indictment create any presumption
on YouTube for some reason?
Inference of guilt? The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendants. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. Each defendant has pled not guilty to the charges in the indictments. And those pleas put the burden on the state to prove the defendant or defendants guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in the state of South Carolina is never required to prove himself or herself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that a defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies each defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt, satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of a defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled, unless you are satisfied from the evidence of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of establishing every fact necessary to prove each defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because the law presumes every defendant charged with a crime to be innocent, and the burden of establishing guilt is placed solely on the state. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore, is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of a defendant. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are convinced that a defendant is guilty, then you must find him or her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think that there is a reasonable possibility, a real possibility, that either or both of the defendants are not guilty, then you must give each of them the benefit of the doubt and find him or her not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 3 separate offenses against each defendant. The indictments are murder of Cristina Pangalangan, great bodily injury on a child, and criminal conspiracy. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense as to each defendant. You must decide each indictment separately on the law and the evidence applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. Each defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged, and you will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant, Rita Pangalangan, and the defendant, Larry Eugene King, are charged with the murder of Cristina Pangalangan. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant or defendants killed Cristina Pangalangan with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant or defendants just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which expresses hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later committed. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. Malice may be inferred from conduct that is so extremely reckless and wanton as to indicate a depravity of mind and general disregard for human life.
That's the one that's
In
going to
the
get them.
context of murder, malice does not require ill will toward the individual injured, but rather it signifies a general malignant, extreme recklessness of the lives and safety of others, or a condition of mind that shows a heart regardless of social duty and fatally bent on mischief.
That's what's going to get them on the malice.
As to the charge of great bodily injury on a child, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant or defendants inflicted great bodily injury on a child. Great bodily injury means bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious injury or permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of a bodily function, member, or organ. As to criminal conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendants combined together for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal or unlawful object or an object neither criminal nor unlawful by criminal or unlawful means. To establish the existence of a conspiracy, proof of an express agreement is not necessary, and direct evidence is not essential, but the conspiracy may be sufficiently shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. And in order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, extreme recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. There's no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There's no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says criminal intent may be shown from circumstances shown to have existed. This is how you make a determination of whether or not the element requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established in the same way as any other fact by taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant or defendants intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from action or failure to act. It may arise from negligence, extreme recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be an equivalent to criminal intent. Voluntary intoxication or use of drugs does not constitute a defense to a crime, but proof of mere presence at the scene of a crime is not sufficient to find someone guilty. However, the law also says that the hand of one is the hand of all. If a crime is committed by two or more persons who are acting together in the commission of a crime, then the act of one is the act of both. When a person does an act in the presence of and with the assistance of another, the act is done by both. As indicated, mere suspicion, however strong, is not sufficient to sustain a conviction. Suspicion implies a belief or opinion as to guilt based on facts and circumstances which do not amount to proof. Now, while the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often refer to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. In matter for lady and members of the jury, I'm required to charge you the law as I've done through giving you these instructions, and that's to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I've instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion that I have as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. Now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you've done so, you will have complied with your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be influenced by opinions or expressions of opinions you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and to change your opinion if you become convinced that it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. And Madam Forelady, it will be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with me, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only.
Lois Cox
Pass
gifted
the
a
note
membership. Thank you,
bailiff,
Lois
who will
Cox.
bring it to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or to have you return to the courtroom. However, I caution you, with regard to any message or question, that you should never state or specify your numerical division at the time. You've heard the evidence, and now you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Forelady, you will indicate the verdict on the verdict form. And we have two verdict forms, one for Pangalangan and one for King. And as to each charge, the verdict is either not guilty or guilty. You would check the appropriate box then sign it at the end. Now remember that although only the foreperson writes the verdict, it is not hers alone. The verdict has to be unanimous. And Madam Forelady, you're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have to have agreed on the verdict. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the jury room to start deliberating in a moment. But when you get there, don't begin deliberations until you receive a copy, until you receive the copy of the verdict forms and the exhibits. And once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin your deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiffs, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. Now, we've selected 14 people to serve on jury duty. First 12 regular jurors and then 2 alternates. Before asking any question about whether you can continue with deliberations, want to inquire of the jury whether anyone has made an effort to contact you about the case, or whether you've viewed any media articles or been otherwise exposed to any other information about this case other than what you received in the courtroom. If you've seen or heard anything else outside of the courtroom or been contacted by anyone concerning the case, if so, raise your hands. And no hands are raised. Now, if we have 2 alternates, 2 very capable alternates over there, if for any reason any of the first 12 of you selected cannot continue with deliberations, please raise your hands. So all the first 12 jurors are good to go, which means that the 2 alternates will not be able to participate in the deliberations. And when they go to the jury, if you all will hold your position right there. So I'm going to send you to the jury room now and wait for the verdict form and the exhibits, and that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. So please go to the jury room. Will they close the door? Is that door closed? Are there any additions or exceptions to the charge?
No, sir, none from the state. None from the charge, Your Honor. Whenever the appropriate time is, at the matter of law, hearing, closing, you can put that on.
All right. So if you all then can review the exhibits that's going back to the jury, along with, we're going to pass up the verdict form to them as well.
Does Your Honor send the indictments back or just the jury?
No.
Okay, so keep in mind.
And while they're reviewing these exhibits for submission to the jury room, I'm going to charge all of this now. I don't know if you did. Yes, sir. Okay. Start taking it.
I'm sorry, did you say yes?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Let's let alternates go, then get back to that. To the 2 alternates, thank you all very much for your efforts during this trial. Whenever people appear for jury duty, they're quite often hesitant and hopeful that they don't get picked. But almost everyone who gets selected to be on the jury, by the end of the trial and during the course of the trial, they become heavily invested in the trial and they want to see it through to its conclusion. So I've noticed you all being very attentive and very good jurors. But the luck of the draw, the first 12 selected are those folks, and you all were standing in the wings ready to join the jury if you needed to. So we're going to release you from jury duty now. I would suggest that you not discuss what you think the verdict should be until you hear from the jury as to what the verdict is, at which time you're willing to, you can talk to anyone that you might want to about the verdict at that time. And I want to thank you on behalf of all the parties and your other fellow citizens of Colleton County. And so you're excused now. Madam Clerk, any other comments for the jurors? Okay. You normally tell them that you're going to send them a check or all right, I've got you. You don't explain the checks anymore.
Okay. All right, I'm having to change. I've got to change my thing. The YouTube stuff to what is happening? There it goes. To say verdict watch, and then I did like a little thumbnail that has, instead of swapping streams because it's just too much to swap, and then if they come back, do the verdict another one. I'm just going to leave. We're just going to stay here, and then when we start watching day 3 of the other trial, I'll just add that part to the playlist later. All right, so we have a couple things that we need to do now. We need eyebrows, obviously. Let's see if they're going to put a clock up or if I need to, because we're going to keep theirs open. All right. So the poll says, most of you say 1 to 2 hours. Here's the thing about this. Keep in mind, there are 2 defendants and there are 3 charges each. So they're going to have to go through, they're going to have to make 6 decisions while they're back there. And I think, and we're going to go over some of that and like the jury instructions and stuff in just a second. I got to go get my water for my verdict eyebrows. I got my verdict eyebrows ready. What? Y'all are lucky I love you. So I got to grab my water and my rag. And then we'll talk important stuff while I'm putting on eyebrows, because that's what normal people do, right? Talk about important stuff while they're putting on fake eyebrows online. Live. Oh, Lucy's verdict outfit. Hold on. We got to do that for the verdict eyebrows.
studying.
I wouldn't be able to put up with that myself, Judge, so
You can imagine.
I'm with, no, sir, I can't.
45 minutes.
We went,
We're off the
we went through everything on Wednesday.
Yeah,
before.
right.
I'm sorry.
If you can believe it, they've listened to the case for an entire week and then got the instruction and then they go back
And wait for 45
and wait for 45 minutes while everyone is going through page by page all these exhibits.
Really?
Here, Luce. Come here.
Shooting her in the head, referring to Cristina. The previously sustained hearsay objection I had regarding what Rita said, you had sustained that during the trial and the solicitor relied on that inadmissible statement in his closing, relied on the photo of the gun that I previously objected to, as well as the testimony from Lindsay Lewis and Brittany Honeycutt that I argued was under 401 not relevant, 404B is inadmissible propensity evidence, and 403 that any Probative value of that was substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. I believe this hits the touchstone of a mistrial in regarding the manifest necessity that's been a deprivation of Rita's right to a fair trial. And it's been calculated, the closing was calculated to arouse the passions and prejudice of the jury that crossed that threshold, rose to the level of a mistrial. Thank you.
All right. Response by the state.
No, sir, I think we've covered all the arguments legally. I don't believe that I referred to anything in front of the jury that you kept out of evidence. I don't believe I did that. Otherwise, Your Honor, all the other legal arguments we've already made.
Anything further?
And just to be specific about the statement, I believe that question was asked of Larry about what she said as far as it would be cheaper not to bust out the window to go get the key fob. I objected under hearsay, and Your Honor sustained that objection.
Statement by co-defendant
That's correct.
is being hearsay?
Yeah, and you sustained it, and they relied on that inadmissible statement.
Yeah, I don't recall sustaining a co-defendant's statement.
Co-defendant was testifying and went to say a statement that Ms. Pangalangan made. I objected as to hearsay.
Statement stated by the co-defendant.
No, by my client, Rita Pangalangan, during Larry King's testimony,
All right.
and you sustained the objection.
All right. Everything is a matter of record, and the record is preserved, and I overruled the motion that's currently being made and all other motions that I previously overruled or denied. And the jury can keep rolling, and we'll take a break waiting for them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
So I was getting Lucy her verdict outfit on. So he wanted, I missed the beginning of it. He wanted a mistrial because of the comments about the gun and the closing arguments. And then what was the other thing? Good luck with that happening. What other hot mic? Hold on, we got to go back. Y'all know I love me a hot mic moment. Is it before this?
Referring to Cristina, the previously sustained hearsay objection I had regarding what Rita said, you had sustained that during the trial, and the solicitor relied on that inadmissible statement in his closing, relied on the photo of the gun that I previously objected to, as well as the testimony
Before
from
this.
Lindsay Lewis and Brittany Honeycutt in his
It's like 6 minutes back. Maybe 7 minutes back. This is like, I'm like 7 minutes back right now.
Studying.
I wouldn't be able to put up with that myself, Judge, so
You can imagine.
I'm with, no, sir, I can't.
45 minutes.
We went,
We're off the
we went through everything on Wednesday.
Yeah,
before we-
right. If you can believe it, they've listened to the case for an entire week and then got the instruction and then they go back
And wait for 45
and wait for 45 minutes while everyone is going through page by page all these exhibits.
Really?
I love him. I love him. All right. So Lucy's got her verdict outfit on. So this was sent in to her. We got this week, and I said something about getting her like a judge's outfit or something, but we didn't have a judge's outfit. But she's got her. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger for her big debut. I've got her. She's got a why can't I talk? Why can't I like speak words? Let's see if I can make this. I'm having so many problems right now for some reason. Okay. All right, there we go. Now you can see. All right, so I don't have a judge's robe for her, but she has her lawyer's outfit with her pearls. Come here, you want to show them your outfit? You want to show them your pretty outfit? She You say hi? Can you tell them that you are Lawyer Lucy? And you're here for jury duty? Say objection. Objection. So she means business. She will object. She is, I mean, she's cheap labor. She works for belly rubs and treats. So she's available for hire. She is. And unlike John Thomas, when you tell her to sit down, she will. She listens. So that's good. I mean, you know, we're trying to get you some work out here. How cute is her? This is her lawyer outfit. She's a little lawyer in her little lawyer outfit. How funny is this? You are very cute. She's like, I don't care. I just want more. So she's got her little, see, this is like her little pearls. Look at that face. She looks like she has an objection. See, objection. Objection. She's the cutest. She is the cutest. She's like, can I lay back down now? Cause give me 5. Give me 5. Are you mad? Give up. Hey, you're not getting another treat. Your breath still smells like treats. You don't get another one. Give me 5. That doesn't count. She's just looking around like, I don't even know why I have to be up here, why I can't be in my little bed. You make a very cute attorney. You really do. She's looking around like this. All right. Can you sit in Mama's lap while I get my verdict eyebrows on? Yeah? Give me 5. You a treat? Give me 5. She's not doing it. She's not listening. You know how I just said she'll listen? That's out the window. Are you angry? Do you have an objection? Okay. All right. You want to sit in your little area, or you want to sit in Mama's lap? That face. You're the cutest little attorney pup I've ever seen. Oh, there you go. There you go. You're good. Where'd she go? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Now I gotta try to move. I got to rearrange some stuff here to try to get, I don't know what I just did. I've messed my screen all up. All right. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ooh, those clouds outside. What just happened? There we go. Those clouds outside are getting dark. Okay. Update. All right, now I got it fixed. All right, there we go. Yeah, people will go out there and they'll be all, you know, a storm will come in and they'll be out there living their best life. A storm will come in. A lot of them will wait it out because they're like used to this, like they know it'll pass. But then sometimes they, you know, will come in. You'll see them carrying all their chairs and all that stuff in, and then it'll pass 10 minutes later, and then you'll see them hauling everything back out there. All right. Verdict eyebrow time. I wore mascara the other day, and it is still, I started using this stuff on my lashes that my friend sent me because I lost so many of mine during chemo, and I started using it, and now my lashes have gotten really long, which is cool. That's great. But now when I wear mascara, it takes like, it'll, when I sleep on it and stuff, because I don't wear it very often, but then my eyelashes will, they're long now, so they'll get tangled. I guess I got to start doing something about that. All right. This one is this side. All right. So here's the thing. talk about serious stuff while I'm putting on eyebrows and my dog is wearing a lawyer's costume. Oh, spilled that everywhere. It's good. It's great. It's fine. Everything's fine. The instructions make it pretty clear for most of this. I think that, wait, is that right? There we go. Got it. Got it. Lucy's like, it was hard work being an attorney for those 45 seconds. So I'm just going to take a nap right here. The conspiracy thing is the only thing that I think is going to be a little bit longer deliberation because it's not quite as clear cut. So the I have a feeling this one's going to be good. It's going to be like really even. Maybe. Maybe not, but we're going to try. Okay. All right, I think we've got it. All right, so for murder, there has to be malice intent. So the thing about malice, and this is one of those things that they were talking about in those jury instructions, remember? That's why it was so important for them to get their wording down exactly how they wanted it. Look at there. Perfect eyebrow. It's like God just slapped it on my face himself. Look how perfect that is. The whole malice thing is a big deal because you have to have malice to have it be murder. So the whole thing about malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility toward somebody else.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. They'll look at this.
Jury question? I don't even have both eyebrows on yet. We got a jury question? It's like we're like all waiting. What's the question? It has to be a jury question. There's no way they could have a verdict in 30 minutes, right? 6 verdicts.
Can I excuse myself from the court for a moment to find my counsel and my defendant? Should I? I'll stay
Yes,
here.
sir.
We won't leave the courtroom again. That's it.
Certainly ought to confer with each other.
Brooklyn said, I don't know what the problem is. 13 jurors have spoken. And Judge Lucy.
Thank you.
This might be, they had to he said they needed to get all the stuff to him. Maybe this is part of that. I don't know. Because he told them not that, they don't start deliberating until they get the,
The jury has now sent out 2 notes. First one is, can we get a copy of the laws and definitions as stated? I answered that no. They now sent out another note. Is it possible that we can get a laptop to view video? It says the state.
I don't have any objection any way Your Honor wants to do that. We've got a laptop we can send back. Obviously, there need to be some instructions from Your Honor that says you can't go playing on the internet or looking through their laptop. You just got to watch the video. If there's a better way, I don't have any objection one way or the other.
My position is that I like it in a controlled environment. They can come in here. Dylan's well versed, and we can play the video here. It's a controlled environment.
Jury deliberations are not a controlled environment.
Understood, but they can watch the video and then go. It's my position.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have been in courtrooms where the clerk or the court has a pristine, clean
Well,
computer.
the court has no pristine anything. My computer has 20 years worth of work on it.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't referring to, Your Honor. I'm talking to the courthouse itself, where they make that available. It doesn't have internet access. It doesn't have anything else, but it can play the. If the laptop has other stuff on it, I object to it going back. If it has internet access, I object to it going back. If not, if there's one that has nothing and it's simply a video player, I do not have an objection to them having it in the jury room.
Well, this should not be rocket science for any lawyer trying a case in 2023 when videos are presented during body cam, videos of various sorts are used during almost every trial.
Yes.
And it's incumbent upon the lawyers to deal with that issue. I do not believe in having jurors deliberate in the presence of an audience, such as Mr. Phillips is suggesting. Though you're shaking your head, if once the jury gets the case to deliberate, they should have evidence in the jury room as they were given the video to take into the jury room. It's incumbent upon the parties to make it such that they can view that evidence in the jury room as they have requested.
As I did not introduce any video, I don't think it's incumbent upon me to
Okay, so you're out of the conversation if it's not incumbent upon you.
Excuse me?
You're out of the conversation if it's not incumbent upon you.
I don't mean to take, I'm making the argument that it's not incumbent upon me, it's incumbent upon them. And if Your Honor won't send instructions in the law back, to send a computer from the solicitor's office back with God knows what's on it.
Well, I understand that, so obviously that won't happen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's like police body cam of a DUI traffic stop that has 30 DUI stops on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we don't do that. Yes, sir.
The burden is always on the state. We have no burden in here. And as
Not
far as
regarding exhibits,
there's no law that requires the defendant to have a laptop ready for the jury that I know of.
absolutely, you're correct. It's incumbent upon the lawyers as far as if you introduce the video and you argue to the jury that they can watch the video, but you made no provisions for the jury to watch the video that you introduced. And so it goes both ways. That's why, as I'm stating, it's incumbent upon the lawyers who are presenting cases to make provisions for the jury to view their evidence if you want the jury to review it.
Your Honor, respectfully, I believe that would be court administration through the clerk of court's office, and that'll be my position. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's not incumbent upon court administration, and it's not incumbent upon the clerk's office to make provisions for jurors to review evidence that's introduced by the parties. That's the responsibility of the parties. Mr. Stone.
Again, we've offered that, and I think even sending a bailiff back with the computer, but whatever, again, do whatever you want to.
Yeah, for his right, I mean, you have some pristine computer with nothing on it for the purpose of having jurors be able to view it, but apparently you all have not done it in this case.
I guess potentially for the appellate record, I know for other cases, since the state has the burden of proof, they will have a computer with no internet, no access to play the evidence, because it's their evidence for which must cross that burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that my client is guilty. So it is their burden.
The jurors request many things that are not in evidence, including a computer or a laptop. It's not in evidence. Jurors get the evidence, and they have the evidence, and they're deliberating. If the parties are interested in jurors viewing their evidence, then it's incumbent upon the parties to work that out, to enter into some stipulation, which should be done in advance of making an argument to the jury saying, watch my video, and you made no provisions for them to watch it.
That was a little low. That's okay. Well, this one's too low. Hold on, I can make it go up.
So the question posed by the jurors, is it possible that we can get a laptop to view video? What says the state?
My answer is yes, sir. We have a video, we have a laptop. Your instruction could be watch the video on the laptop. Don't get on the internet. I don't know what other than that. Yes, is the answer to that.
What else is on the video other than exhibits in this trial?
You mean what else is on the
On
computer?
the, yes, ma'am, sorry, yes. What else is on the laptop other than exhibits in this trial?
Probably a lot like your computer. You understand probably 20 years worth of work on it. So the internet is cut off, but then I think that part's pretty easy. And whether a bailiff could go with it, I would have no objection to that either.
The bailiff's not part of deliberations of the jury. Yes, sir.
No, I was trying to focus on your own. I think the answer to that is no.
Okay. Judge, I think we have a way to do this.
Okay.
But I've had to ask somebody that has better intelligence on technology. If I could just allow him to explain to you, this is Dylan Hightower. I know you got introduced him earlier.
Yes, sir.
Dylan Hightower.
Yes, sir, Judge. What we can do is we can create a new profile through Microsoft OneDrive and just put these two files on there, the two camera angles, and then allow them to view it from there on out.
Dylan Hightower is there.
So not have any access of any other information.
See, everything else would be passworded, so you wouldn't be able to get to it.
All right, Mr.
Including the internet.
Ms. Phillips.
If after review that is done in the way they described, I have no objection. I would ask that the video that Your Honor referenced as far as mine would be put on there as well.
Certainly, we don't have to.
So do you want to prove to Mr. Phillips what you just said?
Yes, sir. Can I have about 5 or 10 minutes and I give you a perfect example of how?
I think, and I've known Dylan since he was in middle school. I was in his brother's wedding.
I don't know, he's a right trust, but I want to explain it to me.
All right. Take your time to do that and then, and explain it to everyone before submit it to the jury.
So, yeah, where'd that comment go, City Kitty? A profile with no internet access with nothing on it except for these files can be made like on a laptop, like super quick. Yeah, this is. But, you know, these are attorneys who have, like, people do all that stuff for them. Like, I'm not even a tech guy, and
Oh, boy.
but I'm a mom, so I know that part.
Okay, can we get a clear definition of criminal conspiracy? We cannot decide on a verdict until we have a clear understanding.
I knew it. I just called it. I said that one was going to be the one that they were going to.
Definition of criminal conspiracy. We cannot decide on a verdict until we have a clear understanding. Says the state.
Sounds like they need to come back out and you need to charge the conspiracy that you charged earlier.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I knew it.
No, not yet. We're still working on this little thing.
No verdict yet. They've got a whole bunch of questions, though. So they want a clear definition of conspiracy. They can't come up with a verdict until they understand exactly what it is. So they're going to bring them out and do like the charge again, where they explain that part to them, apparently.
Your Honor, I don't know what the jury will think, but if the transport police could not be not applying, they come in.
Okay. So I want you all to check out for a few minutes. Would they know who they are? I don't either. Are those transport police uniforms?
While we're waiting, I will tell y'all Tuesday morning before we start the
transport police uniforms or Colleton County?
before we start the sex therapist trial. we are going to have Dr. G is coming on with me, and we are going to look at the Thami walkthrough video with him. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. That's going to be Tuesday morning. They also don't have the sex therapist trial tomorrow. So if this ends up taking up all of our time today, we can watch that on Monday. Dr. G will be amazing, especially the Thami walkthrough. Oh my gosh. How cool is that?
You are ready for the jury to come in?
Stage ready. Ready,
Okay, Mr. Bailiff, you bring the jury.
Bring the jury. If I do, we'll vote real quick. If I do Monday, it's not going to be a full day stream. It's going to be a short one. But like maybe half a day.
As they're coming in, I've read what was submitted and agreed upon by the party states request number 3. And I kind of hesitated as I was reading it. 2 or more persons gathering together for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal or unlawful object, or an object neither criminal nor unlawful by unlawful means. Is that the right word, object, or should it be act?
I think it should. I try to get that directly from the case and add the quotes.
I got you. Sure.
I have a statute here, and that's council representative.
Okay. All right, welcome back. Received a couple of notes here. Is it possible that we can get a laptop to view video? And the answer is yes, and that'll be submitted back there for you to use. Second question is, can we get a clear definition on criminal conspiracy? We cannot decide on a verdict until we have a clear understanding. A criminal conspiracy is defined as a combination between 2 or more persons for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal or unlawful object, or an object neither criminal nor unlawful by criminal or unlawful means. To establish the existence of a conspiracy, proof of an express agreement is not necessary, and direct evidence is not essential.
Lisa Dempsey gifted membership.
But the conspiracy may be sufficiently shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. That's what the definition of a criminal conspiracy is. So, I ask you all to return to the jury.
all they did was read the same thing that was in the jury instructions, and they're still going to go back there like,
Any additions or objections to the charge?
No, sir. No, Your Honor. None, Your Honor.
okay. So think about it how they have to decide it, because they have to go just by what he just said. Look at his little head. Isn't he adorable? Love him. They are going to see the video. They're going to send them back there with the laptop to see the video. Let me... So weird. All right, let's see. I'll put it. Where do you want the timer? Where do we want this thing? Oops. I'll put it over here. There we go. All right. So the conspiracy thing, it makes it sound complicated the way that they word it, right? So it's just, it sounds kind of conjumbled, but it's in their jury instructions. So, but the whole thing, okay, like two people that, like the combination, you know, two or more people for the purpose of accomplishing a criminal or unlawful object, or what was it, or a non-criminal object by criminal means, or whatever it was. So it basically means like y'all got together and decided to do something you weren't supposed to do. So to me, that's not, well, y'all tell me what you think. If you're just going by those jury instructions and all the evidence that we've seen, what are your thoughts on conspiracy? I want to hear what some of y'all have to say, because there's been a couple people in chat that said that that was the one thing that, mostly because of how it's worded, that was the one thing that was questionable on here. Because I don't think that they conspired to kill her. I don't personally, but I think that their stories lining up to cover it up is a little iffy. And I think that because the thing on the conspiracy is it doesn't say the instructions are, oh, we have audio again.
You also, before you gave us the standard charge, you said this is a clearer definition than it is. Since
I don't recall saying those words. I'm not disputing you, but it doesn't sound like me, but go ahead.
Since they asked for a clearer definition, and this is one, and it is a correct statement of the law, I'd ask that you charge.
Well, thank you. I thought you were going in another direction.
No, sir.
Okay. It says the state.
Jay, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it's any clearer with all of that than it is without it. Conspiracy's always been relatively confusing.
They're talking about the conspiracy.
So to speak.
Well, it gets back to the words that I said, an unlawful object as opposed to an unlawful act. That's the essential difference that further explains it to me. And, you know, when you give me a case from 1963, I imagine conspiracy was pretty confusing back then. State v. Fleming.
There's a lot of things I disagree with that was happening in 1963, so I think the proper statement of law is appropriate.
Especially the case that was handed up from Clarendon County. So there's no objection to me bringing them back out and giving the standard conspiracy charge. Is that correct?
I would request.
Requested by defense, each defense lawyers and agreed to by the state. All right. So let's bring the jury back.
All right. So they're going to bring them back out and give them, instead of just the agreed upon charge, like charge instruction, they're going to bring them back out and give them which will hopefully be easier for them to understand and won't be worded so strangely. They're not dropping the conspiracy. They're bringing them out and giving them more instruction on it. And y'all keep in mind, like, these are not people who watch trials all the time like we do. So, you know, a lot of these people, like a lot of jurors don't have any kind of trial watching experience or anything. So I think that's the act instead of object is the biggest word conjumblement there. Conjumblement, that's a word, right? Totally. It's Friday, we make up our own words.
Madam Foley and members of the jury, the defendants are charged with conspiracy. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendants combined with one or more person, the defendant or defendants, combined with one or more persons for the purpose of committing an unlawful act or of committing a lawful act by unlawful means. There must be a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention and plan. Mere passive knowledge of or consent to the criminal conduct of another is not enough to make a person a conspirator. There must be guilty knowledge and participation. Similarly, the mere fact that a defendant may have associated with another person or met with another person and discuss common aims and interests does not necessarily establish proof of the existence of a conspiracy or
This
that
is
a
much
defendant
clearer.
was involved in a conspiracy. On the other hand, it is not necessary that the agreement be a formal one, that it be in writing, that the person hold a meeting and expressly state the terms of the common plan, or that the agreement be stated in words between them. The agreement of a criminal conspiracy may come into being through an implied mutual understanding. The willful, intentional, and knowing adoption by two or more persons of a common plan is sufficient. No overt acts need to be shown to establish a conspiracy. A conspiracy may be shown by circumstantial evidence and the conduct of the parties. In order to convict a defendant of conspiracy, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt not only that a defendant knew of the unlawful conduct, but that a defendant agreed or combined with the other person or persons for the purpose of accomplishing the unlawful conduct. And that is a criminal conspiracy. You all will return to the jury room.
So that reading is a lot clearer. See what they have to say about it.
Okay, any additions or exceptions? All right. And how we coming with that project? Good.
Bring in those.
Okay, so, all right, so according to this new reading and definition or whatever, they had to have a mutual understanding, agreement, or common intention or plan to either commit an unlawful act or commit a lawful act by unlawful means. So it means that they had to both be like in cahoots for something unlawful. So I think that if you're a juror, and I want to hear what y'all think about having it explained the way he just did it this time. After that, do you think that it would clear it up for you anymore? What is it that you could see, or is there anything that you could see that you agree that they, like, agreed on or had like an understanding on to that was illegal that they did. Because remember, it doesn't say that they have to be, that they conspired to, kill her. It doesn't say that they conspired specifically to do any one thing. It's criminal conspiracy, meaning they conspired to do something criminal. So it could be any of those things. So if you say yes to guilty on the conspiracy, what specifically do you see that they conspired on? Okay, so while they were sitting there on the swing, they had to have some conversation. Totally guilty, just 10 minutes alone in the car for a needs child is too long. Now I say guilty because neither of them got her out. They both knew she was in there and they had to know the outcome. They both decided to leave property together with her in the car. Get high and leave underage child attended. Covering it up. They both participated in reckless endangerment by leaving her there for 5 hours. If they can find that they conspired to cover it up, then I would vote guilty to that charge. Yeah, because covering it up is an unlawful act. So that would be part of it. Going to get the key and not breaking the window. Guilty of conspiring the neglect of a child. Cover up. Leave her by herself. Cover up. So most everybody is saying the cover up. And 83% of you say guilty on the cover up or guilty on conspiracy. But most of you are saying because of the cover up. Oh, Michelle, there's always polls where at least one or two hit the wrong one. You're fine. These just kind of give us an idea. Oh, my leg. This is one of the hard parts for me too, Kathy. Kathy says, I think that they knew or suspected that she was dead. Even after they had the fob, they didn't rush to open the door. That was one of the hardest parts of that video too, y'all. When they pulled back up to the driveway, like into the driveway, and they parked out there, they didn't just go rushing over with the key fob like, oh my God, let me, they sat in the dang truck. They sat in the dang truck. 4 minutes. 4 minutes after they had been gone that whole time. At this point, she's been in that car for over 5 hours, and they sat in the damn truck. Make it make sense. See, for me, I would have to say yes on the conspiracy. And my reason would be they had a mutual understanding because they both knew that she was in that car. They both knew what was happening. They had a mutual, and they both knew that she was being neglected for those hours. So they may not have been like, hey, let's leave her in the car for exactly 5 hours. They may not have done that, but that law says a mutual understanding, and they had a mutual understanding that they were leaving her in that car and going in there to make whoopee while she sat out there in that dang car by herself. And even if, which I don't believe, but even if the car was running, whatever, leaving that car out there for that long when the car is not in motion and that belt's not turning or whatever, when that car's in motion, it will not blow cold air for that long. Like, it will turn into hot air, and that becomes a just as deadly as if the car wasn't on it anyway. So they had a mutual understanding that they were neglecting her and leaving her in this car for that many hours. So for me, it would be a guilty. Thank you, SOS, for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. She died within 1 hour, according to medical examiner. When Rita went back out there at 12:39, that was more than an hour after they had put her in there. And she opened that back door and threw that key fob in there and shut the door. Kept on about her business. Which is what frustrates me the most. And that's why I said that part gets to me so much. Earlier, I was thinking at that point, it is possible that she knew what was happening or what had happened. And the way that she handled it was to shut the door and keep getting high with Larry or doing whatever she was doing. Oh. I think that if it were really one of those things like they were walking her out to the car because he wanted her to leave and they were leaving, which is possibly true, especially if they were fussing about her, you know, getting around the neighborhood or whatever. So if they're fussing about that and he goes to, you know, carry Christina out there and he puts Christina in the car, maybe he thinks, like, let's say that, yeah, they're getting ready to leave. But then as soon as they realize that they're not, she should have been brought back inside too. As soon as that conversation lasted more than a 30-second goodbye, so to me, it's guilty on everything. I did not hear them say how much gas was still in the car after the police got there. I never, if that's one of those things that they mentioned and it went over my head, that's a possibility, but I never heard them say it, or if they did say it and I heard it, I did not retain that information. Poor baby. That poor baby. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon Ken Sharp. I appreciate that. He gone. They did not mention the gas tank. I don't remember. I didn't think so. I don't remember, but it's a good question. I think that, okay, Holly Mack says, when they left to go get the key, I believe they knew she was already dead and used that time to come up with the car wouldn't open, plan conspiracy. See, I feel like by the time they called the locksmith, they knew that. And I think that Robert didn't want to tell me when I called him back yesterday, but he didn't want to comment on it, which I understand. I'm still going to email him when his trial's over, but I understand. But based on what he said about how whatever he heard, and he heard the female voice, and whatever he heard, then he hung up that phone and told his friend that was in the shop with him, you're about to see more ambulances and first responders and all that flying down this road than you've ever seen before in your life. The fact that he said that based on what he heard on the phone makes me think whatever was said, they already knew that she was dead by the time they called him. And they called him before they left to go get that key fob. They knew she was dead, in my opinion. They knew she was dead when they called the locksmith, which means they knew she was dead while they were swinging on that porch swing. They knew she was dead when they left to go get the other key fob. They knew she was dead when they pulled back up and sat in that damn truck in that driveway for almost 5 minutes before they even got out to open that door. Robert is a locksmith. He said, y'all want to hear it? I put a clip of it in the podcast. See, there's all kinds of things. This is why y'all need to listen to the podcast too. All kinds of things. All right, let's see.
And I said that again to this.
If they're not going to object,
So don't,
He's objected. It's
okay,
fine.
so then the phone made a sound as if it was dropped. And I heard just sounds in the background, including, well, I can't, you're saying I can't say that.
But based on what you heard, what did you do then? Because I think at that point,
The phone went clickety click, like as if it had landed somewhere. And then the phone call got disconnected.
and at that point, you believed there was definitely an emergency involved, based on what you heard.
I knew there was an emergency involved because of, well, I'm not being allowed to say what I overheard on the conversation. So I said to a friend customer, who's a friend of mine outside of business, and another customer, because I'm right there on Jeffries, you're about to see more fire trucks, ambulances, police cars than you've ever seen in your life come flying by here at maybe 90 miles an hour, any moment now. And I would say within 4 or 5 minutes of that, every fire truck, EMS, police car, and weren't even doing 70, they were doing like more like 90. Because it's 35 out there, you know when somebody's speeding. And I said that again to this friend, and he's a customer, and they asked me what happened, and I told them pretty much everything here, because one of them knew Larry.
You knew something shocking had happened at that
Oh, I'm certain, because of what?
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Because of what he heard that he's not allowed to say.
I don't have a question. None. Thank you for coming.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, and of course I called him because I'm nosy, and he wasn't there the first day I called him. I called him right after this. Like when trial ended that day, I called him, and he wasn't there, of course, and they closed at 2 that day, and he didn't leave here till that afternoon. So he wasn't there that day. So I called him the next day live while we were on stream, and I talked to him. But he did not, he said he appreciated it, but he did not want to comment about what was said. Best to believe when this trial's over, I'm going to try one more time, though. I'm not going to call him this time, though. I did a little digging. I got his email. So I'm going to reach out one more time and say, now that it's over, do you want to let us know what you heard? Worth a shot. What's the worst you can do? Tell me no, or get a restraining order. Yeah, he was pleasant. He was nice as he could be. Okay, Rick Thomas needs a poll for supper. Let's pick Rick Thomas's supper. This is like a magic 8 ball. All right, should Rick Thomas eat KFC or Taco Bell? All right, let's pick his supper. New poll's up. Go get you some devil tacos from Taco Bell. Your investigative prowess or nosiness is an inspiration. Thank you. Thank you. I pride myself on my nosiness. I want to know all the tea. I just don't want to be involved in any of it. I don't like being involved in drama, but I want to know everybody else's. I want to know the whole story from everybody else. I just don't want to be involved in it. I want to know it from over here. I want to be close enough to hear everything and see your facial expressions, but I don't want to be close enough to where I'm involved in it. I'm like the nosy neighbor who just, So, oops. Susan Bond, I was trying to show your comment and I almost put you in timeout. I don't think I did. I didn't just time you out, did I? I think I canceled it. I was trying to show your comment. Oops. Susan Bond says, my family calls me Nosy Rosie. I hope I didn't just put you in timeout. If I did, I'm so sorry. I hit the wrong button, but I think I canceled it out. Okay, I didn't. All right, good. Dairy Queen tacos? Dairy Queen has tacos? Kathy, you were standing in the bush checking on your neighbors? I know some good attorneys once you get caught. I like the way you think, Kaylin. Something's wrong with people who aren't nosy, in my opinion. There's this interview with this lady in my hometown. No, she wasn't in my hometown. She's in my college town is where she lived. And one of my good friends who I've been friends with, like she was maid of honor in my wedding. Like she's been like one of my best friends since we were 17 years old. She sent me a screenshot of an article that they did on her when she turned like 103 or something. And they're like, well, what's the secret to, to growing old? Like, what's the secret? Oh, my clock stopped. That's my clock, not theirs. So I've done ruined it. I have two. Hold on. Now I got to fix it. And her secret was something like, read your Bible, eat chocolate, and mind your own business. And I was like, she texted me that and she was like, I thought we were good until we got to number 3. We're screwed. I was like, oh yeah, we're minding our own business is not I won't get involved in other people's business, but I sure do want to know about it. All right. So I stopped the clock somehow. Let's see. So it should be 33 minutes right now. Let's see. Okay. My bad. I just be hitting buttons. Just be hitting buttons. All right, it's the eyebrows. They have a mind of their own. Brady and Kathy are the Gladys Kravitz of true crime YouTube. That's hilarious. Rosalina gifted a membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It went to Debbie's here. Debbie's here. Congratulations. Oh no, my I did whatever I do every day that does not. Why does all my stuff keep stopping? What is happening to my screen right now? Aliens. What is happening? For real though. I have never had, it's doing it again. I have like all this stuff that's all of a sudden just popping up. What is this? What is this? What is happening? Look, I'm telling you, the clock keeps stopping and I'm not stopping it. And then I'm about to give up on everything and open a bottle of wine. All right, let's try this one more again. Let me swap from Chrome. Chrome is messing up everything in my life lately. Okay, not everything in my life, but you know what I mean. Okay. You need to gift the alien memberships. Yes. I mean, they're here enough, right? This has been going on for what, 3 weeks? I will say this, ever since I talked to StreamYard and they reset whatever they reset on my stuff, they have not done their 4 o'clock invasion every day, or 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock my time, invasion every day. And I did say I missed them because of that, which may have been part of the problem. Created by EJF. I can't talk. Okay, so I was looking on Facebook and found the original post from Colleton County Sheriff's announcing their arrest 4 years ago. In the comments, multiple people talking about their experiences with Rita. Interesting. Interesting what they say. All right. I hope that Rick Thomas has decided, the jury has spoken. Rick Thomas, you are getting KFC for supper. Congratulations to you and your KFC. I hope that you enjoy it. I'm closing that poll. Every time they walk through here, I'm like, where are you going? What are you doing? Who said something? Where you go? Look, Lucy really does look like she's got like her bottle of wine by her and everything. She looks like she's like just passed out. She's like, trial's over. Verdict watch. Time to start drinking. Good point, P. Cooper. Aliens and number 13 gotta go together. The Magic 8 Ball is fun. Let's have everybody else decide something else for somebody. What's something that somebody's deciding about? We'll decide it for you. I'm telling you, ever since she got that bottle of wine last week, or was that earlier this week? It's all running together. I don't know. You're probably in there watching that video now. All right, multiple people have been asked to watch Cristina 4 or 5 days or nights per week. Oh, one woman said her daughter watched her and was told to just give her 1 Ensure for breakfast and just Kool-Aid the rest of the day. Wow. Okay, what should I do for my anniversary dinner? Okay, got it. On it. Start a poll. Let's plan anniversary dinner. Plan. All right. All right, so we're going to give 4 options. All right, PJ says steak and lobster. Okay. You can tell I've had 3 hours of sleep. Where'd that comment go? Lexi said, if no kids, take out from fancy. Okay, so you see what this actually says. What I saw on my 3 hours of sleep was, if no kids, take out to a fancy rest area nearby. So, all right, fancy rest area nearby. We're going with it. Totally makes sense. Look, I've been to some nice rest areas along I-75. Thank you very much. So don't knock it till you tried it. There's one that has like 7 different vending machines that you can choose from. And if that ain't romance, I don't know what it is. Plus, they have picnic tables outside. So you get to sit under the stars. Hello. Just because y'all bougie don't mean I have to be. I feel like y'all are being really judgmental right now. My rest area suggestion. Let's see. We need more. We still need 2 more. And A is scared she'll get kidnapped at rest areas. Not on an anniversary date though. You know what? Maybe this is why I'm not meant for relationships, because I'm like, yeah, go to a rest area. There's some nice ones along 75. That's why I'm no longer married. Let's see. Your neighborhood pilot trucks. All right, truck stop. Oops, no, wait, hold on. We weren't done. End poll. End poll. Hit the wrong button. I do that a lot. Start poll. Okay. Plan. All right. Try this again. Steak and lobster. Boring. Okay. Fancy rest area nearby. Truck stop. Truck stops are great too, because think about it like this. Truck stops have a little bit of everything. You can get you can get some drinks there. Okay. They have snacks. There's usually like a Wendy's or a McDonald's attached if you want like hot food. You can take care of each other's gifts there because they have like a whole gift section. If you want to watch a movie and you're watching a movie on your phone and your phone dies, they sell phone chargers. It's literally a one-stop anniversary shop. A truck stop is. So you can take a shower. That might be a little bit, y'all are just jumping to like the bedtime stuff. Oh, you're not saying take a shower together. Well, yeah, you could. I mean, look, you do you. What you do at a truck stop is up to you. No judgment here. Just keep in mind there's cameras outside, but not inside. Oh, you have to have a CDL to get a shower. Oh. Well, if one of you has a CDL, then you can add that in. If you go to Buc-ee's, you'll never leave. Oh my gosh, Buc-ee's is like everything that's right in the world. Y'all think all them gas pumps work? How they have that many gas pumps? There ain't no way you could ever fill all those gas pumps. Picnic on the beach. There are slot machines in some trucks. There you go. Slot machine. Look, see? The world's cheapest date. Yeah. Buc-ee's is totally better than Disney. Totally. There's so much more to do and you don't have to wait in lines. And if you do wait in lines, they're very short. And they have a whole jerky bar. It's like the best. Oh, this is cute. I mean, not as cute as my fancy rest area idea, but 17 of each other's favorites. That's cute. You've waited in line at Buc-ee's for gas? Oh my gosh, I've never seen all of them full. I don't even know that I've ever seen them all half full. There you go. Put on 13's your podcast, eat pizza, drink wine. I am a cheap date. I am like I love, give me some like Piggly Wiggly wine and a frozen pizza and sit outside. Good to go. Good to go. Oh, that was the word I was looking for. Romantic. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Ricky Watson said ham or fried spam. Oh, you know what y'all could do? Y'all could do one of the Goodwill dates. That'd be fun. Why is it all the stuff that's like torturous or cheap? I'm like, yeah, this would be amazing. But like where you go and you pick out your own, like you have to pick out each other's like Goodwill outfits and they don't have a choice. Like you just go pick out whatever you want them to wear and make them wear it. And y'all have to wear each other's stuff that you pick out and go on a date. That'd be fun. Lisa Wilmot. They sell that at a truck stop too. I'm heading to Windstar, one state over. Casinos. Oh, see, there you go. What? Oh, wait, where'd that go? Too many years driving truck, long haul, and unless you're a truck driver and live on the road, I would not recommend a truck stop, period. Not even for an anniversary? Ooh, flea markets are so fun. All right, we need one more option so we can do the poll. Camping's a lot of fun. Camping's a lot of fun. All right, we've got steak and lobster, fancy rest area nearby, truck stop. Let's see. Kelly's like, This is, you know what? These answers are very telling. I feel like I'm learning more about y'all right now than I probably ever needed to know. You could do like a fun with felonies night, like just pick your favorite felony and go commit it, breaking and entering, you know, stuff like that. No, that's a bad idea. Then I'll have to be covering your trial. Escape room, that's fun. The breaking and entering will lead to a different kind of escape room. That's like a jail, and that you can't escape from those. All right, so we'll do escape. Some of these are like real suggestions. Okay, escape room. All right, so we're starting the poll. Lucy's snoring. She's snoring. I don't think I can. My microphone is on a boom, or else I'd put it down there, but she's snoring right now. See her twitching. She's dreaming. Oh, sweet little baby girl. Sweet little baby girl. I wish I could hear her snore. All right. So, wine and chess night. That would be fun. Escape room and take out steak dinner and lobster with wine. That's just like all of the above. Well, I mean, except for the truck stop and the rest area, but my ideas always get shot down. Oh, she's objecting. Little bitty baby. Too cute. Right now, steak and lobster win. Y'all are bougie. Steak and lobster is winning. But look, okay, why are my two choices, the rest area and the truck stop, the last two options? Why are they in last place? Oh my gosh, I'm so good at mini golf. I'm so good at it. And like to the point where it's just embarrassing for anybody who plays with me. I'm exaggerating, but I am good. And my ex that not the one that we're okay if he gets hit by a bus, the other one. The one that I dated for before I moved here. He's so funny because we would go play. We went on a trip to Gatlinburg, and he had talked. It was the first time we'd ever played mini golf together, and he talked so much junk because we're both, competitive and we're both crap talkers. And he talked so much junk about how, he was gonna, whoop me and stuff. I beat him, and I'm such a sore loser, but I'm such an even more sore winner. And so I had this one couple take a picture, and I was like holding our cards like up towards, and I'm like this, and he looks all mad. I love that picture. Then we went to Young's Dairy Farm. This is when I was living in Ohio. We went to Young's Dairy Farm, and they have mini golf there. And it was going to be like our, rematch. Beat him again. And then we played a third time at another little place in Ohio. And I beat him again. I was like, you just really need to stop playing like with me ever. I love it. I love it. I love it because I'm good at it. I would hate it if I lost. See, Jimmy Lawson picked truck stop. See, there you go. Yeah. It could definitely be interesting. There's good people watching. What's a fancy rest area? A fancy rest area is like one of the rest stops along the highway that has more than 3 of the vending machines. There's a couple real good ones right there at the Tennessee-Georgia line. There's a real nice one there. Walmart. Of course, there's got to be there's always a Walmart. Young's has real good ice cream. Yes. Is that why y'all broke up? Yes. He couldn't take it. I tried to make him start calling me Tiger Woods, and that was his final straw. I was like, okay, what about Bubba Watson? Nope. Nope. I should just call and be like, hey, I'm telling everybody about that one time that I beat you. Oops, I mean those 3 times. Waffle House. Make y'all's anniversary scattered, smothered, and covered. Her little lawyer's outfit is killing me. Holly Knight says, are you good at real golf, though? I started up and operated a golf driving range for 25 years as a seasonal business. Gave the boys summer jobs. I got pretty good at it. You know, I love going to like Top Golf and, you know, driving ranges and stuff like that. But when it comes to actual golf, I'm not very good. I don't know where it's going. When I go to like Top Golf or something like that, I can see I have one place to go and I know where it's going to be. When I'm like looking out across the golf course, I have no idea. So I'm not very good at it. But I did, when I was in college, I was a golf cart girl. I was a beverage cart girl at Reynolds Plantation on Lake Oconee. And so I rode the golf cart around all day. This is when I was in college. It's one of my 3 jobs that I worked. Imagine that, workaholic. I drove the golf cart around and sold like $7 beers to, you know, all the golfers. It was Ritz-Carlton Lodge at Reynolds Plantation was what it is. So it was, you know, fancy. But that was so much fun. Except for the khaki shorts they made us wear. The khaki shorts they made us wear were like the ones that like come up to here and like down to your knees. And so it's like you're like in a collared shirt and then like it's like collared shirt and then khakis. It was very strange. But other than the weird shorts, it was a lot of fun. Isn't it weird the things you remember? Every time I see them walking around, I think something's happening. Maybe something is happening. Simon Cowell trousers. You know what? One of the most fun things that I've done, which I did it with my friends, not for an anniversary, but it was a blast. We, which this is back, you know, back before there were maps and GPS on all of our cell phones. Remember those big maps that you stopped at the gas station and got, you know, we stopped at a gas station. Me and my friends, we were like, let's go do something fun for the weekend. We were bored and we were, like 17, 18 years old. I had a car and a full tank of gas and, parents who thought I was going to be spend the night at Amber's house. So we were like, let's go do something. Speeds, spontaneous. So we stopped and got one of those big old maps. And like we picked some of the, because this is, I grew up in Georgia. I lived in Georgia my whole life. So we picked like some of the neighboring states and we had each of those, like, you open up to different states or whatever. So like we were in Georgia. So we picked like Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, and what was the other one? Maybe Louisiana or something, because it wasn't like a neighboring one, but it was still kind of close. But anyway, we all picked one and like picked a thing or whatever and like, fold it and then drew from folding it, whatever, and drew from the thing. And then whichever page we picked was the state that we went to. And that was so much freaking fun. We ended up, Mississippi was the other one, because we ended up going to Biloxi, but we made it to Biloxi in such good time. We were like, let's just keep going. Let's just see where we go. And we ended up going to New Orleans, and it was a blast. I had a fake ID. Well, technically it wasn't a fake ID, but technically it was my actual ID, but they put the wrong year on the birthday. So when I had my ID from the time I was 17, it said I was 21. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was also probably a lot of trouble. My poor mama. But we ended up going to New Orleans. And then when you're young and dumb, I did fix that mistake actually about 3 weeks after I turned 21. And I was like, oh my God, what happened? What? It says that I was, what? What happened? I didn't even notice all these years until right now. Now that I have to have it renewed, and now that I'm of age. Okay, look, I swear to you on all things holy, and you can call my mama right now. I swear to you, they messed up the year. I swear to you. This was not even a me, Lord knows I pushed my boundaries in my time. I had a little wild streak in me, but I swear to you, I'm going to call my mama. I'm going to call my mama. Y'all don't believe me. I'm going to call my mama. I'm about to call my mama. I'm getting mama on the phone. Hi, are you busy? Oh, okay. I got to put you on speakerphone because I'm live on my show right now, and I'm going to put you on speakerphone, so don't say anything super inappropriate. All right, I'm putting you on speakerphone because I need you to, my people don't believe me, so I've got to get mama on the phone. Hold on. All right, you're on speaker, mama. When I got my license and it had the wrong year on it, whose fault was that? Well, okay, I know that. But I'm saying, was that me faking it, or did the government mess up and put the wrong year? Actually did that for you, and I still don't know how. See? I told y'all. Thank you. I was kind of mad about that myself. I know you are. But, all right, mama, I just wanted to call. They didn't believe me. So I wanted to, you were my one and only witness that I called, and now the state rests. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm glad I could help. All right, love you. Love you guys. Bye. Told y'all. She's so funny. Did you hear Grandma? Did you hear Grandma's voice and you got excited? She's not here, baby. She's just on the phone. Lucy's like, I hear Grandma. Oh, that's so funny. Told y'all. It was not me. I was a good child. Oh, no, my brother was the good child, but I was also there. Did y'all not hear her? Oh, some of you heard her and some of you didn't. My mama lives here now. We all lived in Georgia. That's where I was born and raised. And then I moved to Ohio and lived there for 6 years. My brother moved to Ohio first. I moved to Ohio to be near my nieces and my nephew and him, but mostly my niece and my nephew, and lived there for 6 years. And then I moved here last year. Ooh. That's a close-up of his head. Is that the judge? The judge is walking in. Oh my gosh. He heard me talking about my ID. I'm sorry, Judge Newman. I'm sorry. Question.
They've asked you to recharge murder and malice, and you had a whole section in there. I think that's what they're asking.
Turn on the audio.
They asked for definition of murder specifically. We have no objection to them getting definition of murder specifically.
Can't hear anything.
For Mr. King, yeah, I don't think you can charge murder without charging malice. I mean, I think if they want to recharge, it's the full charge. For Mr. King.
Okay, it was complete charge of murders only.
That's right. They didn't think it was particularly long.
I think that was, I'm gonna recharge of murder. Bring the jury.
They're wanting to clarify murder. Is that what they said? I wish they would talk into microphones.
Madam Court Lady, members of the jury sent out a question, can we have a restatement on the definition of murder? I'm going to recharge you on the offense of murder. The defendant, Rita Pangalangan, and the defendant, Larry Eugene King, each charge with the murder of Cristina Pangalangan. State was proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant or defendants killed Cristina Pangalangan with malice forethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant or defendants just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. Excuse me. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. The express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life.
That's the part.
Malice can be inferred from conduct that is so extremely reckless and wanton as to indicate a depravity of mind and general disregard for human life. In the context of murder, malice does not require ill will toward the individual injured, but rather it signifies a general malignant, extreme recklessness of the lives and safety of others, or a condition of mind that shows a heart regardless of social duty and fatally bent on mischief. And that is a statement on the definition of malice. We return to the jury.
So I'm assuming
This is your acceptance to charge.
No, sir, not from the state.
No, no, thank you.
All right. That can wait.
So all he did was reread the instruction for murder. But I can understand this because think about it like this. They just watched that video. So now like they've seen up close and reminded themselves and, answered any questions they had. Now they've seen exactly what happened. So they wanted to hear the exact instruction for if it's murder or not. all it takes is for them to hear that one part about, you know, because murder has to, you know, murder involves malice, because it's not manslaughter, it's murder. So it involves malice. And malice can be the, you know, ill will, hatred or hostility toward another person, or it can be extreme recklessness and disregard for human life. So malice is definitely there because they had, you know, it can be inferred from a disregard for human life. They had a complete disregard for her life. They left her in a car for that long. So there's your malice. So guilty on murder. Easy. Easy. Because the only two requirements are really going to be that she's dead because of them and that there was malice involved. That's an easy guilty. I think it's likely that, you know, that was all they needed to hear. Just that, you know, clarification of the malice. But that's the biggest part to me of the malice is the, in the context of murder, it doesn't have to mean ill will towards the person. It can be extreme recklessness of the lives of others, disregard for human life. And that is, I think, the exact part they needed to hear. All right. So if they were talking about the conspiracy part first, then they watched the video and now they're asking questions about like this, specifically about the murder part, then do you think that they've decided on the conspiracy part and now they're great bodily injury on a child, I think that's a no-brainer. This is a very active jury. Yeah, I think we're going to get a verdict tonight because Judge Newman said this trial needs to be over by today. Let's see. I think they're really close too. Lucy loves that pink fur rug. So sometimes she'll just get out of her bed and lay on it. She's so funny. I think that was the seal on their verdict too. I don't think it'll be much longer now. I think that that's going to be part of what they really needed to hear. You think they have a holdout? Could be. Concerned with Larry's verdict. So what do you think would be the concern for Larry's verdict? You think they're working on King only? Karen Ann says, I believe Larry is less culpable. Okay, but here's the thing about that, though. Being like, if I were to look at Larry and Rita and say who should be the number one person responsible for this, it would be Rita. Rita's the mom. But they are still both guilty because they both could have prevented her death, and they both had a blatant disregard for human life. So the thing about trying them together is that it gives us that instinct sometimes to like compare, you know, especially when they kind of throw each other under the bus, which Rita's didn't try to throw him under the bus, but they did. They were like, that's her kid. That's her problem. But having one being more responsible or theoretically should be more responsible than the other doesn't make, because it's not like we don't have to pick one guilty. We're picking a verdict for each. And I think that they both are. Oh, I missed the Yellow Daisy Festival at Stone Mountain. I haven't been to that in forever. Do you think that there's any of the indictments that they're going to come back with a not guilty? Maybe conspiracy. I think they just wanted to be clear. That's all on some charges. finish my coffee. Starting to yawn. 3 hours of sleep is catching up with me. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry. I try not to. Man, about this time of day, I start like especially on a Friday, because I work so much during the week. So about this time on a Friday, I am just shutting down. Oh, 3 hours because I stayed up last night to finish the podcast and stuff. Thank you, Nancy D. She is wearing her little attorney's outfit. I'll pick her back up in a minute so you can see the whole thing. She's got her little attorney outfit with her little pearls and her matching bow. Nancy D, I held her up earlier when we first came back for verdict watch. I held her up to show it. She's so cute. Cream crackered. I had never heard that term before until my favorite troll used it, and I had to look it up. I had never heard that term before. Ah, the dog version of Legally Blonde. That's so funny. Cream cracker. It means tired or something, right? I am off to go get ready for my amazing date of steak and lobster. And wait, what happened in the truck stop? Or the rest area? Boring. I will send you all a pic. Love you all so much. And thank you again for today. You're all the best. Hoping for good verdict. Have fun. It's not too late to decide on the truck stop. Just throwing that out there. Truck stop and Waffle House. Just as fun. Enjoy. Congratulations on 17 years. 17. That's so long. Only person I've dealt with for 17 years is my kid. And that was touch and go there for a minute. I tried to ship him off to his grandma's house, but I'm just joking. He'll be 20 on Sunday. I'm going to have a 20-year-old kid on Sunday. That's nuts. I've been married 20 years. Who's been married in here the longest? Has anybody been married more, currently still married, more than 20 years? What? 50 years and counting? That is so long. Like, you've been married for 50 years? Tish Fish is in the lead. Kathy Davis has been married for 44 years. Oh my God, that is so long to deal with somebody's breathing. Oh God, I can't even imagine that. I'm like exhausted thinking about that. Joe Ohio, 43 years. Angie Law, 26 years. Kelly, 34. Y'all been married. Dang, y'all been married. Brenda, 41. That's crazy. The Ronaldo said, I was married 2 months. That is more like my kind of. 47 years here into the same man. Wow. 49 years. 51. Oh, we have a new lead. 51 years of marriage. Hey, do you live in the same house? 60. Wait, 60. This can't be the same. 61 years of marriage? Like in a row? Like on purpose? I'm scared. Are you okay? Blink twice if you need help. Like that just feels like a hostage situation. I mean, look, marriage it works for some people. I am not one of those people. Oh, Hannah Fullwood, that's very sweet. I made it to 9 years before he died, but best 9 years of my life. That's very sweet, Hannah Fullwood. I'm sorry for your loss. MC says, would have been 27 years yesterday, but he passed away in the pandemic, so only 24. Oh, well, 27 years yesterday, 27 years of love. I'm sorry for your loss. God, y'all been married. Like, a lot of y'all are like, he said, at least my hubby a year at a time, so he has to stay on his best behavior. Yeah, like, my parents, 65 years. Kaylin says, I've been married twice, once for 3 months and once for a year and a day. I've been married twice. And if you add up both of my marriages, it was still only, I don't know. I don't even know how long I was married to either of them, honestly. I know I was with the first one for about 10 years, but we weren't married for that whole time. We didn't get married till, when did I get married? Let's see here. We're together for 10 years. Almost. Not quite 10 years. We got married. I think we were married for like 5 years, maybe, of that 10-ish. I remember we got married in October. I didn't come here to math. But then my second marriage was a disaster. Worst mistake of my life. That one, the actual marriage, like we were married and living in the same house and all of that. His girlfriends, I don't think they knew. Well, one of them knew, but for, I don't know, a couple years. And then when I was in the hospital going through chemo and stuff, he was on Tinder and meeting other women. So we split in 2020, but our divorce was not final until this year. we went through our divorce. Like the fighting through the divorce took longer than the actual marriage because he was trying to take everything I had. He did take everything I have pretty much. Yeah, I'm in shock. I'm like looking at these, like all of y'all are married for so long, like on purpose. "36 years and happily." What is the secret to being happy when you're married? Like, do you see each other? I could be happily married if it was like, if we had like a pen pal type marriage. Give me your insurance card and, a letter once a week and I'm good. Marriage is hard, but so are friendships. That is true. But anytime I've ever ended a friendship, they didn't take me to court and try to steal all my money. So that's where the fear comes in for me. I don't ever want to have to go through another legal battle like the one I've been through. Try fighting for your health and fighting to keep everything you've worked so hard for at the same time. Not fun. 63 years. $47 years. I feel like this is one of those I can't fix my face moments because I'm looking at this like, good Lord. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He cheated on me while I was going through cancer. He cheated on me before that. He cheated on me after that. He cheated on me. It was like his favorite hobby. I won y'all in the divorce. I won everything in the divorce. Look, he may have taken a lot from me. The stories I could tell you on what all he took from me, but he is now somebody else's problem. And I am no longer having to cook his supper every night. And I am no longer having to deal with all of his aggression. And I'm doing something that I love, and I get to see the beach every day.
All right. Please be seated.
I understand there's a verdict. You may bring the jury.
Wow. All right, who said between 2 and 3 hours?
Madam Forelady, if you'll stand for me. Have you reached a verdict? Is it unanimous? Okay, if you'll pass it to the clerk, you'll pass it to me, and you may be seated. Hey, if the defendants will rise, and Madam Clerk, if you will publish the verdicts.
State of South Carolina versus Rita Pangalangan. Indictments number 2019 GS 15-00781, 2022 GS 15-00710, 2022 GS 15-00814. We, the jury, in the above caption, on the charge of murder of Cristina Pangalangan, find the defendant guilty. Oh my God! Oh my God! We, the jury, in the above captioned case, on the charge of great bodily injury of the child, we find the defendant guilty. Oh my God! We, the jury, in the above captioned case, on the charge of criminal conspiracy, find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty on conspiracy.
And it's signed by the foreperson.
Yes.
Signed by the
No, you don't need to call the name of the foreperson. Signed by the foreperson. Do
Signed
not.
by the foreperson.
Yes.
State of South Carolina versus Larry Eugene King. Indictments 2019 GS 15-00780, 2022 GS 15-00709, and 2022 GS 15-00813. We, the jury, in the above captioned case on the charge of murder of Cristina Pangalangan, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above captioned case on the charge of great bodily injury on a child, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, in the above captioned case on the charge of criminal conspiracy, find the defendant not guilty. This is also signed by the foreperson.
Thank you. Madam Forelady, and members of the jury, if that is your verdict, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. All hands are raised. The verdict appears to be a unanimous verdict. Any individual polling requested?
No, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you will poll the jury as relates to the verdicts involving Ms. Pangalangan. Just juror numbers stand individually and pose the questions to them. Is this your verdict, and it's still your verdict? Numbers, yes.
Madam Foreperson, juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 147, is this your verdict? Is it still your verdict? Juror number 56, is this your verdict? Yes. Is it still your verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your verdict? Yes. Is it still your verdict? Yes. Juror number 77, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict? Yes. Juror number 339, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 58, is this your verdict? Yes. Is it still your verdict? Yes. Juror number 450, is this your verdict? Is it still your verdict? Juror number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 422, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict? And juror number 253, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict? Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
The jury has been polled. It's unanimous verdict of guilt. Any post-trial motions?
Yes, Your Honor. We would remove all prior motions, mistrial motions, every other motion I've made, as well as the record, pre-trial, mistrial, and go specifically through the appropriate time. Remove all motions.
Yes,
No
sir.
objection.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Plus, I remove all my trial motions as well as post-trial. Subsequent to state motions. All motions.
All right, thank you. Any response by the state? All right, the matters were properly submitted to the jury for the jury's consideration. They studied the evidence carefully. The evidence was appropriately placed before them for their consideration. They have reached a verdict that is unanimous, and the court respectfully denies each motion made by each defendant.
And would require this time to move for a new trial.
Yes, sir. And court likewise denies a motion for new trial as to each defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all. I know you all didn't know what you had in store coming in here Monday, and you might have come in as spectators and all of a sudden got thrown into the mix and realized that the burden was totally on your shoulders to listen to the evidence and stay focused and go back and deliberate to reach a verdict. Quite obviously, it's a heart-wrenching set of facts and circumstances, extremely terrible, almost unimaginable, but yet these are the facts of life that we have to deal with in today's environment. Some things occur that are so extreme you just wouldn't believe or couldn't hardly believe it to be true, that you've realized through listening to this case that these things happen and happen in this case. And I want to thank you for responding to the call of duty and serving as jurors played a very important and critical function. Certainly, if you had to find yourself being involved in a trial one way or the other, you'd love to have 12 jurors who listen, who take the job seriously, who deliberated and render a verdict. And I want to thank each and every one of you. Now, Mr. Engineer, what type of engineer are you?
Mechanical.
mechanical. My daughter's a civil, and I presided in Aiken County where there are a whole lot of engineers, and I usually tell the lawyers don't put any engineers on the jury because they have a hard time. They analyze so much that they that's being an engineer. So, but of course, I never tell her that. But that's the way it is, depending on your training and profession and your level of expectation on things. And I appreciate that. And that's what makes for a fair and impartial jury to have people from all walks of life that can come in and deal with things. And our youngest young man, are you the youngest on the jury? I want to thank you for having confidence in yourself that you can be a juror and to do something that you probably didn't think you could do, but you did it. So I want to congratulate you and everyone else on the jury. I know that it wasn't easy for any of you, but that's our system and our system at work. The case was investigated. The case was presented to the grand jury of this county. Then the case was presented to you all, and you all have made a decision. And I support your decision 100%. Now, when you find someone guilty, then it becomes my responsibility to impose a sentence. And do you need time to prepare for sentencing?
No. I'm ready to go find maybe 80 minutes.
Pardon?
I'm prepared, but my client may be a minute with me right prior to moving into the sentencing phase.
Okay, very good. And you all,
Understood.
I need to stay in the courtroom at this point, but certainly can confer with you want to transport people now? You banned him from the courtroom earlier. He's ready to. He's come back.
Well, just need to speak with it, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, absolutely. Take your time.
Thanks.
So he's going to go and do sentencing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you have no role in sentencing. That's totally the responsibility of the judge. I have found that jurors typically like to see what happens all the way through the end of the case. I'm certainly in no rush to impose a sentence because this is such a tragic situation. And as people appear in court, they're typically, quite often they don't appear the same as they appear when they commit the crimes. But you're welcome to stay, and you can just be at ease for a moment while Mr. Phillips confers with his client. And I'll say that once you are off the jury, then you're free to talk about the case with anyone that you might want to talk with about it, but you're not obligated to talk with anyone. And if anyone should annoy, harass, or bother you in any way, let me know, and I'll take care of it. Any interference or threatening or bothering jurors is punishable as a serious crime, and we take those things seriously. I don't anticipate that you have anything to worry about, but we keep the identity of the jurors private, except for the forelady. And but you're certainly welcome to talk to anyone that you might want to. And, so we're going to take. Are you ready now?
If Your Honor's not dismissing the jury, I guess we will.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to dismiss them. They're free to go or free to stay. We'll just be at ease for just a moment. We'll step out for just a moment. We'll be at ease for a moment.
All rise.
Oh, wow. This part is always very emotional. She she truly seemed like she was shocked. What are the
Please be seated.
Okay, from the state.
Your Honor, I don't believe that there's anything I can add that you don't already know. You've seen this case, you've seen all the evidence, as has the jury. I don't believe there's anything I can add to that other than just my opinion, which is it is one of the worst things I've seen in my 30 years as a prosecutor. And I think they tortured this child. I think she died by being tortured to death. And I think the appropriate penalty is life in prison for both of these people.
Any victims want to say, you have any victims here who might want to speak?
We have a
Or
few
victims
family-
representatives, yeah.
Yes, sir. We have a few family members. We've talked with them, and they do not wish to address. I believe I'll check one more time, but I do not believe.
If you want to identify for the record, the family members.
There's some family members here, but they do not want to address you. They don't want to address the board.
Do you want to identify them for the record or no?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, very good. For the defense.
Your Honor, I can bring Mr. King forward with prepared for sentencing at any time. We prefer to have our own sentencing hearing as opposed to side by side.
You're surprised to prefer to do what?
To have an individual hearing in front of the court for sentencing rather than two of us come forward, Mr. King, rather
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Oh, should I bring him in?
We'll bring him forward for sentencing, but you can speak to me now, and I may speak to him as well.
Your Honor, and our presentation is not going to be long. Mr. King has testified, so you know something of his background and his history. What the solicitor says there's not much that he can add, because Mr. King does not live a life of crime. He doesn't. To my best of my knowledge, he has no gender sex history. There's a couple of maybe drinking in public or something like that, but that isn't the extent of it. Mr. King is also not the type of person who's not going to accept responsibility. I felt like he made a good impression on the court in this candidate. He told things that were both bad for him, arguably as well as good for him. He put it all out there, and he accepts the judgment of the court, of the jurors in the court today. Unlike many folks that I have stood with in the courtrooms, when the verdict came in, and it came in poorly for him, he took it on his feet. He didn't say a word. When he sat down, he turned to me, shook my hand, and said, "Thank you. I know you tried your best for me." And then he turned to Mr. Gatch and shook his hand and said, "Thank you." He doesn't make excuses. He accepts responsibility. I want you to know he has been supported in court by his family. He's not one of those people like you see so many of in court of general sessions who has burned every bridge and just dropped no friends, no family, etc. He has maintained connection. I spoke with him on the phone yesterday talking about this proceeding. He told me don't worry about him. He was having a good day. His grandson was with him, and he got to play with him and hold him, and that was what he wanted to do on that day before he came back in here. I know how terrible this child died, and I felt like I conceded that to the jury at the outset. I also know to a large degree how Mr. King has lived his life up to that point and how he's lived it since. And although he is convicted of murder, I will submit to the court that the overall evidence, the total picture that you should have of Mr. King at this point, is just not of an evil man. As you heard from the witness stand, he did go, subsequent to this instance, moved into a halfway house or a treatment facility in Walterboro. He reconnected with his own religion. Says he's been clean for 2 years and he's clean here today. Judge, I understand and he understands what limited latitude the court really has here today as far as sentencing goes. That is from the 30-year to a life sentence on the murder charge. And obviously the other charge will just roll into that, I suspect. You've got unlimited, you've got from now to the end of time with the murder charge. I would submit to you, and I don't know if at 46 years old, which is how old Mr. King is, it'll make a ton of difference in the long run. I think he is worthy of some consideration from the court, and I believe he should come in on the low end with that, and that's a 30-year sentence. I know that Mr. King wants to address you personally. He hasn't reviewed his remarks with me, but he's asked me, can he address the honor? Is the honor prepared to hear from you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just wanted to apologize to the court, to the family, Cristina. I'm truly sorry the day that goes by that I don't live with them. I want to say too, drugs are poison your mind and ruin your life. And I've learned too that you got to stand and stick by the ones that love you and want what's best, and run from the ones that don't. I'm just grateful for God's undeserved grace. Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe that's our presentation.
All right. Any reply from the state regarding Mr. King?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show the state. I have a list of character letters I'd like to hand up to Your Honor. A lot of family and friends. She has an incredible family support system, friend system, and many of them have provided letters in support and mitigation.
If she had so much support, why did they say she didn't have anybody to support her
Your Honor, an
with Cristina?
opportunity to review this, a lot of letters. So
So where did all of this support now come from? Weren't they saying that she didn't have a lot of support? That her life was so hard because she had to take care of Cristina?
First letter, I know this wouldn't have happened if she wasn't with Larry King.
Oh,
She's paid for her mistakes.
that's not a character letter. That's a blame letter.
She's been working and recently was married.
Cristina will never get to get married.
She's not a criminal.
Jury said otherwise.
She's a good person. She's not a criminal. Please don't let this one stupid mistake define who Rita really is.
One mistake? One mistake?
Please consider leniency, Judge. So that's one of about how many? Kind of number there.
This is not one mistake.
Friends that are here to speak on her behalf at the appropriate time.
All right.
This is not one mistake. This is a series of choices that cost Cristina her life.
Next one, she made a horrible mistake. This isn't a person, there isn't a person in the world she doesn't love that loved Cristina more than Rita. I don't feel that Rita deserves to spend the rest of her life in prison. People learn from their mistakes. She made the ultimate mistake that day.
This is not one mistake.
I believe she will take that off her day and teach people that the dangers of leaving a child in a hot car. I hope that lapse of judgment could result in the ultimate reality. She's an awesome mom and grandmom to her family, but she wouldn't hurt anyone. I'm asking the courts to find her not guilty and let her be and take care of the rest of her family. Again, I'm asking the court to find Rita not guilty. Next one. I'm writing this letter for Rita, my mother, so we've heard from her, Elizabeth Clyde, already. Okay. And you want me to read this letter as well?
She'll speak.
Okay. Letter from a cousin. Rita always wanted to be a teacher. And nothing has ever come easy for Rita. And she fell in love with a boy from the Philippines named Wally. My uncle went nuts. After the first grandchild, things settled down. Rita and Wally had 3 girls, the last being Cristina. She supported Wally with his endless years in college and supported the family until Wally could open his own medical practice as a chiropractor. And we met Rita 2 years ago. She's a caring Christian person who loves her family and working 2 jobs to help her husband financially. She cherishes her husband, children, and grandchildren. One of the most caring, supporting persons I know. She's been a flawless as a coworker and team player. There have been times to date where we would sit and discuss the powerful Word of God, FaceTime, reading the Bible together. She's an amazing woman, influential in her faith and in her life. And this is one from her husband.
He's here as well, Your Honor.
He'll be speaking.
At the appropriate time, you guys wish to address the board.
Rita sat him down to explain the incident early in the relationship. It did not change the way I feel for her. I fell in love with her from inside out. She's humble, inspired me to pursue my lifelong dreams, cries herself to sleep. I know she misses her daughter. Knowing that she will be reunited with her daughter one day gives her hope and strength. Rita says Larry would never have put Cristina in that car if it wasn't running with the AC on. I believe the statement is a testament to her humility. I don't pay attention to the negative, misinformed reports on social media. I have faith in our attorney's ability to present the truth. I plead for leniency. I want my wife to come home, whether it be probation or house arrest. She has problematic kidneys and a history of cancer. And the next person met her 3 or 4 years ago. My name was Wanda Clyde, our daughter by choice, Rita's daughter. Shocked when Cristina died and shocked to learn the surrounding circumstances. I know she was under tremendous stress being a single parent, taking care of a special needs child. I know this was a horrendous accident and ask for the court's mercy.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I've never seen this done like this before. I just respect it.
Yeah. What do you want? You want me to review them or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Every person has their process of doing things. You want me a special way? You want me to review what you gave me?
No, Your Honor.
She's always involved with her daughter. She pushed Cristina around the track. welcome me into her family. This is from a son-in-law. Character reference. Known her almost 4 or 5 years. We met at IHOP. Was honestly the best coworker I've ever had. It was helpful to her when she was pregnant. She's a spiritual and godly woman. Goes to church almost every Sunday. Not a murderer.
They offer church in jail.
What happened to
prison.
Cristina was an accident. I've known Rita, and I believe that she thought the air conditioner was on, and this was an accident. She does not deserve this when she's been tortured enough herself.
Oh, she's tortured.
She's a good woman. If she's punished, give her house arrest. From an elderly retired man that's also disabled, who Rita showed him nothing but kindness. He used a walker to get around. She's paid for his meals. Whatever happened to Cristina that day was not on purpose. She does not have an evil or malicious bone in her body. And a letter now from the eldest daughter. Is she here? And she intends to speak.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
The one who left her kids in the car a week later and got arrested? Yeah, bring her on up. Let's hear from her.
Plead for the judge to show her mercy. Never been in trouble before. Pleading for Rita's freedom. I am begging for leniency and understanding, as well as an unbiased, fair trial. House arrest is the ideal discipline. Someone may try to harm her if she is sent to prison. She's already suffered. Punishing her will not bring my sister back.
It's not about, oh.
Someone who has helped translating this letter because her English is not good. Who apparently runs a restaurant where the daughters would come to eat and spend time with their mother. Has so much love for her child. I know in my heart this was an accident. I've seen Rita cry at work sometimes over Cristina. She does not deserve any further punishment. From a tax advisor, witness her financial struggle in the face of a difficult divorce. Prepared her taxes. She has a heart pure of gold. I'm aware of the charges, and I truly believe it was not intentional, just not thinking clearly at the time. She is hardly remorseful. She's a devoted and caring parent. As a teacher, I was blessed to teach her daughters who are honor roll students. She supported her during her difficult divorce and becoming a single mother, friend for 25 years.
All right, since nobody's speaking up for Cristina there, let's speak up for Cristina. Everybody type something in
Supervisor
chat
since
that
2023.
you've learned about her or seen in pictures or something kind, some kind of.
Can run circles
let's speak up for
around the
Cristina since they
associates
don't.
who are young enough to be her children and grandchildren. She's known as a workhorse. Rita has called on me as her spiritual advisor, a pastor at church in Georgia, and she's given her access to her personal life. She loves children, and she has a great support group with family, friends, co-workers. Encourage this person to go to school and finish their education. She would never commit any other crime. Feels as if she's been sentenced already. This one knows her through her ex-husband, who's this person's third cousin. Always quick on her feet. She has good moral character. She's been under pastoral counseling and care. Has frequently shared stories and moments that she and Cristina share together, cherished moments. Has a deep-rooted love for her family and wholeheartedly vouch for her character, integrity, and altruistic nature, her resilience in the face of adversity, her unwavering love for her family, and her readiness to serve those around her. She's an exceptional individual. And finally, school principal for 8 years. She was a school principal for 8 years. She was transferred in 1996. Thrilled when she was allowed to transfer to her school, continued to work as a first grade teacher. Had good relationships with her students, parents, co-workers. Worked on morning bus duty, would monitor the students.
She loved it when they sang happy birthday
Was a
to
math
her.
coach. Took her job as an
She had
educator
beautiful
very
hair.
seriously.
I'm just going to talk over all their nonsense.
Volunteered for many things. I had a very loving relationship with her two oldest daughters. Cristina was born later. And she saw what was placed on Facebook. She's the person who testified, Mrs. Carter. So this is similar to her testimony. All right, I reviewed the letters.
Yes, Your Honor.
I love y'all. Thank you for showing up for Cristina.
This is her eldest daughter, Your Honor.
And we'll make all of these letters a part of the record.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Tell us your full name.
Ashley Elaine Pangalangan.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the one who locked her kids in the car a week later.
I was going to read my letter, but that's not the best idea here. I just want to tell you a couple of things that would never be known, that I'm not even sure if my mother knows that I know this, but a family friend of ours a couple of years ago told me that one day my mom was at Christina's graveyard, and she was sitting there.
Tell me what you just said.
My mother, Rita Pangalangan, was at Christina's graveyard one day visiting her. I think it was Christina's birthday a couple of years ago, and that she sat in the car and rolled the windows up herself in the heat at the graveyard because of how terrible and awful she felt about what happened to my sister. She tortured herself every day. I have to hear her cry every night when I stay with her. She's not been allowed to visit my babies because of this. She already has suffered so much to the point that she rolled herself up in the car just to see what my sister went through. She's not even aware that I know that.
How long did she stay in the car with the windows rolled up?
I never asked, just the thought of it.
Wasn't 6 hours, was it?
She's tortured herself. She's suffering. I know it looks awful, but I know in my heart that she never would have intentionally done it. I love her to death. I wouldn't be here today without her. Her love is very strong. She's a good mom. I know, like I said, that sounds cliche at this point, but from the bottom of my heart, she's a good mom. She raised me good. She made me responsible. She made me the woman I am today. I'm a homeowner because of her. I stand on 2 feet because of her.
When did you leave home? What year?
Well, honestly, I never felt like I left.
No,
I mean, I have my own house, but I stay with her every other weekend. We're very close.
Were you staying with her during this period of time?
Yes, sir. I've been with her every day. I mean, she's lost probably 16 pounds in the past 2 months just because we've been scared to death. I've seen her. I've been going to church with her. I admit I haven't before recently, but I've been starting to go with her now. She's made me more spiritual. She's given me faith that I never had before. And just to watch her in church and raise her hands up and sing and praise God, it's done something for me, because to see her have that strong of faith in her situation means that I can have it too. I just felt like it goes without saying, if everyone in the room could have just hugged her for a couple of seconds, they would know what the verdict should have been. That they just could have held her like she's held me. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you.
Do I need to state my name again?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Elizabeth Pangalangan Clyde. I am the second daughter, as you already heard. If anything, I hate the word victim, because if anything, my sister and I, we were the closest, besides my mom, to Cristina. And we're here standing by her side. We refuse to believe any of the media. We refuse to believe what anyone else has to say, because we know her intention, and she loved Cristina so much. She made bad mistakes. She got up. She hung out with people she shouldn't have hung out with, but that mistake should not define the rest of her life. We've already lost our sister. Please don't take our mom away. She has worked so hard, and the 4 years she has suffered, and everyone thinks just because she got married and she earns a living and she got back on her 2 feet, that she's out living her life, but she has lived with regret every single day. She's worked so hard. The 2 jobs that she's had, she's made manager in each of the jobs without people even knowing her background. Her character has pulled her through so much. So we're just asking for mercy and understanding and compassion for my mom, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Leisure. I am Rita's husband. Rita has been an inspiration to me, Lord. Sir. He
Lord?
really has.
He calls
I'm
you-
sorry,
calls
I'm
you the
nervous.
Lord.
She really has. And I pray that you give her leniency and allow her to come home. You know,
Yeah, when a person is convicted of murder, there's
I allow you.
the minimum sentence.
Will you please allow
the minimum
sentence, sir?
Is 30 years. That's the minimum sentence.
Your Honor.
The maximum sentence is
Yes, sir.
life imprisonment.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, when I watched this video, I believed in my heart the car was running and the air conditioner was on. And we hired an attorney, and I watched the second video. And then all of a sudden, I seen a scene that wasn't in the first video. I seen her going to the car.
And I hope you're not here to try to relitigate the case.
No, sir, I'm not.
Because you didn't testify.
Sir?
So we don't need your analysis of the facts of the case.
Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir. I asked the court for leniency.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
What? Now all of a sudden there's a missing piece of the what?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Taylor Clyde. The woman in the black blazer is my wife. I'm the favorite son-in-law. I don't want to debate or bring any attention to any of the facts that happened on the day of question, but I do want to testify of the character that I've seen in Rita throughout my time of being in her family. It was always lavish Christmas gifts. It was always even with everybody else. Everybody had to have the same amount, the same ridiculous amount that I never got growing up. I always get solid hugs every time we would get together, whether it's at church, whether it's at holidays. There was always food that we would eat together, and I'd always have a ton to bring home. And after the events of the day in question, we got the chance to move her into a property that kind of was adjacent to my parents' home, which I thought was kind of cool. In her bedroom, right above her bed, was wasn't a shrine, but it was a beautiful memorial to Cristina, with a blanket that was, I believe, Dora themed, and it had Cristina's name on it with a nice poem. There were several pictures of her hung on the wall, and I am not a parent, Your Honor. I don't have children at this time in my life, so I have no idea what it's like to lose one. But I don't know how she was able to deal with the pain of going to bed every night and waking up looking at the wall of pictures and not completely against her will, reliving the events that happened and living without her. I don't have children yet, Your Honor, with my wife, but I would very much like to have their grandmother in their life when they come. So I'm asking for leniency as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm still pissed off at the husband.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tijuana Tucker. I'm a co-worker of Rita's. I've known her
Where you, a co-worker where?
at Walmart Disabilities. Yes, sir. I trained Rita there, and
Always a Walmart.
we became friends, work friends, and we break together. Rita moved up very quickly within Walmart. She made a huge impact on a lot of the younger associates. Got a lot of them permanent that came in through temps. She loves her family. We talk about her family a lot. She shared a lot of videos of her and Cristina with me on breaks, where she had an in-ground pool put in at home because Cristina loved water, and she liked for Rita to throw her into the water. Almost every day we laugh and talk about our families and things, and about the situation at hand. And it was a very tragic situation. And I personally don't think her nor Larry intentionally murdered that baby. They made a bad choice.
Well, you haven't been here listening to the law regarding murder, have you?
Sir?
You haven't been here listening to the testimony and the law regarding what constitutes murder.
I don't know her.
Have you been here?
No, this is my first time here.
Your first time coming
Yes,
here?
sir. Yes, sir. But Rita's a good person, hardworking. I be with her anywhere between 10 and 12 hours, 6 days out the week at work. She's a joy. She's a joy. She's a sweet person. She definitely made a lot of impact on a lot of the young ladies at the job. A couple ladies was going through some domestic violence, and she helped do that. We all got together and went to HR and got people involved to help a young lady move with her 2 children, and Rita helped with appliances and stuff, and we got groceries for her and stuff like that. So she's been advocating and talking to the younger ones and stuff like that. Again, I just ask for leniency on her. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Always a Walmart.
Wish to address the court in a second, but in mitigation, obviously, we're not trying to provide any excuse as to what happened that day. That in the common thread that what we presented in this courtroom is an absolute tragic situation, one that unfortunately has us here today. It compounds one tragedy to another. Minimum sentence. She and I have discussed that at length as to what the sentencing ranges are. It's my position that the minimum day-for-day sentence is essentially a de facto life sentence based on the life tables. And given what my position is that we have compelling mitigation, her being a loving mother, being a supportive mother, having no prior criminal history. It's a testament to character. There's a lot of things outside of this one day. We are not defined by the worst thing we've ever done. And in respectfully requesting leniency and mercy, I do believe that this would be appropriate in this case to receive the minimum sentence in this case. And I understand that that's still essentially a life sentence.
How old is she now?
53.
53?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years.
That's correct.
So 53 plus 30.
Yes, Your Honor.
If she gets the minimum sentence.
Well, as Your Honor heard, she served this community for 25 years as a teacher, 2-time Teacher of the Year. Again, it's just a very, very tragic situation. When I was brought onto this case, she was working as a manager at IHOP, and then because of insurance, took the job at Walmart, and that 8 months received a promotion and became a manager. And
we had one of her other supervisors here, potentially a character witness that was absolutely wanting, and Your Honor read a letter from him about just how critical she is and how great, not only as a person and an employee and everything in between. Her family is saying she has incredible, overwhelming family support. As minimum, she has that. I know there's no words. That was part of what's that. There's no words that we can say other than we believe it's appropriate in this case, giving a compelling mitigation. Not to go into the legal part, because I think that's the next thing for another matter. But with that, Your Honor, I just feel, given what we have, this is the sentence that would be appropriate. The minimum day-for-day sentence would be essentially a de facto life sentence. And given the fact that the biggest punishment in this whole case is not the sentence that can be imposed, is the lifelong sentence she's given herself for the loss of her child. That can't be overstated. None of that was lip service. None of that was courtroom drama or manufactured. She is tortured with the loss of her child. That is real. She has real remorse, and she deserves leniency and mercy and the minimum sentence in this case, Your Honor, specifically.
Your Honor, what happened that day was the worst, most tragic mistake of my life. It was the worst day of my life. I was negligent. I told my attorney, well, I heard him almost a year ago, that a negligent homicide was one of the charges. I would have pleaded guilty, took everything myself, and we would have been here today. Because I was. When I put the baby, or I Mary put that baby in that car, the air conditioner was on. Whatever, it was on. When I checked her out 12:30, I just had a teacher there before I came out. She was taking a nap. She had gone over to school. I should have taken that out there and get over there. I should have buzzed out that window when the car was locked. I don't even know what that. I should have buzzed out that window. I should have got my baby out there. But it was nothing against her. And I will live with that for the rest of my life. Nobody loves Cristina more than I do. I was working 4 jobs to get a wheelchair there for her. Just had her fitted for a brand new top of the line wheelchair. Had her clothes ready to school. I would have never hurt my baby. I can't believe that I was convicted of murder. Because what happened was not murder. It was negligence and something that whether I'm in prison or home, I will regret for the rest of my life. And I can't wait to be with my baby girl again. Please, Your Honor, if you consider give me a minimum hourly rest, anything. I don't care. I don't have much time left anyway, and I would like to spend as much time with my children and grandchildren as I can. And know that I would have never, ever stood outside that car and watched my baby suffer.
You didn't. You went inside.
I loved her. I loved her more than anything in this world. And I'll tell you what, Larry loved her too. Larry would never have hurt her. We were arguing that day, and we put ourselves in front of her. I lost the old track of time, but it was not murder. It was not intentional.
Well, you didn't write the law.
Bam.
You weren't thinking about the law on that day, were you?
And like I said, I was negligent, and I own that, and I have for 4 years. Everyone who I talked to, I told them I should have made better choices. I should have gotten that for.
I'm trying to. It's so loud when he's in the microphone, but then it's so quiet when she is. So I'm trying, and I'm sorry, but I'm trying.
I should have taken my baby home. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't miss her. I don't. Because she would be here now, and I didn't take her home. The home that I just had to renovate for her. Her bedroom, her bathroom, the whole house was all for Christmas. And since I got out, she allowed me on the market because it was.
I hate Chrome, but I can't boost the volume unless I'm listening on Chrome.
I didn't care about it. Because nobody was home without her.
Thank y'all for the super chats and super stickers. Thank you, Debbie's here.
Anything else you want to tell me?
Thank you.
Response by the state.
Oh, here we go. Thank you so much for the super chats and super stickers, y'all.
Yeah. The conduct of the defendants in this case, true, is being represented now by the defense. That it's not a traditional murder. It's not where you pull a gun and shoot someone in the head. But your conduct can become so extremely reckless that it constitutes a willful disregard for human life and constitutes murder.
Thank you, Terry.
To place the child in a burning car, in effect, and walking away is murder. To leave a child in a car for 6 hours under the circumstances that occurred in this case is murder. It's not one of the situations that we see, and there have been studies most recently where people forget about the child, believe that they have dropped the child off for daycare and various things. But that's not this situation.
Not this.
Where there's absolute total disregard for the child. Considering that the two of you were there around the car
Thank you, Joe.
any number of times without doing anything to save this child's life and contributing to the child's death. And all the good things I've heard today, being a teacher, being a concerned person, being a wonderful friend, person of faith. That wasn't a person there on that day when you all were on this drug binge, at least as described by Mr. King. And I've said it before, that people we see in court are typically not the people that were out on the streets doing the things that landed them in court. And it doesn't get any worse than this as it relates to a mother and a child and a person with the mother dealing with the child. So the offense that you committed was murder, and that's all there is to it. Of course, you would love the opportunity to turn back the hands of time, but you can't do it. Of course, you will continue to suffer for what happened to your child, but for being strung out on meth. And I've seen it time and time again. Was it methamphetamine we're dealing with? Yeah. But for methamphetamine and dealing with it,
Thank you, Joanne.
neither of the two of you would be here. But those were decisions that you all made. And to the extent your minds were just totally contorted, and I don't know the minds of a person on meth, but I paid close attention to the witness who testified convincingly about the effects of methamphetamine on the brain. It's as if you didn't have a brain on that day at that time. And, we're hearing about this mistake and bad judgment and all, I see it all the time with children, people who we deal with all the time. I call them children, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, people who do these same types of things, kill people because they're strung out on drugs, high on drugs. And, a life sentence for them is more than the lifespan that you're talking about, because they're going to prison at ages 20, 21, 22, 23 for life. And you don't have the excuse that they might come in here with. Of course, none of it is acceptable, but they will come in strung out on drugs, parents strung out on drugs, all kinds of things that play into them going wayward, going astray. And for you, a person who had a good reputation in the community, to throw it away chasing drugs, and then coming and asking me for leniency. And I'm trying to balance who's more at fault here, really, Mr. King or Ms. Pangalangan. I mean, it's almost a toss-up. Mr. King put the child in the car and, per the video, just didn't care anything about the child. Just left the child there to die while they're pursuing each other. It's just so, it's almost unbelievable.
Mm.
How could you all do such a thing? And you could do such a thing because you're hooked on drugs, hooked on meth. Pardon?
I divorced my first husband because he was an addict.
Hmm.
She said she divorced her first husband because he was an addict.
It was in my brain that weekend, and I have told my lawyer that several times, but I don't do drugs, and I wish back then I would have taken a hair follicle test or something to show me that drugs was not a part of my life.
Yeah, that makes you having less an excuse, less justification. Your mind wasn't screwed up as you're telling us now. a mother who's not under the influence will leave their child in a car under those circumstances for 5-6 hours, who knew the child was in the car and knew the child had been in the car for that period of time, and drive off and leave the child. How could you?
She wished she had taken a hair follicle
Anything
test.
further?
No, thank you. Not as an excuse.
Thank y'all for
Just
super.
to clarify her position. Her position, that was the first time she had ever tried it, Your Honor, is what she said. That she didn't have a pattern of conduct of abusing the drugs, but that was the first weekend, and it ultimately led to the worst mistake of her life.
Yeah.
Your Honor, any benefit of this-
It was his first time as well.
No, you are testified, and I'm not really liable.
Yes, sir.
Everybody was an addict. He did say that. No, it was certainly not his first time. He had tolerance. He was an addict. And he told the court that, and he told, ladies and gentlemen, jury, that this is done. If it's any benefit to Mr. King has accepted responsibility from the outset. When I'm talking about the possibilities, he accepted responsibility, and they accepted responsibility. I know it's going to be imposed on him one day. He can do it gracefully or not. He has done it gracefully, accepted the verdict of the court. I think he deserves credit for that. If Your Honor disagrees, you know so.
I have to like keep moving it because of who's in front of the mic and who's
Doesn't
not.
help me clarify in my mind who is the most culpable out of this situation, or are they equally culpable? Whose conduct was the most extreme? The mother who abandons her child in that setting and does nothing to rescue the child, who chooses Mr. King and her own pleasure over the child, or Mr. King, who throws the child, or he didn't throw it, places the child in the back of the car and shows no concern, compassion, or anything for the child, and in effect joins with the mother in the treatment of the child. Though it wasn't his child, he initiated his role in it when he placed the child in the back of the car, and when he did nothing to get the child out of the car.
On behalf of Mr. King, in response to Your Honor's
Yes, sir.
inquiry,
Yes, sir.
all my dealings with him and all my conversations with him, he doesn't want me to point the finger or some way to minimize his involvement or his culpability by saying those key words. Your Honor's heard what he's done. He owns the conduct. He was candid on the stand.
Yeah.
He's accepted
Yes, sir.
gracefully at the table. He's not.
And I appreciate that. You've said that repeatedly, and I accept it, and I appreciate that.
When Your Honor asks who is more culpable.
In my mind, I'm trying to make that determination because I'm going to have to sentence each one of them to a period of years. They might get the same. One might get 30, one might get 40, one might get 50. They might each get the same.
To the extent Your Honor was inviting me to point out the reason she's more culpable, Mr. King does not want to do that. He owns his conduct.
All right, I understand. Thank you. And I'm not attempting to pit one against the other. I'm just, yeah.
That's how, from our position, it is. And we agree.
All right. Mr. Solicitor.
I've tried to stay quiet, Judge, and I'm sorry.
I don't like people to stay quiet on me.
Oh, I hate Chrome.
While I looked at the video, which I have done, I assure you, more than just about anybody, even in this courtroom, I just kept getting madder and madder. And honestly, I could not make a determination who I was more angry at. The man who is putting the child in the car and just stands there, or the mother that abandons the child even before we get to that situation.
And I've heard the support groups that these people have, and Your Honor, like you, been in a courtroom for a long time. And we deal with a lot of people that don't have any support group whatsoever. And to have it and to ignore it, I don't think that's mitigation. I think that's aggravation. Sir, I cannot tell you which one is more culpable. But quite frankly, from my standpoint, I don't feel for either one of them.
What is the penalty for great bodily injury?
20 years, he said?
That's 0 to 20.
Yes, sir. And I looked it up before. I just wanted to be sure. All right, Mr. King, if you'll come around for sentencing. Ms. King is sentenced to the court on the offense of murder that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 32 years. Great bodily injury, the sentence is 20 years. Sentences will run concurrent with credit for any time that you've already served.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
32 years for, and then what was the second one? 20?
Ms. Pangalangan, a lot of folks have said a lot of good things about you and a lot of positive impacts that you've made on their lives. You're not being sentenced to death. You won't be facing a firing squad or a gas chamber or electric chair. Your life goes on, but it'll go on behind bars, and you'll still have that same opportunity to make a positive impact on the lives of other people who you encounter, and I hope you do that. I simply cannot fathom a mother treating a child the way that you did and allowing that to happen to a child, to your child, the child that you birthed. Yeah. I don't know if the child at some point became a burden. I don't know what the circumstances were that would lead you to placing the child in that situation. And as if you left and went to Atlanta, Georgia, or maybe we'll say, not Charleston, to Myrtle Beach, and went there and got in the beach in the water a few hours, and then came back, and then decided that it's a frantic situation.
Thank you, Nurse for God.
You did it.
You did it.
You have to live with it. And as bad as the conduct of Mr. King was, yours was worse, in my mind. And, you can talk about intent where you have rational thinking minds, but extreme recklessness brought upon by drugs and alcohol. As we said, intoxication is not a defense and not an excuse. That's what, in effect, you're asking, and it's not. Sentence of the court is that you be committed to the State Department of Correction for a period of 37 years on murder, 20 years on great bodily injury. Sentences will run concurrent and you'll receive credit for time served. Do we have the number of days of credit that they're entitled to?
39.
Receive credit for 39 days. And Mr. King, do we know how many days he gets credit for? Did Mr. Other guy left, Mr. The lawyers? Does anyone know? I'll just have that calculated by the Department of Corrections. Yes, sir.
Under the green case that I presented earlier, the one homicide on punishment, that potentially could be triggered, is certainly what we've argued. Based on that, there could be only one punishment. I understand it's current sentence, but under that case, even the conviction itself is an actual punishment. I know your Honor's prior ruling regarding that decision, but based on that, we've also argued that that applies.
So, and you might be right. And that might pertain to a single incident, not a continuous course of conduct over many hours. What says the state?
I think it is. I think the law is clear on that. They don't let you separate sentences. You're just like, this is it, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I want to commend everyone for a good and thorough job in presenting your best case that you could present to the jury. And the jury has spoken, and now the court has spoken. And I want to thank everyone for your participation. And court will be adjourned. And thank you, jurors, and you stick around. You don't get up.
Bye, Judge Newman. We love you. We love you. Ah. Whew. This was a short but powerful trial. And I just want to say thank you to y'all, because I was getting ill as a hornet up here listening to all them talk so good about her, but nobody spoke for Cristina. And I am so in love with y'all because you did. 13th jurors spoke for Cristina, and the things that y'all said and the love that you showed and all of that means so much to me. Y'all know how I get about the victims. So I appreciate y'all, flooding the chat with all the good things for her that we could read all of the positive things and all of the love for her instead of having to sit there and listen to all the good things about the person who took her life away. So I appreciate y'all for that, because victims are the number one concern here. And yeah, we laugh and we have fun and we, make fun of attorneys like John Thomas and, Mr. Phillips here and, laugh at dumb criminals and stuff like that. But the victims are always our number one. And I like seeing all y'all flood the chat with all the positive things for her, just the things that we've learned about her over the past week, and y'all being there to, to speak up for her means more to me than y'all know. I appreciate it. I love our chat, and I love y'all for doing that. Regina Crawford, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank y'all so much for, I didn't want to interrupt everything. I was putting them up on the screen, but I tried to stay quiet so we could not interrupt Judge Newman and all his wisdom. So but I do appreciate so much all of the generosity, all of the super chats and the gifted memberships. Y'all are the best. This was a tough one. And the verdict is always one of those really emotional moments, I think, in the trial, because it's like you know in your mind what you want the verdict to be, and then when it happens, and you get the verdict you want, when it's an acquittal, like, okay, for Travis, for example, when we got the acquittal, I cried happy tears. I was like, he can finally get his life back. But then there's that, it's like always that bittersweet thing, like, okay, well, now he gets his life back, but it'll never be the same. Now, he's had these years of his life taken away from him, and it'll never be the same. And it's like with this, when it's like a guilty verdict, and you want the guilty verdict because you believe that is justice, because the only reason to want a verdict is because you want justice. And so when you get the verdict that you believe is what is justice, it still has that heaviness of it, because now you're looking at, these are two people who are now going to be gone for 37 years for what they did. But think about how that affects, their families, and, there are more victims than just, the obvious ones. And I think that the heaviness of that always weighs on me the most at verdict, because then you think about not only Cristina, but, the other people who are impacted by them going away, and the fact that they are going away. They're going to be, decades, the next few decades of their lives are going to be, possibly the last decades of their lives are going to be spent in prison because of decisions that they made. And that is justice, but it is still very heavy. So this is always like one of the most, like, I don't know, heavy is the best word I can think of to describe it. Samantha M., happy anniversary for 4 whole months. Thank you, Brandy, for your kind heart. Christina. Oh, yes, we love Christina. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a member with us for 4 whole months. We're glad you're here. You're the best. Nancy, thank you so much. This is for Mods and Brandy. Thank you for taking me in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we are glad you're here. I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate y'all being here. And oh my gosh, our mods are the best. The absolute best. Couldn't do this without them. Amy's man, always starting on the side work early. Did y'all think that it would be a heavier sentence? I had a feeling that it would not be. Hot mic moment. Oh, I hate it when they take away my hot mic moment. Be kind, number 1, member for 3 months. Thank you, Brandy, for your grace under difficult circumstances. Rest in paradise, sweet baby girl, Christina. Yes, rest in paradise. Thank you so much, and happy anniversary to you. I'm glad you are here. Hot mic is back. Nope, gone. Wait, is this live? No. I just like all of a sudden default to random car chases now, ever since I did those 2 car chases when RA was out. I had a feeling that it would not be life without parole, only because after watching the tape, They obviously are at fault. They were selfish and they were negligent and they had a blatant disregard for human life. And it is heartbreaking and it is infuriating and it is all of the things. But because it was not a, hey, let's get rid of her type of thing, I kind of had a feeling it wouldn't be life without parole. But I also kind of had a feeling it was going to be more than the minimum. So I'm, I mean, she's what, 53 now, they said? Is that what they said? 53? I think. And she got what, 37 years? Or was 53 plus 37? 50, 90, wait. 80, yeah, 90, is that right? I didn't come here to math. Is that right? She'll be 90? Yeah, 90. And he's a little bit younger, right? He's like just a few years younger than her. Oh, it's crazy. She only has 39 days because she's been out on bond this whole time, working and doing all kinds of stuff. Thank you for a super chat. Technically, they both got life sentences. Yeah. I mean, a life sentence, like, okay, well, the minimum is 30 years. And at their age too, especially, I mean, they did get, you know, that is quite a sentence. All right. Let's talk business real quick. We have a nice weekend planned. We were supposed to watch the other trial today while we were in Verdict Watch, but Verdict Watch wasn't very long. Today's stuff that they released is only 3 hours. So we can either do, let me double check the time. I think it said 3 hours. Larry only served a short amount of time. I mean, he's like 30. They were both in the 30s. Like his was 39 days, maybe. Auntie Candy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, 3 hours and 4 minutes is the video from today. So I'm going to do a poll. And it'll probably take us a little bit less time because I'll be skipping through some of their breaks and stuff that it won't take. It'll probably be about 3 hours, honestly. Okay, so you do want to do a 3 hour stream Monday? Angie Burr said no, please. Holiday off. Okay, then we'll do holiday off. Monday, yes. I'm getting mixed. Nikki, get to the membership. It went to Cinnamon Bear. Cinnamon Bear, welcome to the family. Nikki, thank you so much. Thank you. Leslie Culver saying now. Now it's been, look, it's been 10 hours that I've been on here and I'm on 3 hours of sleep and it's already 6 o'clock. Nikki gifted another membership. Darcy Johnson. Welcome, Darcy Johnston, to the family. Nikki, thank you for another gifted membership. Yes, please. It's okay. I'm going to do a poll because y'all are split. Some are saying do it and some are not. It's a 3-hour stream. And then don't forget Tuesday morning, we have Dr. G. Yesterday's court is the one that we're watching, is the 3-hour one I'm talking about. We'll do a poll. If it's like a landslide, then Leslie Culver gifted a membership. Y'all are awesome with the gifted memberships today. Let's see. It went to Lil Love. Lil Love, welcome. And Cinnamon Bear, member for 2. I think my neighbor just fell. I just heard something loud. Member for 2 months. Wait, that's not it. There it is. Member for 2 months, Cinnamon Bear. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Y'all are like almost split right down the middle. It's like 45-55. Me having a holiday is not a thing. I'm not going to be working Sunday because that's my kid's birthday, but I'm going to be working regardless because I've still got to finish the podcast and stuff like that. So Tuesday, okay, so Tuesday we're going to have Dr. G in the morning. He's going to do the walkthrough video for Thami. And then I have to look. I feel like there's something else Tuesday after that, and I cannot remember. What else is it? What's the... I feel like there was something else, and I can't remember. Y'all are split like so close. It's 52-48. Like, I hear what y'all are saying, but regardless of the 3-hour stream, I'm not going to be off. I'm still going to be working anyway because I got to finish the podcast episodes. Y'all are split almost halfway down the middle. Okay. I will make the decision at some point over this weekend and I'll let you know. If we... I will let y'all know. I'm not sure about night court Monday. I haven't asked JT. Let me figure out with mods. If we do Monday, it's a 3-hour stream. So let me talk it to my bosses, the mods, and see, and we'll figure it out. Stephanie Willis said last holiday until Thanksgiving, take it off. I will figure it out. The thing is, I've got a few days that I'm going to be off later this month because I'm going to CrimeCon. And something else. I don't remember. I don't know. I'm tired. All my information in my brain is running together. All right. So that is it for tonight. It is, what time is it? 6 o'clock, which means 7 o'clock Eastern, which means about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes until night court starts tonight. So I'm exhausted. I'm going to go lay down. I was going to try to finish the podcast episode tonight. Nope. I'm about to go lay myself down. It is raining outside. I'm going to listen to the rain and the waves and enjoy the rest of my evening with no screen time. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much again. More than anything, thank you for all the stuff flooding the chat with the love for Cristina. That meant so much. And I'm glad that y'all were able to show up for when nobody else did. All right, say bye to Woosie with her little outfit. Say bye, Woos. Say bye. Say bye. Can you say bye? With your little pearls and your... You smell like dog food. She's really more excited than she looks. Okay, maybe she's not. All right, y'all. I appreciate everything. Thank you so much. Verdict Eyebrows did it again. Here for the win. And I appreciate it. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. Y'all have a good weekend. Bye.